Yoga is all about relaxing.
It seems very refreshing.
It makes you breathe, and it stretches your body out. Which
I'm kind of curious. Does what is like the actual culture of India and yoga? Do they do it in like the morning? Do they do it like in the evenings? Is there anything like that?
The yogis are doing it continuously.
yeah,
Because when I think of yoga, I normally
It's a
do
way of life,
first thing in the morning
right?
kind of thing.
yeah, I mean, it's just whenever. It's like going to the gym, so it's whenever you can manage it.
Mm.
It's but it, if you have a personal practice, you could just be doing it in your home, like first thing when you wake up or before you go to bed or both. It's
I just had a friend recently go to India.
You don't have to buy Lululemon if you're an Indian.
You don't have to what?
Buy Lululemon, and you're not required to even
That's
own
not
a
the
yoga
uniform.
mat.
Oh, that's
No.
super
Yeah.
funny.
Yoga mats do not exist in India, so
Really? What are they using? Like a towel?
the ground. So yes, I'm sure they've imported them from the U.S. now, and probably middle-class Indians are now using yoga mats.
I mean, I feel like I see them because they're normally doing like whenever I look up Bikram yoga,
Yeah.
just like a gigantic warehouse with like 2,000 people in it. I feel like they have yoga mats.
They do, but that's in L.A.
Eh?
Yes. Bikram is in L.A.
It's very much a California thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
With like an Indian dude actually there, and then they're like all Indian.
He is Indian.
He is
right,
Indian.
the founder.
Yeah. Bikram
Oh
is.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And he has a gold Hummer that he drives.
The lawsuits were very funny to read about.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Oh, he's got like a string of lawsuits tied to him.
Just general.
It's all womanizing
Ah,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that, and he tried to basically copyright his sequence of yoga poses, and
Nice.
actual Indian
This is my
yogis were like,
intellectual property.
This is so
Pay
ridiculous.
me royalties.
It's like-
Hey, you
Fucking
can't do this
asshole.
anymore because I've done
exactly.
this.
I just claim that as my intellectual
Nice.
property.
Doing the Monsanto move.
Yeah, he definitely learned from the West,
Yeah.
like how to section off a part of the world and steal it. It's
It was funny. Sort of side tangent, but it's kind of tied into this like a deeper level.
Mm.
I was talking to John doing our podcast this last Friday. Yesterday, damn, it's been 2 long days. And we started talking about something. It was actually a really good pod. It was probably our best podcast because it was starting to be more like relevant and bringing like specific stuff in. But anyways, I was starting to realize like my spiritual shelf with all the books. I was starting to talk about like the Tao Te Ching. I have like 3 copies of the Tao Te Ching.
Mm.
And I was thinking, when I was looking at it, I was like, dude, there's of course plenty of books missing from that space, but I'm like, that is like almost the majority of like world sacred knowledge is sitting on that fucking shelf.
Mm.
And it's like this big.
yeah.
And there's only a handful of books more that are like missing. And I probably would tuck the Bible in there on a couple other books that aren't on that shelf. But I mean, in general, it's the core of Western philosophy, like Greek philosophy. It has a handful of like modern philosophy. Like I say, like 7 Habits, Highly Effective People is on there. But then like, Tao Te Ching, all the way on the far left is these 2 writings by like, I went and looked up like what are the most famous, like kind of most valuable Islamic / Arabic philosophers, and those are the books. I started reading them. They're philosophy books. They are thick. They would take a very long time to understand, but they're supposedly the ones like when you look, there's like 3 or 4 authors that are like the cream of the crop during like the golden era. It's like 750 AD or something like that.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that like there really is only like, let's say 100 books over the last 4,000 years that like matter.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much about it. And it sums up like almost everything that matters.
It is a short list.
What are there? 50 volumes in the Great Books of the Western World.
Yeah.
Probably another.
There's
maybe-
more books than that, but there's 50 volumes.
Yeah.
Are those like the books?
Yeah.
Air quotes.
Well, they used to
There's
call it the 5-foot bookshelf, and it was like
Oh, okay.
everything you needed to know about Western, everything, from literature to philosophy.
Okay, so it's gonna have the Dickens and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, you have like a Shakespeare,
Leonard
and-
Peikoff, and Mortimer J. Adler.
You know what's
There's a whole group of scholars that put that set
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, there's a couple.
the one thing I don't
Reading
have there?
series.
Just realizing now, I don't have any Russian philosophers, and I know there's plenty on that. I don't know if the Communist Manifesto is there. Maybe. Well, that's German. Technically, it's
philosophy?
German.
I was gonna say.
Well, no, it's funny you say that.
Is that science fiction?
No, it's funny you say that because I was starting to read, I think it was Adam Smith. And I was reading him like, this reads almost just like the Communist Manifesto.
It does. It reads the same way.
And what it is the definitive speak. Like, let me explain the system to you, but not me saying, explain the system to you. I'm just going to say the way the world actually is. And it's like, where's your evidence for any of this?
Yeah.
Like, where are you actually getting this stuff? And it's not immediately observable that what they're saying is actually the case. It's just they're
Take
just
my word
saying
for it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
And so
spoken
you-
as though it's self-evident.
Like an example would be in the Communist Manifesto, Marx is doing things like now I'm thinking actually Adam Smith.
You know, something
But,
that's
you-
different that was going on in that period is it was very common for someone to put out a book and then for all the intelligentsia of the time to critique it in pamphlets or in refutation, like have a book that refutes the book that was written and then pass
Right,
it around.
yeah.
So it was, because they couldn't have a chat room,
Right.
you had to publish the thing to get it out so everybody could read it.
I think
then everybody would come
Nietzsche
back and
reads
criticize
a
it.
lot like that.
Yeah.
Where you can tell there's a conversation going on and you're not in the conversation.
It's a provocation
Yeah.
more than
Yeah. So if you look at like the founding of the United States, all the pivotal works were dialogues that were happening between different
Yeah.
ideas at the time.
the Federalist Papers.
Yeah, the Federalist Papers being like the primary, where it was a conversation that was going back and forth.
Yeah, there's
Oh yeah, Federalist Papers.
there
yeah,
are
that's a good-
so many like gotchas in the Federal. If you actually read them,
Yeah.
they're very entertaining.
Yes.
As far as like the commentary on the modern political debates,
Yeah.
like especially the one on the Second Amendment, I find really funny. It's like, oh yeah, that's not what they meant. Like they for sure meant everyone should just have guns.
Oh,
Oh yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
in there.
Like
Yeah.
period.
Yeah. No, there's
Everyone not only should everyone have them, everyone should know how to use them.
Yes.
For
Proficiently.
yeah, and
Yes.
had nothing to do with militias.
And if they can afford a
Or-
few cannons,
Yeah.
that would be a good idea too.
Yeah, it was very funny. It's like anyone could read this. This is in the public domain.
Yeah.
well, it's more than that. You're encouraged to read it because it's the founding documents of the country.
People are not encouraged to read the Federalist Papers.
They're not.
Well, I mean, in
anymore,
the
no.
general sense that if you were to get, for example, this seems to be a sort of dying breed, and it is sort of under attack now, which would be, I would call the actual American institutions, and and this is like the guardians we're talking about. These are like guardians,
Yeah.
who are like ISTJs, who are like they're just all in on like Constitution and this, but they're not like blowhard. They're not like feeling about it. They're out there in the bureaucracy, and they definitely line it, and they believe a lot of that stuff. They don't believe like they're not reading it and like believing in it like an advanced level, but they take those books as like very holy.
Yeah, I
And
mean, in the more liberal circles, I mean, the standard refrain is back then they didn't mean that. They meant X, Y, Z.
Yeah,
You know, they weren't thinking about tyranny of the federal government. They weren't thinking about any of that. It was, muskets, and if they knew what fully automatic assault weapons are, they wouldn't ever have said that.
Well,
They
you
wouldn't have ever advocated for that. And it was just like, there are original documents here. There's nothing ambiguous about this language.
like you don't. Yeah,
Like literally at all. It's just they're ignorant of that original documentation with the founding father saying, no, everyone should just know how to go to war.
well, I like
Everyone should be prepared for war.
Yeah.
I like how you
There's like nothing ambiguous in it.
I like how the words that you use to describe the people as like intelligent elites.
Oh yeah.
But it's obvious they have not read any of that.
No, they haven't.
They actually don't have an intelligent. It's actually very interesting to run into someone who has an actual understanding of something and then critique them. And it seems to be very. I don't actually run into that very often.
It's well intentioned.
What's well intentioned?
The desire to eliminate very forceful weapons. It's well intentioned.
No.
Is this?
It is.
No.
But it's like it's
No.
No.
Oh,
I
go
actually,
ahead.
I actually don't believe
This
this
is
at all.
a pure useful idiot's argument. It's only useful for the aggregation of power. I mean, make an actual argument for the case. It's like, oh, we should disarm our citizenry because we have the military. And it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's better off if all the citizenry are armed.
They're
all
inherently not
killing each
safe
other.
if you have weapons in the household and increases the chances of violence. That's the statistical argument.
And that's completely false based on all data.
Yeah,
Just go
yeah.
look at the UK.
So
They took the guns away.
I'm not gonna make. Okay, we
They
can play
all
this
sit
out.
and club
Well,
each other to
Let's
death.
play this out. This is
Yeah.
sort of interesting.
well, I will definitely say. So I pay a lot of attention to because I have endless amounts of time to
Right.
consume. I'm like done with podcasts. So what I'm on now is real life political, actual discourse.
Sure.
And I can tell you right now, they are told these arguments all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. They and what I mean by arguments, I don't necessarily mean you're talking about Federalist Papers. They bring that up too, but more like here's the actual
Funny,
data.
I've never met anyone who's read the Federalist Papers who's had an anti-weaponry position.
Anybody who reads the Federalist Papers, you're already a conservative,
Yeah, by definition, probably. Yeah.
which is crazy. But
Attempting to falsify your position by reading original documentation is a very unusual thing when it comes to that particular topic.
the more often than not, I see data-driven arguments that are like this. For
Yeah,
an example,
definitely.
like why are you like an example would be why are you focusing on AR-15s when they commit, let's say 6% of gun crimes are committed with AR-15s,
This is so bad.
and
I
like
should not be
90% of crimes are committed with handguns, but all of the focus is on that.
Right.
Yep.
And that right there tells you everything you need to know because they are told this in public multiple times, but they're not a meaning or changing
Yeah.
the way that they're doing it. They just say the
AR-15s
same
are
thing.
scary, even though they are a vast minority of the incidents.
But they believe that it's all of them.
We have a culture of violence.
Yes.
We have a culture of violence.
We do have a culture of violence. That's why we're an empire.
But our empire is bad. I don't want to play this role. This is
You don't want to play the
Well,
I don't want to play this role.
and-
It's too distasteful.
I would say a better.
We're a colonizing, evil, capitalist, exploitative.
Okay, I was thinking.
I don't think we actually need to do any devil's advocating here to be perfectly
something-
blunt. It'd be
something
better
I
to have like a
I was
real
thinking about on the way up
argument.
is a problem that we have that culturally, which is based on two different things, which is our Christian tradition, which is there is a truth that is the truth, the end, and that therefore makes it a binary, right? Like there's true shit and there's not true shit, and those are the two options. And so what that leads you thought-wise to, though, is if we have two things and this one is true, then this one must be not true, right? And then we went into the scientific method, and it's exactly the same thing. It was just a new form of the same thing, which is this thing is true and this thing is not true, and they can't both be true at the same time. And the problem with that, particularly when you take science, which is the new religion, and you start applying it to any of these questions, what you then are ignoring is that both the things are true often, and that it's just a perspective, or we need to further define what we're saying. Like you're actually making a language mistake when you're making this argument. That is, or you're not defining the points precisely enough to say why this one is true and that is not. And then in the public discourse, of course, everything has to be a soundbite. So then it absolutely has to be, this is absolutely true and this is absolutely false.
Yeah.
Because if you're in the public discourse and you say, this is true in this circumstance, if you consider this, but of course not in this case, right? Then everybody's just like, okay, I lost you.
You've already lost everyone.
I lost you at that second sentence. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Dare I dumb this conversation down just to do a movie soundbite? You know, you talk like a fag.
Yes.
That's what it is.
That is what it is.
I realize that if you have a long sentence,
Right.
a barbarian looks at you and goes, that person's gay.
Yep. So if we want to put,
Yeah, it is.
if we want to
is.
put all the shit on
So
the tape so they can
I don't think it means you need to necessarily dumb down, but you do need to appreciate that they cannot hold. You've already blasted all the memory registers. They can't hold. Okay, here's the preference, the pre-context.
Mm-hmm.
Here's kind of like the setup, and then here's this. Meanwhile, you have to keep all in mind. It's not what's actually happening, and this is just like being practical about it.
Yes, and then that you can pile the big lie on top of that, which is you tell the super big lie. It's so obviously not true that the person's mind goes, well, there's no way they'd tell a lie that's that stupid, because it's obviously everyone would catch them, so it must be true.
Dude, flat Earth is like, it rings this one like slamming it. It's the dumbest thing I could ever imagine. I think it's fine to like go in and like take a look at what's going on here.
And then we get into the more subtle lies. So it's like it starts with that. I've been very angry about lying today, for all sorts of reasons. But
Have you been lied to, David?
continually, just continually. So
I'm sorry we didn't do any fencing.
that's a whole nother issue. Yes, no holes were dug today.
You made a lot of small ones.
I made a lot of little drilling holes, yes, but no. No, so now you just made me lose my...
Yes, I
My
did
track.
destabilize you completely there.
Well, I mean,
Whoops.
where you were going with this was you were starting down the path of like the nuance gets lost as you move probably into bigger and bigger crowds. The more you're in on one-on-ones, you could probably have more of these nuances. I also believe with that, what most people don't understand, they have not actually figured this out yet, that like what people consider as a debate, which is super strange that people far and wide, from my perspective, they look like almost every conversation is a fucking high school debate.
Yeah.
They kind of see it as this, and then like on like Facebook, random stranger, and then all of a sudden you don't, it doesn't plan out how you think it does, but then you fail to realize, well, at like an actual debate, like if we were to have a debate, there's a very real chance someone's opinion is going to shift. It's not what's happening in those things, and the reason is because the context allows it.
There are formal debates where you're given a position.
Yeah, I don't mean that. I do know what you
different.
mean.
But this is of course the problem. The lie thing. What I sent that comment about all postmodernism being based on a language fallacy, which is the word truth, right? So when people say, what they'll do is they'll say something like you're saying with the flat Earth, you know, they'll be like, oh, the flat Earth, blah blah blah, and you'll be like, yeah, that's not true, and they'll be like, but I saw a YouTube video and it it was, and then you're like, yeah, it's still not true, and then they'll be like, well, it's my truth, and it's like, no, that's not the word you need to use. The word you need to use is, this is my crazy opinion, or this is my crazed idea, or this is a fart I just had inside my head, but it's not a truth, right? And then that's actually the fallacy on which all of postmodernism is based, is that there's this thing called my truth that is true, and they're like, well, it's true to me, and it's like, no.
Yeah, luckily I have not actually run into
That's
that.
not a thing. Well, I was watching
I was
watching the CEO of a Fortune 500 company talking for like 20 minutes about her truth, about the way the world runs, it was, I'm just like, everything you're saying is a lie. Like,
that's
period. So you can say, you know, the lie I believe is blah blah blah, and then that is true, but they throw that truth word in there, and then people give it weight because they're like, oh well, we just have to feel that that's their truth, and they just need to live their truth.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, that's just not a thing. I'm sorry.
So do you think that, I mean, it's funny, like playing this out of my mind. Well, okay, what are the implications of this over time? Because you're talking about
Madness.
the top corporations.
Yeah.
If we believe, and I think we all do believe here, and we'll say natural law, as in what you're saying is true, that there are true things and there are untrue things.
Yes.
And as a consequence of that, true things, let's say they move down the intended path, and untrue things, bad things happen. I mean, that's like the general gist. And so if you do, you got a really big truck and there's a bridge there, and it is true that your truck is too big for that bridge, that it's going to collapse or something. Like there's that kind of basic physics.
If you believe the strychnine is sugar and you put it in your coffee, you die. And whether you believed it was sugar or not,
Yeah, correct. So
it doesn't matter. You're
i.e.
still
the
gonna die.
consequences are inevitable outcomes.
Yep.
And so I believe even lies themselves fall into that same camp. As in to lie is to create falsity. You create death. I mean, it's the best way. Like you just create bad.
It's back
Have you
to-
read the essay on bullshit?
It's back to the seed.
No, I haven't.
So,
Oh, you'd probably enjoy that.
So
There's a technical distinction between a lie and bullshit,
yeah.
which is useful here.
So it could very well. So I'm gonna move this to the end here. If all the top corporations are, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but for sure in the last 5 to 10 years, their proverbial brain is moving with the political herd so fast that within 3 to 5 years, these massive swings in the way that they're like orienting their entire business, going from like, it was like ESG. Do you ever hear ESG anymore? Never.
Or recently they've been complaining about it. Yes.
It's now moved over to DEI, and I think that's kind of roughly on its way out too. I don't know what's replacing it, but climate is definitely another one of those kinds of things. And so what I believe is they will, these falsities, they will do bad, they will fail as a result of doing them. But that doesn't mean that that's the end of the story. I'm wondering what they do next, and the only thing I can think of is use force to make it so.
I don't think that's
I have
necessary.
a crazy multi-generational theory.
Let me
Go ahead.
Let me put a framework out.
All
Maybe
right.
this works. Maybe this is functional. I don't know. Maybe or useful. So language is a tool, and it's a tool that we use to navigate conceptual reality. Right? And as our worlds become increasingly conceptual, and simultaneously our mastery over language is not even educated. It's corrupted. It's intentionally manipulated.
Yes.
Our ability to navigate in complex conceptual reality is completely undermined.
Well, you literally think in language.
Right.
So if your language is corrupted, your thought is corrupted.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. So you have ultimately the outcome is collective insanity.
Yes.
Where you have people that are following certain like word group clusters where they'll be able to sort of communicate with one another. And then you have people
No,
that
they
don't
can-
follow that word group cluster.
They can
they
make
don't
animal
believe they don't
noises at
think
each
those
other.
words,
Yes.
and they actually can't.
No. No.
Their conceptual landscape is now incompatible
and
with
you
one
can,
another.
and that is the thing, right? You can have a group that they develop their own language. Basically, they may be using the same words that you are, but they're using them with a different meaning.
That's sort of what you're talking about.
That
With the
is what
word
I'm
like
talking about.
truth.
Yes.
That's a great example.
That
That's
is a good
correct.
example.
Yeah.
But the Guardian class hears that word, is like, oh, I know that word. That word's in my religious
Exactly.
book. I know what truth is. God is truth. But that's not what they're talking
Yeah.
about.
So
when they
there's-
say inclusion, when
Yeah.
they say diversity, when they say racism.
There's the other distinction here is signal noise,
Yes.
Yeah.
which is as you become, as your language system becomes more and more corrupted and inconsistent and ineffective, because you don't even have a mastery over the language. I mean, we don't what's our vocabulary?
You would not believe the things I hear people say where they don't
Yeah.
understand the words they're using.
Right. I mean, you just look at the old guard of scholars that are pretty much dying off now, like Hitchens, these characters.
Yep.
They're almost all gone. They knew so much more than we know, and whatever. Like Alfred J. Knox, great example of
I
this.
like how you're going like to the level of scholar. I mean, I'm sure you have read like George Washington's like farewell address.
Oh yeah, we're technically stupid by
Yes.
comparison.
Yes.
by historical standards.
Yes. Our thought is-
Reading his thing, you all of a sudden realize that, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
There's a comedian that did this joke about that, where he compares Civil War letters written by the soldiers. You know, like my beloved Sarah, the dawn is fraught with, you know,
Yes, yeah.
the ambrosia of your touch. Compared it to like a modern soldier, you know, we're in the fucking desert. It's goddamn hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get back. Don't fuck nobody. And it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a long fall.
Yeah, but it also, I mean, as our you know, our
Of course, I will say though, I will say, these are not perfect comparisons because I'm sure there are plenty, if not the majority, of Civil War soldiers who could not read nor write.
That is true. But the
I'm
ones
certain
who
of
could
it.
write were poets.
Admittedly, they are definitely not looking at it and be like, yeah, I'm gonna write.
Yeah.
I'm gonna text you on the phone and say, "Don't fuck no one."
Yep. Don't get no clap.
And it's even worse because in my mind I thought about what's actually being texted, and it's not the written words that I just said.
No.
yeah.
It's literally abbreviations and numbers involved and stuff like that.
Yes.
The signal to noise thing is a particularly scary modern one because it's, you know, people don't actually know. If you don't know it's true because your language system's all fucked up, you actually cannot navigate effectively, and you're more vulnerable to people who do understand the language system,
Yes.
and are just playing language games.
Yeah.
Can you hear me that, Lou?
Yeah, which historically would be sophists.
Yeah, which there are.
Yeah, they're professional
Ask
sophists.
is an
now.
example of that.
Yes.
Yeah, which is, can you take the language system that we have and manipulate
hack it.
Yeah, and hack it in a way that
Yes.
you can.
To get what you want now.
Yes, and the answer
Yes.
is yes, you can.
Yes, you can. And
Yes, you
that's
can.
Level 2 consciousness, which is just barely above animal.
Yeah, not only can you, but the entire world is lining up as quickly as they can on these easily accessible devices so that you can reach them all the time. All the time.
So at the
Yes.
the chance of creating a tangent where we don't come back here, which is not my intention, I didn't tell you about. So I did all this entire week. I've deep dived on Ukraine. Every spare moment I've had, I've consumed all different angles of this. There's a couple different angles I haven't yet consumed.
Yeah.
One of which was foreign fighters joining Russian side. I haven't seen that yet. I've seen a couple things like Chinese fighters coming in and fighting for the Russians, and that is just freaking weird to me. But putting that to the side, one particular one,
They need the combat experience.
they do need the combat experience.
The little border skirmishes with India. Have you heard about these fucking things?
Only vaguely.
Because
I'm sure it's bad.
it's a
Bad isn't
they've
stupid.
been disarmed along
Yeah,
the
they're
border
terrible.
by agreement, and so there are like fucking fist fights and knife fights breaking out over like
Oh, of course.
ridiculous. I mean, the Chinese are masters at provocation, and putting people off balance. I
So-
mean, that's their whole theory of war, is like gaps, creating gaps, putting people like showing up where you
By
aren't
the way, I
expected.
wanted to check to see if this was drinkable. It apparently is drinkable. I just worry about something like a cream thing that's been sitting in the fridge for a year.
How's that been going with that?
Yeah, it's got all sorts of stabilizers in there. I'm
It
sure.
it is good though. It's like a maple cream thing. But one of the things that I went down was a Royal Marine who eventually left, and he's part of, I would say, part of the kind of the clique. There is a clique of foreign fighters who basically are bouncing between one war and another.
Yeah.
And he's more or less been in Ukraine fighting since 2014.
This is well paying.
No.
Interesting.
Generally no paying.
Just for the thrill.
They're just looking for
for
some people. To,
No, I think this guy is he's a medic primarily, so that's like his main thing. But he's definitely done combat. I found that most all the U.S. foreign fighters that I've seen like interviews of and stuff, they are mission oriented. So they're like all in on. Don't you see that there's like crap going on? Like somebody's got to do something, so they go and try to do something about it.
Right. Yeah.
So they don't give a rat's ass about the money. But the this guy in particular, one of the things I thought was super interesting was about now that I got to this point. We were talking about now I've lost this point. Nuance. We were talking about people being smart about things. Oh, we're talking about what people would be texting in a war. There was a lot of intelligence about seeing the world, specifically from there. Oh, I remember what I want to tell you now. So he lived in Bucha. If you know anything about that, that's the northwest suburbs, like kind of far northwest suburbs of Kyiv. And that's where the paratroopers landed when they first were coming in as part of the beginning of the war. And they're like the super professional troops basically landed and they took it. He said within 3 days, this place that was roughly like the best way to kind of think about it, it was a gentrified, totally renewed, swanky suburb city. Within 3 days, they went back to the caveman days.
Rebelized.
So once they lost power and water and heat, by the way, this was like February or whatever when this happened.
Yeah.
Once they lost that, within 3 days, they literally, their entire social structures changed.
Yeah.
And revolved back to women cook soup at home, men go forage out there and go grab stuff to burn. Within 3 days.
Yep.
And you see why that's a big deal, right? Like that was a modern, he said it was like, this is nicer than London in this place. And within 3 days, they had fell back to that. Now, there's a lot of positives with that because a lot of the stuff that everybody complains about it'll just go away. It'll just instantaneously go away in time. This is all like a lot of the stuff that people talk about. It's all just floating on the surface of time-wasting luxury.
Yeah.
That it eventually goes away. And another positive aspect to it as well was community was created like instantaneously where there was not before. That people started working together. Was everybody probably working together? No, I'm sure not. But definitely people were. So it's something to pull away that very quickly it can change, like very quickly. And a lot of the negative qualities that we might see they will go just as fast as they're just as vapid as we actually believe that they are.
Yeah.
But that also doesn't mean one counter argument to this, they weren't all of a sudden like reading Shakespeare and becoming like very nuanced in their understanding of the world.
No, you're talking about they're just dropping down to a survival level.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is different. It's
civility survival level.
Yeah.
But
all of their time and energy are spent on survival issues.
Correct.
Yeah.
Not philosophy.
Tribal connections become a lot more important when you're in survival mode.
Yeah.
When you're not in
Tribalism.
atomic, individual,
level 3.
digital self mode.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, David. It's a good point that you make, but I'm thinking of these larger points that he's made to me about some of the people that I've met and run into that they may still be actually very atomic oriented and not even know it.
No.
We all are.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Extreme individualism. It's the reality is for anyone to come together as a group, they have to give up individual rights. And historically the different generations vacillate between extreme individuality and extreme group identity. And at the moment we're at an extreme individuality.
I think that's a worldwide phenomenon too. I don't actually think it's a U.S. only thing.
No, it's not a U.S. only
go
thing.
into
It's a
that.
human thing.
They go into that a little bit in the Great Minds of the Western Intellectual Tradition series.
Yeah.
About Christianity, actually.
They do.
Christianity
To what
is
extent?
responsible for a lot of the atomism.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I would say a very core tenet of Christianity is that is your God.
It's individual.
Your
it's an
individual
individual,
salvation.
personal relationship with God.
Yes. It's very important.
Yeah.
It's not our tribe's God. It's your
No.
individual God.
Correct. I mean, there's still the God of all, but a very important point is that you personally have a connection with that.
Yeah.
Which, this is where like the Catholic Church gets basically blown up over this kind of
It's
stuff.
the St. Augustine thing, too, which is like your path towards self-transcendence,
Your
preservation
individual
is an
transformation.
individual path.
Yes.
It's an internal one.
Yeah.
Profoundly.
Yeah.
That's why I would say it sits, for example, on that shelf, like with the Tao Te Ching. Because the Tao Te Ching is about yourself.
Yeah.
or the internal mind adjusting your perspective on things to then go and change things out in the actual physical world. I mean, that is the essence of having we'll say a personalized religion. It's not a perfect way to describe it, but that's the outcome.
Yeah.
You do something internal and you gain something external. I actually heard a really good quote the other day too. I don't know who said it. Could be somebody famous. Maybe not. Don't care. It was that you can't actually change anything until you change the inside of yourself. That you personally can't actually change until you internally change. Period. You can't actually change. Because it's until you change something internal, you can't actually change external things that you do. Not possible.
I think that's probably true. I wonder how much of that is. Like, I feel like there's a lot of psyops going on the internet, and one of them is the self-development one.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's perpetually, you're not enough to accomplish your whatever you want. And you need to go through this process, this procedure, and we know the procedure.
This multi-year procedure.
Yeah, that takes a lot of time, and
Yes.
probably all of your 20s and 30s.
Yes.
And then you'll be ready for whatever it is.
Yes.
As Alex
No, it's like, that's a good way to control a group of young, disenchanted men.
by the time they're 30 or 35 or so, and they've maybe been in particular avenues, like I've seen in like a corporate world, it's going to be very hard to change.
So this is literally, don't go on the hero's journey. Train in our gym for the hero's journey. And then someday when you're ready,
Yeah.
you'll be able to slay the dragon just by showing up.
Yeah, well, it's like you can't have the. It's a very interesting thing. It's an interesting alternative way of viewing even people like Peterson, or like, who are you to try to change the world?
Yeah.
You shouldn't. You should try to change your room, clean your room.
Yeah.
Not even do anything with your room, just clean it, organize it. And it's like, yeah, that's true.
That's
But-
true at a certain level.
It is.
Yeah.
But there have also been, I mean, that's also a cop-out.
Well,
I can't do anything because my personal world is disorganized and I need to put it together.
Well, the assumption is I mean, so these things, like, to be perfectly fair, we could spend a lot of time thinking about them. But I would argue that there's been a lot of, this is very well documented throughout all of time. And what you're talking about right here and where you're going down, literally Jesus says, you cannot pull the log out of someone else's eye when you have one in your own. Like, you got to be able to pull that out. You
can't pull the splinter out of your brother's eye until you pull the beam out of your own.
Yeah. So in other words, the long story short to that is like, no, you actually can't help somebody organize their life when your fucking life is not organized. And people do definitively attempt to do that all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. In all the most plurality of ways. Let me show you how to like run better, get a better run. And they're at like level 2 of like running. It's not the guy who broke the world record, it's not Usain Bolt who's doing the teaching. It's like this guy. It's YouTube.
Internet marketing gurus told me that I can write an info book if I just know a little bit more than someone else. Then I'm doing
It's
them a
true
service
because they
by selling
only
it to
know
them.
a little bit more than everyone else. This is the internet thing.
Yes.
It's like, it's the fucking blind leading the blind.
It is.
They barely
Oh,
know
man.
more than anyone else, and therefore
And
they're
then-
an expert.
expert.
Because they are relatively.
And then this book section right here then sells you on doing that. Like, no. Don't wait till you're an
This is like
expert.
the marginal
Just
advantage.
do the
That's
thing
literally
and
what I
then
just
sell it
said.
to the
Yeah.
next person.
Yes. So let's go back to
the marginal advantage
apprentice,
theory of marketing.
journeyman, master
Yeah.
concept, which we've thrown away. Okay, so what we're talking about is a bunch of apprentices that have been apprenticing for a year longer than you are now called masters, and we completely
They
ignore
don't
the
even
masters.
need the title. They just are making millions of dollars on YouTube.
I know. I'm just
Oh yeah.
That's-
I mean, here's
Who's
I'm
getting?
just
Who's giving
saying.
the titles out?
here's
The modern day title is the fucking silver plaque that they hang on the back of their
it's
wall.
that, or it's their bank balance, as you saw,
Yeah.
how much money has been
Screenshot.
deposited into their account.
Their Patreon
There-
followers.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
man, this is a part we should
Or the
definitely
number
cut
of
and go
followers
further
they
throughout
have.
So it's so funny. Like, here's a tangible, like, concrete thing to put this.
Hmm.
I watched. I think at one point I was on a kick, like maybe a year ago. I'm like, oh, I'm watching a bunch of Marine Corps like boot camp videos or something. So I was watching some boot camp videos, and then all of a sudden it came up like oh, I'm a fitness YouTuber, like a fitness influencer, and we challenge the Marines against their combat fitness test.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, definitively, I could just tell by looking at these Marines, they were not the cream of the crop. Not the bottom. Definitely not the bottom. Definitely not the bottom. But they were not the cream of the crop. 3 random Marines, to include maybe one female and 2 males, and then they have 3. I don't remember if there was a female YouTuber or not. I can't remember.
Yeah.
So there was 3 on 3, and they went and did the combat fitness test. If I'm not mistaken, so during a combat fitness test, you wear boots and heels. Okay, so you're not wearing sneakers and stuff like that. The YouTubers, did. They wore like workout attire.
Yeah.
The Marines utterly crushed them. It was like not even close.
I was expecting you to say something totally different.
No, it was embarrassingly bad. And what makes it so ridiculous is the YouTubers, that's their whole thing. And the Marines, that's a secondary activity that's important. But even the female Marine smoked them in the run. And that is like, wow. What? But that just goes to show you right there that their job is YouTube.
To look pretty on YouTube.
And to be like, yeah, I'm all about flexion in front of the mirror here.
Yeah.
For you incels who hang out on 4chan. Or whatever they do.
Yeah. I mean, we're in the U.S. economy is in the services and intellectual, the digital and information services rather than anything else, right? We evolved we developed out of the industrial era where we were generating all of the manufacturing, all of the machinery. We don't do that anymore. We don't make things.
Yes.
Now it's all information services.
Yes.
And we're the global leader in information services.
Well, I like how you said this, because this is like very kind of like non-opinion, matter-of-facty, which is, I like that you're saying.
That's what happened.
I like how you're saying it this way, because what I'm hearing and or thinking as you say that is the bullshit pyramid scheme economy.
Yeah, well, we're now...
And I don't believe that those facts you just said could necessarily be that, but that it is.
This is the signal versus noise thing. It's like you can fake being a very high performance person when the entire economy is information services. It's harder to measure competence when you're dealing with greater levels of abstraction.
Well, this is the thing I was going to say is that because you can't think, then you'll use a proxy to determine what is valuable.
We're using heuristics all the time.
And the current proxy is, did they show up in my feed? How many followers do they have?
Yeah.
How many people have viewed this video? Right? So if 10 million people have viewed it, then obviously it's incredibly valuable. And if the person has 2 million followers, then obviously they're a master of their craft.
Yeah. Where do we go from here?
I burn it all to the ground.
Yeah, it's...
Gen X enjoys dancing on the ashes. Everybody
if
else
that
cries.
doesn't happen, let's say this doesn't turn into like just, northwest Kiev. Let's say that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Where do we go? What happens from here? That's like
I don't know.
A reasonable prediction that is not dystopian, but that is like, okay, this will probably happen next.
Here's how I know what you're saying.
How do we maneuver in that landscape?
Well, here's what I'm definitively telling you right now. As definitive as it possibly can be, there is no vision of a positive future coming from anyone, and as a result, there is no positive future that's going to happen. It doesn't come from the government. Even it doesn't matter what political party. It's either one political party is trying to prevent the total tyranny from happening, or the other side is we have to make sure that we're tyrannizing on these people and making sure that whatever. There's no positive future coming from anyone.
We got to step back to my generational theory because it will actually tie into answering your question. So I have a theory that, theories. That basically the greatest generation did such a fantastic job at leadership, right? And that the next generation basically took over what the greatest generation had done and just became pure managers.
Yeah.
And so they took over all the institutions that had been created by the greatest generation through leadership, through vision, and began managing that vision.
Yes.
Right? And that the boomers then took over from them and did the same thing, except they hadn't seen the example of leadership that was set by the greatest generation.
Yes.
All they saw was the management by the people that came later.
Yep.
And so then they took over management, but again, not leadership, to continue to carry on the policies of the greatest generation but they had at that point lost the spirit of the leadership. And they were just looking at, this is the letter of what it says. And so they went to the letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law. And that's what they've been managing, is the boomers. So there's been no leadership going on at all.
No.
There's just management of what is. And management is a decline. It's a continual decline into a dystopia unless you have a leader come along and come up with a new vision.
Right.
And there's no leaders coming up with a new vision.
Okay, I'm hesitant to say this, but like, I think Elon Musk is a very interesting counterexample to sort of all of this.
I do agree.
And I'm not like rah-rah Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the fact that he can do things like say, you're not going to advertise on my platform and you think you can control what I can say with money, fuck you. I don't need your money. On a public platform.
Yes.
Is like, that's very interesting.
It's a private platform.
But this is the thing.
Your point.
On mainstream media. I mean, said that to.
I guess it's true.
And
I guess it's true.
And I'm saying the structure of all of the Western democracies, the leadership of all the Western democracies, the organizations that run the Western democracies, none of those have any leadership going on. He's outside of all of those things.
Oh, and very disruptive.
Yes.
And hated.
Yes.
Like reviled.
Oh, sure.
By anyone who's institutional. And for no reason. I've heard this from people directly at very high levels in institutional places.
They think he should be.
There's like hatred
eliminated.
of Elon Musk.
Yes.
Well,
and for the only reason that I can see is that he's external. He's just an external force that's disruptive.
Well, he's not one of
and
us.
Uncontrollable.
Well, what I've seen is
Management's
what he's
goal,
saying.
Yeah.
Management's goal is no disruption.
No disruption.
Right? That's the goal.
No change.
No change. So if you
No
keep
change.
static, we want to be as static as possible. So for instance, it's disruptive to have the public aware of what we're doing in the organization because they might object. So we need it to be all secret.
Right.
So what do? We pass a law that says every dollar that's spent by the government now is a national secret.
Right. Whereas like Tesla, it's all open source. The whole vehicle is open source.
Yeah.
Like literally. There's no intellectual property there. You could try to build it. You could try to manufacture a Tesla better than they do. And he's talked about this.
That I haven't heard.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're totally wrong.
I would look that up.
The reason why, there's like a whole big giant thing. They basically have grouped in Tesla with like the John Deere's of like right to repair. You have no right to touch your Tesla. You don't even own it. Now, maybe to your point, maybe we'll say the intellectually stuff, maybe that's not, but you're definitively not able to touch. And if I'm not mistaken, they also don't publish that shit.
They may be designed to not be maintainable or repairable by their owners. That's totally true.
I've seen a bunch of hacking going on with those.
They're definitely hacking them, but you're definitely not allowed to, and the software itself is trying to prevent you from doing it, that you have to bypass it.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you want to put like a new motor in or something like that, it's
it's all computer controlled. Yeah. I mean, the whole
and when I think of open source, an open source, like here's a perfect example.
It's not friendly. I'm not saying they're making it like please copy us.
I'm very much focused on like, we'll say the literal legalness of what you're saying. That is the part I'm primarily focused on. Here's an example of like stuff that is like, I would say definitively open source that people don't really think of it. So this software called GitLab, it's for storing source control and stuff like that for software. All of the managers where I'm at, they have asked me at one point in time, how do we have GitLab? How much did we have to pay for that? How much was that software? And then we say it's free because it's open source, and they don't believe it at all. Even a person who I know should know better, him and his business partner, were telling me I was a fucking retard and I was an idiot, that the only way to use the software is you have to pay these ungodly license fees in order to be able to use the software, and you can't go above 3 users.
Yeah.
Well, definitively, it's open source software. So if it's open source software, you could go into the code and change it and go like, oh, there's a max 3 users. Now there's an unlimited users.
Yeah.
To me, it was like the strangest argument ever. And so we, of course, have this software. We have like 15 plus users on it, and there is no limitations. The only thing it doesn't have is premium features that you buy that you then plug in or something.
Yeah, sure.
That's actually normally how like most open source software works in terms of like money and all that kind of stuff. But for some reason, people think that it's not. But if it's open source, you just go in and change it.
Yeah.
All day.
I don't know the extent of what he meant when he said that.
I don't know. Look it up.
I will say the problem I
We will
have.
not sue you if you try to make a Tesla might be all that means.
Here's my micro rebuttal.
Again, I am not him. I don't know anything about this.
Here's my
This is
micro
just like,
rebuttal.
It's an interesting data point.
I believe your data point is actually a very valid data point, and it's actually very concerning because Elon Musk is either a liar or an idiot. Now, I don't know if we should go down the road of figuring out which one.
I think that is an easy way of writing him off because obviously
No,
he's like...
no, Leland, I am not writing him off. I am definitively saying we had this conversation. We actually had this conversation,
Yeah.
and so we'll go a little bit further into it. I believe he is absolutely acting as though a leader does, and this is why it's so different because he acts like, for example,
Because
as a
nobody's
business
seen
owner,
leadership and generation.
he acts like a business owner, not like an employee. And right out of the gate, since everyone's employees, they don't even know what you're not doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So that's number one. But number two, I look at his actual vision of the future, and it is absolutely dystopian. 100%. It is like wolf in sheep's clothing. And he may not know this. He may not have enough training. I don't think he does. I think
All
he's
right,
another
so
person.
Let's step back for a minute. That doesn't invalidate him as a leader. So Hitler was a leader. Right.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but
he
has two visions. I'm gonna put my heels on this because it goes back to the bigger
he
point.
wants to put a chip inside your brain.
I wasn't even going to talk about that
Okay.
one. That's almost more interesting, I'd say. No, the big ones are
unlocking the human potential.
Mars.
go to
Yeah,
Mars to prevent human extinction, which is again that is a survival argument. That is an
Such an
apocalypse one.
engineer's response, though. It's like human extinction is very likely.
Therefore,
we build redundant systems.
Yeah,
Yes.
and my concern about this
To
is
eliminate
why it seems so reasonable, but it's so unreasonable because the simpler truth is humans probably aren't going to go extinct, and they may fall back and then turn
But
into
can
a
we
more
take that
anamorphic.
chance?
He's
But
not betting on that, though.
Of course, he's not.
And
The
if,
number
if
two,
humans don't go extinct, then that's fine.
The
He just developed all this technology and this capacity to, colonize another planet. So what? We didn't need it.
I know
Great.
I know you're totally BS.
It's
'cause
insurance.
We actually had the conversation about this Mars thing and literally how the ground itself is at a permanent minus 80 degrees Celsius. It can never be thawed.
Just drop some nukes on it.
So number two,
Warm it up.
number two one is the bigger one, which is the Tesla electric car. So it's like he goes, well, we have to eliminate fossil fuels because that's like we're going to collapse as a civilization. So we have to do that. Meanwhile, the cost to produce that, which will never change, he's tackling that here. We'll say it's a pyramid of problem.
He's doing the.
He's tackling it at this level
Yeah.
right here, and none of this can be changed to support that.
I don't
understand.
I don't think
I think
that
you
argument.
know what, because you've been around these people more than either of us have.
Yeah.
He's like true Silicon Valley tech.
He is.
And
true
so
Silicon
what
Valley
that
tech.
means.
He started Tesla because you couldn't buy a fucking electric car, and he thought electric cars were cool.
Yeah,
And he wanted
sure.
to have an electric car to drive around.
Yeah, I believe it.
They're also not like their vision of the future is techno utopia.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
And so they're not thinking like, oh, we need to simplify these technologies and even regress.
Which you could make an argument it's
For
not
simplicity.
their job,
No, it's not.
right? It's like, why is Silicon Valley now supposedly
Well,
running the world?
now I'm going to.
Because they always have a technological solution for the problem that you're going to.
That's correct. That is
always.
That's definitely that.
There's
much.
a
That's what they
future
do.
But
technology.
that is why I'm going to say this puts him more in the manipulator camp and not the leadership camp, because the leadership camp cares about other people and their concerns and their vision, or getting them to the vision, and not whatever.
I think
kind of
he
stuff
knows
they
that
do.
he knows best.
Well, he's covering.
Oh, I definitely. No, on top of that,
no.
I believe society has actually continued to put him
No.
in an echo chamber and raise him up that you do know best.
He's covering free speech and he's covering human extinction. So that's pretty good for a single individual.
Neither one of those are true, though. That's the problem with this.
The whole reason that he
This
bought
is-
X
So
is because it was being completely censored by one particular political
it's
party.
a Twitter. I don't know a person on Twitter.
I don't either. But
Are you on Twitter?
all
for
the
my work.
managerial class are on fucking Twitter.
I don't-
They are.
They
whole,
are.
The whole academic world is on Twitter.
And this is the managerial comment I wanted to make. Is,
Like the whole academic
again, we're
and
still
research
acting like this
world is on
matters
Twitter.
because there was literally nonstop conversations outside of Twitter about looking in on it, going, "This is stupid." The belief that it actually mattered, like literally,
it matters to a class of people that you're not a member of.
No, but you're missing the point. Literally, it has been a meme since the day that Twitter came out that it is
I
the most
understand what you're saying.
stupid, pointless discussions happen on Twitter.
Do you know why?
I think it was made more important by
Why?
virtue of the fact that he bought it.
This is,
And
no,
made
no.
it
Oh,
into a
it's
thing.
definitely a new
no,
thing
no,
now.
no. This is back to the managerial class thing. The managerial class is running the world right now.
Yes,
And-
I don't disagree with
And
this.
all of the people that are supposed leaders, i.e. like CEOs of large companies, are not leaders, they're managers,
Yeah.
right? And they're managing in a particular way. And all of those managers have to know what the rest of the managerial herd is up to, because they all have to work together to manage the world in the way that the world needs to be managed to keep it exactly the way it is. And the way they do that is fucking Twitter. So that's why it matters to that class. That's why those people are like, this is my life. I spend all my time here. We sit on Twitter talking to each other and fucking commenting on each other's comments and all this shit. Is because that's where the managerial class chats. Just in the same way the fucking working class schlubs are on that fucking Microsoft platform, whatever the fuck that thing's called. LinkedIn. Right? Are you on LinkedIn?
For work.
But I'm
For work.
just going to definitively
But
say,
are you
like,
on there like making
Twitter-
comments and writing articles and all
But
that
wait,
shit?
The
but
only
when it
people that are doing that on LinkedIn are people who are trying to do career positioning.
yeah, it's very
Yeah.
weird. It's
And
very, it's
Twitter
very-
is
yeah.
where the people that are in a position are
Mm-hmm.
engaging in actual dialogue.
People that are managing the world.
Whoa. See, that's where you're getting dangerously soaked into the bullshit of the current world. You said actual dialogue.
For them.
That's
yeah.
nonsense.
I mean,
this is actual dialogue. I replied to. I didn't put it on like a thing.
No,
and then it was
they're
buried.
doing
Then
this.
there's a dick picture
They
put
are
on top.
doing-
This
There's
is,
a lot of that on Twitter too.
no, Twitter
I'm talking
is
about
the
like
water cooler for the managerial class.
So, okay. There is a subset of society that is like, no one is talking to these people. They're in this little silo and they're talking to each other. And they do use Twitter for that. And they're talking about
Sure.
their work and their research paper they put out. And what are the implications
Yeah, I
of
mean,
that?
it's the
Blah,
same
blah, blah.
thing. It's the same thing with like Facebook groups, for example.
Yes, but none of them are
That's a
using Facebook
totally
groups
different
for
group.
it.
Yeah.
Who's none of them? I know.
None of
plenty.
them.
I'm
managerial
talking
class.
about the researchers
Yep.
specifically, just because I got
Yeah, sure.
tapped into this world recently. They're using Twitter for this.
Do you know why they're using Twitter? Because this conversation keeps coming up
know why
about
they're
the fact that, because again, let's pull back to like 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe it's 10 years ago. Like Twitter was like literally known to be where stupid people talk. And that's all anybody ever said about it. And then all of a sudden it became and consumed the conversation. And then people became on Twitter.
Yeah.
And then they started moving down that path.
Right.
But the reality is this is so infinitesimally small. It's like Reddit. Who the fuck is on Reddit?
So can we go back to the? I want to know about this maneuvering in a new situation here. Like
Okay.
where are
This
we
is a
going?
relevant conversation.
Where are we going?
Yeah, where are we going here?
We're going to have continual decline due to the managerial class
Yes.
and trying to manage chaos, which they can't do because you need leadership to do that. You need a new vision.
Decline where?
The decline of everything.
Yeah.
It's basically the snake eating its own tail until there's nothing left.
Yes.
You basically just masturbate in a circle until there's literally nothing left.
Not literally, but maybe at some point.
There's
And for
nothing
some.
left. Yeah. No, the issue is
That's a very dystopian outlook. Could
It is-
could things not
Look.
go that way?
so mythologically.
I'm not saying they will. Not go that way.
Mythologically, this is where the fucking phoenix comes from,
Yes.
right? Is that it has to crash and fucking burn and then be reborn from the flames.
Were people having this conversation every decade for the last 100 years?
No, not every decade.
Are we
sure?
Every 80
Yeah.
years.
I can tell you right now, definitively, I've talked to a number of people. Like, for example, the guy I talked to, when you really sit down with like a 65-year-old guardian or like 70-year-old guardian and you start talking to them, they will very quickly make you aware that back when they were back in 1970 and 1968, the conversations and the worldview that they had was like nothing like today.
Oh yeah.
They were just like, literally, it's just like, I'm just like happy go lucky. We just go down the street. Like, they won't stop talking about this crap. And I totally believe it. But the reality is what ends up happening about what he's saying, things have to go down for somebody to then say, the grass is greener over there, and people have to be able, they've got to be in a position by which when they hear that, and somebody says it definitively enough, they will follow them. And we are not in that space.
Will not move.
They will not move.
Until everyone is fucking starving to death. Right? It will stay there as long as it fucking can and not take a chance on something else. Now, it's not everyone. 10% of the population is always out looking for the next horizon, innovating, scouting, all that kind of shit. But the 80%, they're not going to fucking move.
Yeah, but do we care about the 80% here? I'm assuming we all think that we're not in the 80%.
Well,
and that we're maneuvering in the world that is formed by the 20%.
I can say very definitively we are not in the 80% because 5% of this conversation is never had by anyone out there.
No, we're not in the 80%, but the 80% does affect us.
It does.
Because they're eating all the grass.
Okay.
They're shitting in the water.
Yes.
Right?
So I don't have many positive visions of the future. There's a techno-utopia one. And it depends a lot on the benevolence of Silicon Valley and a fount of creativity, which doesn't appear to be there.
Can we go deep into this? I want to actually hear what this is.
That's one. There's only I only really have two, and there's the Galt's Gulch version, essentially, which is not oriented around a techno-utopia really at all. It's more of a concentration of
like
enlightened people.
I was gonna say mini nations.
Yeah. And those are really the only two that I see. I don't see any other positive.
How compelling is Galt's Gulch? Is it actually compelling?
It is for a certain type of people.
I'm telling you, I'm definitively selling Galt's Gulch right now.
Yeah.
That is I would say that is my play, is Galt's Gulch.
It's not.
It's hard to do Galt's Gulch with limited resources. I don't know.
It's not just
It's
that.
very difficult to do that.
'Cause I mean,
if I had a 1,000-acre ranch, I'd be doing Galt's Gulch 100% right now, and trying to attract the most interesting people to go there. It's hard to do Galt's Gulch here.
Now, we would need to go into depth about what one means by Galt's Gulch, because I think your definition of Galt's Gulch, it probably more aligns better with
the
Atlas
technical
Shrugged.
narrative version. Yeah,
it probably aligns very well with that. It does not align very well with mine. I don't think. I see more of Galt's Gulch, like the more the base level of what Galt's Gulch is this is your space. These are the things you have a community. It's a harmonious, real, organic community that generally, for the most part, is voluntarily. But I understand that, like, generally, it's much more complicated to have like a group involuntariness, because people don't want to leave a group. They don't want to be brought out of a group, and that it's its own coercion. And that's not by anybody actually doing anything. That's just reality.
All right.
But where the thing that you're bringing in, you're adding to that. I say adding to mine, but is not adding to Atlas Shrugged, because Atlas Shrugged is very much in that space, is the uniqueness of the specializations of people and their plurality of their focuses.
I mean, the Galt's Gulch thing, right, is literally the people who keep the world running at the highest levels decide that they're no longer going to keep the world running, and they go to the same place together.
Yes, which the thing about that does not match the modern reality of people trying to create their little communities is they basically went globally, skimmed the top 4% of the population.
Yeah,
they took the cream right off the top.
Yes.
Point
and
0.09.
that's who they made Galt's Gulch with. Yes. They didn't make it with random people that decided that they don't like the system and but don't have any resources or skills.
Totally.
It'd be like, for example, it'd be like Yo-Yo Ma and Elon Musk and what would be like another good, like totally random out there.
Well, I mean, this is sort of
like it'd be like those people coming together.
Yeah, it would be. My point is the realistic alternative not the narrative Galt's Gulch? a positive vision of the future.
Well, let's put it this way. So the Galt's vision appeals to young men with large egos because they, of course, would be in that 4%. And that's why they identify with the Galt's.
Sure.
Right? But it's not possible unless you are in the top 4%. And then if you are, you're doing so well in the world, why would you leave it? The world,
as it is now, there's
as
no
it
reason
is,
to.
there's
Yeah,
no
why would
reason to
Elon
leave
Musk
it.
pull out? It's actually counterintuitive. For
It doesn't
them
make sense
to leave.
No.
And arguably,
Well,
if
he
Elon Musk
gave up on his personal mission,
She's basically, I mean, she was kind of making the case, like the Soviet case, where it's like the government becomes so dystopian that you can't operate as a 4%er anymore because they're just going to throw you in a gulag.
yeah,
So you need to withdraw from society.
yeah, everyone is
Right.
a servant of the state.
Yes. So
regardless of how high performing.
which I personally think we're very far away from that in the United States.
it seems unlikely because
We are way too
the
fractured
people that are in the
at
4%,
a regulatory level for that to be possible.
No,
I don't
it's
see that.
not.
the
They're-
4% have enough money and power that they're controlling the government.
Yeah,
They're not actually even in the country. They're these like
No.
sort of
They're
cosmopolitan,
kind of quasi
yeah,
global citizens.
exactly.
Yeah. So it's very hard for any organization to control them, even if they try.
Not a state
and,
entity.
and again, I'm going to be
Yeah.
very explicit because when I look at the government at a close enough level and zoomed back a little bit, you see people who are the most employee of employees. How is an employee of an employee going to take on an owner?
They're not.
They just don't.
No.
They can't. And the
they
fact
have no
that the frame
imagination or vision.
no, they don't. The
So-
framework that they have there, and who are they led by? You know, hand waving managers who are employees of employees. It just doesn't add up. It's not like
But we as not in that group have
we
a
are
problem,
not. We are not in that group.
right? Which is the
There's a lot
employee
of
of the
problems.
employee can fuck us over.
Absolutely.
They can throw us in prison. They can pass bullshit laws that we have to comply with.
It's
They can
absolutely
make
right.
our lives miserable. They can take all our money. I mean, look at what the fuck's going on in Canada right now.
Oh man, Canada's bad.
It's that they can torture the class of citizen that is a normal, ordinary citizen.
Yes, definitively.
They control their lives 100%.
I mean, I saw like here's a perfect example to this. I saw so the ATF, the latest stuff that the ATF is causing there's controversy around with the ATF is FFLs in the nature of whether or not you're gonna fall underneath FFL license because I sell you a gun or something like that, as in not as a business. So one of the arguments that I heard, now the person who runs the ATF as the director, I believe him to be genuine. He is a manager's manager. He is a totally brainless person who is like, if you had a corporation and you're like, I'm giving you the keys to my car that drives 500 miles an hour and it better be super clean and you better not crash it, you give it to that dude because he's going to drive it 40 miles an hour and like beat everybody off.
Those people are running all of the fucking 3-letter organizations.
I
All of
don't,
them.
no, that's not true.
That's what I see.
No, look at the Department of Education. It's definitively not. He is definitively not that. They are off on their own tangent. ATF, a lot of people think that that's what's going on, but if you watch enough of them, no, that guy is just, I just do what the law says and we do this. But anyways, he made this argument. It's the most bureaucratic argument I've ever heard. It was flabbergasting. And Chip Roy, the Texas House rep, he's basically asking him. He's like, let's get down to like just the common day, everyday person. Is like, am I gonna be in trouble if I sell one gun or like 3 guns? And he was creating like realistic scenarios where I inherited a gun this year and I sold it to a friend. And then I had like an old gun and I decided I wanted to get rid of it. And then, that. And so he's creating kind of this like not unrealistic scenario. He's like, okay, am I going to now be in trouble with FFL? And so he's like, no, you got to understand, like, this is really simple. And he's like, dude, there's 500 pages of legislation that you guys 500 pages of regulations that you added when there used to be a single paragraph about it. And so he's like, I don't know what you're saying. He's like, no, you don't understand. Like all of these nuances, like we look at these things and we take this stuff into account. I definitively believe that this man believes that the organization, and I'm not going to doubt them, I'll take them at their word, that they would look at all this. But guess what? You will get slayed by the time and cost that they're going to impose on you.
Yeah.
In the meantime, when they go like, oh, you're really not actually selling guns.
Yeah.
Like you really don't need FFL. And you're like, fuck, I'm broke. Because I just had to go to court 100 times, but it's not a real court, it's their court.
I'm broke,
It's
I'm
a very good
divorced,
strategy. Yeah.
you know, I might as well just put a gun in my mouth.
Well, yeah. What was the sci-fi that... I mean, you make so many... Oh, maybe it wasn't a sci-fi. It was the fucking Gulag Archipelago is maybe what I'm thinking of. It's just you make so many laws that you are
You're
at
always
all
breaking
times
laws.
Yes.
breaking a law.
Yeah.
So you can just make up any reason to arrest anyone.
Yes.
Yeah, there's that.
There's a legitimate reason.
Yeah.
There's
legitimate
definitely a
law.
tactic.
I mean, you and I,
There's definitely a tactic
everyone in
for
this
that.
room is breaking 50 laws probably right now. It's, I remember when I was in California, it was like, if you carry your rifle from the living room to the kitchen, you just broke a law. because
There's
you
no one
transported a
breaking any
firearm.
laws on this video here. We're just hanging out here in a private establishment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, I mean... And
building is insured.
the thing that was so shocking about it was he had never considered the fact that a regular person, the burden on a regular person is extreme. Because Chip Roy kept trying to come back in and go like, no, you don't understand. A normal person is not going to understand 500 pages. He's like, no, don't worry about it. Like, they're not going to be in trouble. It's like, yes, they will be.
Yes, they will.
They're
It'll
not.
ruin their lives.
They're not
Yes.
actually going to be in trouble. Where they're maybe actually going to be arrested.
Yep.
You're just going to actually kick in their door with a SWAT team, and then be like, "Well, it's not really a gun running thing. We just found a couple guns over here, and
your house is destroyed, and your wife is traumatized, and your children need to go to therapy for the next 10 years. And we shot your dog on the way in because he looked threatening."
yes." By the way, just before that question was asked, they were the whole opening of this whole thing was to the fact that in Texas the ATF with local law enforcement, I think it was Austin. I'm pretty sure it was Austin. They raided a guy's house over an FFL license had lapsed or something, or like he put in like the wrong thing or something or whatever. They did a no-knock break into his house with like 40 people and shot the fucker dead in his hallway.
That happens like all the fucking time.
Yes. And apparently none of them had any body cameras on, to include the local law enforcement, and
Imagine
both of them were required to have it on. And so he was asked about all this stuff, and he's just like, you can't ask this guy this because he's never going to be able to
He's
answer.
never touched reality.
You can tell like he's like paralyzed by this, and so he has to go to his like, oh, they say I can't talk about an open investigation, because he can't answer that. He's not political. He's actually a manager.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like him. He's not like not a real person. He's a person who's actually fearful.
Yeah.
It's a problem with managers. They're all fearful.
That's what they operate from.
It is.
Fear.
Yeah.
Fear and lack.
So why shouldn't a kid who's growing up today see the internet money thing and think to themselves, well, I should just do that? Like, it's easy enough.
Well, it depends.
I could even just do that, make a few million and then be done, and then dedicate myself to more meaningful things.
No, you need to have
afterwards.
millions more followers after you have millions of dollars.
Yeah, the problem is what would happen to you as you move down that? It will literally change you. Look at Alex Hormozy.
Is that a compelling argument though? Maybe you would want to be changed.
Alex Hormozy is now. I mean, again,
It's not a compelling argument to a young person.
Yeah, how do you derail that process? Because that's going to be happening. I mean, en masse. You're going to have a whole fucking cohort of young men trying to do that.
They will fail.
They will fail.
Right. Okay, so let's say we know a young man who's going to be contemplating this and will have to struggle with this particular decision. Yeah. What do you tell them?
Well, first of all, you tell them that it's just like the golden age of Hollywood when everybody wanted to go and become an actor.
Well, that's a good argument.
And of course, most of them didn't. And the few that did, of course, they became rich, but most of them ended up bussing tables and doing something else later in their life.
Having some good data on actual outcomes would be good.
Yeah,
I was getting ready to say data.
Yeah, I wonder how many good attempts or how many attempts there are.
I mean, there's
for every success.
I think the culture does understand some of that already, because I mean, like, someone was bringing up OnlyFans earlier, and the OnlyFans statistics are fucking hilarious because it's like,
they're like a meme at this point.
If you're not the top 10 women then you're making $20.
Yep.
Well, that is actually
And you've sold your purity for the attempt.
Yes.
the problem with some of this is collecting
the big money.
the data, and then number two, like having actual data, and then number two, the other problem with it is generally data does not actually sell anything.
No, emotion does.
So even when you go and you do
Right.
that,
Okay. Let's say this person is like extremely charismatic though, like would be excellent on camera,
okay,
and like everything is pointing in. They'd crush it.
you could
if
do
they did that.
you
you
could
say
do,
try it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Is that what you would say?
I would tell them potentially to go find a position that does that. As in, how quickly can you go get into it? The problem is, yes, to actually go do it. The problem that most people run into is when you go and you do something like, let's say I'm going to be a YouTuber, you immediately, like day one, 10 seconds in, you're derailed by doing something like, what computer do I need?
Yes.
What
editing software?
Camera do I need? Definitively there on day one, they're immediately derailed and they will never return correctly. They have the wrong view of it when they try to do the how. They have to go do the thing.
Is that a reason not to do it? To not try to do that?
Because they won't do it, so they can't possibly be successful. Here's an example. I know a person.
I mean, there will be a whole cohort of people that do try to do this.
Yes, and no one makes it. Like no one.
A statistically insignificant amount of
So
people,
small,
like
it's
lottery
ridiculous.
winners.
It may have been more in the past, but those people were definitively doing something different than what everybody else was doing.
Yeah.
Even by the nature. So they turn on the webcam when no one else would turn on the webcam. So here's another example to this. I know a specific person who decided that they wanted to open up a business. Now, they have not talked about it since, so that goes to show you right now how a lot of people will actually go and open a business. He wanted to create a company that imports unique, different Japanese things and brings it to the United States. I don't know anything about that market, but I'm certain one could build a business around that.
I actually know someone who does that.
So he was going to do that.
A thing.
He was trying to optimize the absolute wrong things. He first
I don't know how you do that living here. You kind of need to live in Japan. Everyone that I know that
he
does
has
that
he
lives
has
in
connections in Japan
Sure.
that he was going to use,
Yeah.
which is great for prototyping. That's great because they can send it. But he was trying to figure out how this person could be able to stream these resources over time. And I'm like, dude, you have no customers. What are you actually going to sell someone that's different? Because what you could do, the fastest way to get in business on that is like to go sell like Hello Kitty or just the standard Japanese things that are different than American things, but they're the standard ones. And so you can buy Pocky sticks.
Sure.
So you have a shop, you have Hello Kitty, Pocky sticks, and I don't know, freaking Japanese incel wang touchers or something. You know, some freaking actually weird thing. And you can bring in potentially one thing at a time. But I told him, I'm like, dude, you were optimizing all the wrong things. You need to have a customer. You may choose one thing that maybe you're considering to bring in and then try to run ads on it and see if anybody will even fucking click it. Because if you can't get someone to buy it, you don't have a business.
I think so. I think there are two different things here. I think there's the internet business thing.
Yeah.
Which you don't need any digital visibility personally at all.
No, you don't.
To do that very successfully. And I actually think those are the people that are navigating the sort of digital gold rush probably the best. Because they're not sacrificing their integrity doing the online celebrity thing.
Yeah.
Generally.
I think that's reasonable.
But then there's the online celebrity thing.
Yeah.
And I think that, because it gets more visibility, is what's going to trap more people and is more threatening for that reason.
I will say, though, to do the first, you have to have actual business skills.
Yeah, or get them pretty rapidly.
You got to get them. So, for example, you have to have, like, the numbers, and you have to look at them.
Yeah.
You have to be able to do things like, I'm measuring the ads that are coming in and the costs and, like, the views, and then you got to go, like, okay, then, like, the scaling math. Like, you actually have to know that stuff.
Yeah.
Because by not having the following, they don't have the market to sell into. They have to go into the markets that are there and go grab them.
Okay,
There are set avenues on that.
I don't think the internet celebrity thing is a problem.
Oh, interesting.
It's the reason it feels like a problem is everybody's staring at it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Biden.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't look at him, he's not a problem.
That's true.
I
But
absolutely
if you fucking
agree.
stare at him, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Right? So
Which is what they want.
when you have a young kid who's like, you know, I want to become an internet celebrity.
Well, people are getting themselves very upset about Biden doing that, too.
What?
It's not just. I mean, you can get yourself very upset watching Biden clips.
If you stare
By
at shit,
design.
yes, you can.
no.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying, is that's what you're paying attention to. So, young kids, it used to be, I want to be a sports star, right?
Yep.
And it was, I'm going to become an NBA player. And then it was, I'm going to become a rapper,
Mm-hmm.
right? And now it's, I'm going to become an internet celebrity. But the reality is that nobody fucking became an NBA star. Nobody became a rapper. Nobody's going to become an internet celebrity.
Yeah.
It's not they don't exist. It's just that, no, it ain't going to fucking happen for you. There's going to be a small group of hyper talented people that will pour their entire life into it. I mean, you have people that are internet celebrities now that started when they were like 10.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it for 20 years now.
Probably not an insignificant amount of them.
Yeah.
Have been on that trajectory for a long time.
Right. And there's going to be new ones that come up, and then they're going to fade away, and then there's going to be new ones that come up, just like you have actors. That this is the hot actor this week.
Yeah.
And then 2 years from now, you're like, I haven't seen that person anything forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be that same shit. But it's not, I mean, you can waste some time and maybe get your boomer parents to buy you a whole bunch of electronics equipment so you can pretend that you're going to be an internet celebrity. Right? In the same way that your parents used to send you to acting classes or to basketball camp or to, what was that, Friday? Remember that song? Where in LA, all the rich girls get a rap video made.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
For their 16th birthday, because then they're a rap star.
Yep.
It's
Vaguely remember that.
so if you have rich parents, they can buy you lots of toys and support your playing at something. But when they run out of money, then
Yeah,
you're
well,
gonna
this
have
is
to
the
do something
temptation,
else.
is like the playing never ends.
Yes.
You
Well,
just get to
that's-
play forever.
That's the modern problem. The modern problem is we're so fucking rich, that we can have like 9/10 of the population doing fuck all the time.
Yep.
And telling everyone about it.
And telling everyone about it.
And
we're all watching them tell us about it.
And
Yes.
making
Because we
it,
have so much time.
yes.
Because we're so fucking rich.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I was thinking about this one on the way up. It's like, when I was a kid, we literally, we're doing real farming. That's what we fucking did. That's it. There wasn't time for like, I'm going to spend 6 hours today watching fucking Netflix.
Yeah.
No. There's pigs to slop. There's a field that needs to be plowed. You need to go out to the barn and fix the roof.
I want to focus on this, and I want to bring it back to the original conversation that we're having about vision and future and stuff like that. This is the actual reality that we're talking about, and the way that it's being spent is in scarcity mode versus the appreciation of what it actually is. And as a result, the mindset of the vast majority of people that we're talking about here, this manager class and so on, they aren't viewing how do we get to their non-Nazi salute here. They're looking at, oh my God, this is happening. And they're driving in that direction. Even the person we talked about, Elon Musk, is not saying, hey, things are freaking amazing, but guess what? Over that hill, it's even better. Yeah. Well, he's saying it by hijacking it. Definitively, he is more than anyone else pretending to do that. No. But when you look at it, it's like Mars is, we should waste all the resources we have now to do something that is bullshit science fiction.
Okay,
I have to call you guys bullshit on this, because when I asked for a compelling positive vision in the future, you told me that there was none.
No, I didn't say that.
You said a serpent biting its own tail until everything is destroyed.
I'm saying that's what's going on with the managerial class.
That's what they're selling right now.
Right. So, I mean, this is sort of my point, though, is like there's a
fantastic vision for the future. All of those people, I see them crucified on a hill after gasoline has been poured on them. And now they're a tale that will be told.
Can I add to this? Can we have a world where there is not gaslighting? Not at this level.
Well, this is the lying.
That'd be a perfect example. And I was thinking about that term earlier. I'm like, I should say lying.
Yeah.
Because gaslighting, it sounds very advanced, but it's lying.
Yes.
Like literally just endless amounts of lying. That will start to go away because it cannot stand in a world where people don't give a shit. It actually is what happened with yellow journalism. They did the same stuff they're doing right now, and then no one bought it. And then they had to swap over into the 1950s mode, telling you exactly the facts.
Yeah.
They did
No,
that.
but-
That had to happen.
But we're so rich and shit is so good that we have microaggressions,
Microaggression.
right? So it's not, oh damn, grandma died of dysentery and the boy got carried off by a jackal. It's, oh my God, you misgendered me, right? That's, here's your, things that could go wrong.
Right.
Yes.
And all of these have been taken care of by civilization. They're all gone.
They're
Right.
all gone.
The wolves aren't carrying off the children.
The wolves is a big
Nobody's
one.
starving
Yeah.
to death in the wintertime. And all we have down here is someone's feelings were slightly hurt.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so the entire society is focused on someone's feelings were slightly hurt, right? The entire society,
Yes.
right?
Here
That's-
though,
So okay, let's ignore that for a
positive.
second. That's what 80% of the people are paying attention to
Mhm.
and are concerned with.
Yes.
Okay, you're you're 18, you're graduating high school, you see the bullshit. Your brain is starting to see the bullshit for the first time.
Yeah.
Compelling vision for the future. Is there any?
Life.
What?
Well, okay. Let's assume.
What's worth building?
I think
What's
it's
worth doing? What's actually good?
Leland,
to do?
I would. Some of this is a little fairy tale-ish.
Sure.
You're starting of the context because you're starting in a context that is kind of old. I'm seeing people who are in their high school. They are not even sort of talking or thinking the way you're already started.
I
They're
don't know that that's true.
they see things, but they're already on the path to going down there, and even the things that they think is alternative to bypass it is all part of that same thing.
I think I have been particularly impressed with the limited exposure I've had to the newest cohort of high schoolers that are about to graduate, with their perception of bullshit. Like, they've been so steeped in it for their entire lives.
Yeah, I don't disagree with this.
I think they have a really good nose for it. I don't think that is a substitute for a constructive, positive vision. Being able to say that's bullshit isn't the same thing as being able to say that's worth doing.
No,
And I
it's
don't
not.
think they have half that coin
So
sorted out at all.
one aspect.
I don't think anyone does.
So
I mean,
you
that's-
got to talk about what is the compelling vision of the future. It is based in the history of the now. That it is. I'm not going to say it's not entirely the not that, but an example could be.
I am putting you guys on the spot. And
No, it's
maybe
fine.
This is not reasonable to ask anyone this question.
No, I'm
an
just waiting for
example.
my
An
talking
example.
turn.
An
I have plenty
example.
of ideas.
An example to this would be like, for example, what's happening in that area of the neck of the woods. I'm not even gonna bother saying the name because it's not relevant
Sure.
because we all know what we're talking about.
Yeah, don't say that.
That general area of the neck of the woods. People are the compelling vision to move people is they have to actually have the taste of the bad to go. We're looking for freedom, quietness,
Yeah.
being able to build things that you want to actually see out the vision of the life that you actually want to live.
Yeah.
It can only appeal to certain kinds of people, and I've seen it definitively in the types of people, because some of the people who are kind of coming in and around here that are of certain kinds of types, they're for those things in certain kinds of words, but they're bringing the same crap from out there. They're bringing that stuff here. And I know you know this.
Yeah.
Because I know you're not part of that crowd. You're on my side. You're on the go home side.
Yeah.
And we've seen it. But I do know other people that so you were saying some of the compelling vision, and I was saying about Galt's Gulch. One of the things that's annoying to me about Galt's Gulch, and is part of the techno-utopia, which we didn't get into,
Yeah.
is the fact that I don't know what a techno-utopia looks like. It looks like, if I'm going to pretend, it's like I'm just sitting here and then there's conveyor belts that bring me, I want a burger. And then it comes and you're
It's
sitting.
the final scenes of Wall-E.
Yeah.
It
You're
is.
riding
There's
There are a
around in
lot
your
of
chair.
visions of it.
Yes.
We've played around with it.
And here's Exhibit A. Look at every sci-fi for the last 30 years. It all is dystopia, which is kind of maddening.
Yeah.
And so all the ideas are out on it. So I don't actually believe that. But then when it is described, you look at any of they're always let's take the dystopian ones, but it's the utopian. What's that one where these kids, and maybe there's parents, they live in this village and everything's nice, but no one knows anything. But then there's the few people who are the keepers. Do you know what movie this
There's
is?
so many
Talking about
stories
the
like
M. Night
that.
Shyamalan, The Village.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of too.
Yeah.
With the monsters in the woods.
Yes.
No,
That are basically to keep you from
these
leaving the
people,
village.
they're like living, they're ultimately living on like a plateau in like the clouds, and then there's like the out there, but no one goes out there. And then, what's the dude? The dude abides, that guy.
Oh,
He's in.
Lebowski? Yeah.
Yes.
He's in this movie. He's like the old keeper, and he's unlike
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
everybody else.
Yeah,
and then
that's
there's the
what he's
kid
talking
who's
about.
chosen, and then
The
he
Giver?
learns. Is that what it is?
something
thinking
like
of The
that.
Giver?
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's a good example. That's a utopia, like a utopia where everything is like great and fine and all this kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
it's a very structured and orderly and centrally regulated society.
Yeah, but no one cares because it's
They don't
like
know
it's
better.
good.
They
It's
don't,
it's
things are
generally
good and they don't know better. Yeah.
But of course, they're missing all the human experience. So
Yeah,
I guess the
totally.
beginning of the movie starts out in black and white, then I think it turns to color. I think it's one of those kind of movies. But
Yeah.
when I look at it, when Gulch, that's annoying to me, is they have like all the futuristic tech. Like, oh, if only society wouldn't be so stupid, we'd have this mega power plant with limitless power.
Yeah.
Whereas in reality, real people are seeing actual utopia by having less and living more connected, more down to earth, doing certain kinds of things. That is way more compelling for certain people, but not all people.
Part of me agrees.
You're living
I
that.
definitely have this.
You have that going
I am
on.
the product of the place I grew up. So yeah, I do.
You see what I'm saying?
I do, but I also. I mean, I've always described it this way because I think it's accurate. I am playing a game of Civ, and I would like to get to the later stages.
Yeah,
I do not want to stay in the stages
But
that I'm in.
okay, let's move forward.
Yeah.
You kind of snap your fingers, you kind of moved, and magical things happen in between. You get to the thing. What do you live in? Are you living in a castle? Because all things that you might live in, for example, they have counter trades that you're doing with your actual life. So, for example, a castle requires all of your time and energy for everybody to heat the fucking thing. You'll freeze to death in a castle.
Yeah.
So the bro in Kentucky,
I definitely
he can
do
take his castle.
have a personal techno utopia that I'm aiming at. That does involve advanced technology.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely not bought into the, permaculture, dig your swales with shovels and be happy movement.
Well, I want swales, but I don't necessarily want to spend my whole life digging them.
Right, but there's an extreme level of minimalism that results in that kind of personal philosophy.
I totally agree.
Where you take all of the trappings of the modern world and all of the technological advantages and you throw them all out, all of them.
Yeah.
Because they're the devil's in them.
Yes.
Essentially.
I will tell you, I've
But
seen a little bit of this,
is
so
the
I
issue,
know.
right? This is back to my
And I don't
binary
agree.
that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right? It's like technology good, technology bad. Which is it?
Not
And
interesting.
it's like
How about
That's-
credit? How about credit good?
power
Credit
good,
bad.
power bad.
Technically,
money good,
credit's
money
a good
bad.
one. Yeah. No,
Credit
it's
is
just like-
actually one of the most
Yeah.
amazing thing that was ever
It's
invented.
this binary.
Yeah.
People, for example, they actually like endlessly, people totally rail on having a debt-based monetary system. But as far as I know, do you guys actually know of any previous debt-based monetary system? I don't think there has been any.
What do you mean previous?
Like,
It's
so for
quite
example,
old. It's quite
so
old
for
now.
example, could be something like so you might have like gold certificates, and you say like, okay, we're issuing like gold certificates, but they're like mapped to a something. So somebody has like an actual accounting. A debt-based system does not work like that. A debt-based system, for example, has to infinitely expand. And they go, oh my God, that's like total inflation. Kind of, except for the fact that when there's hiccups in the inflation, it actually gets deleted. And so by the nature of those things, they're always, by having those claims as IOUs, it's actually not the same thing as printing something, because it actually will collapse and go away as part of the natural system. It's actually a really advanced system. It's not what people think it is, where it's just like, oh, I'm just willy-nilly creating money. No, actually, it's not how it works, because money is being collapsed all the time. And just people don't know anything about it. People go, when somebody declares bankruptcy, the money is actually destroyed. It's destroyed.
Yeah.
That's not what happened in the past. You could basically, you could create false number of claims on something. So there's like gold, you claim there's 10 receipts and that you've issued 20 out.
Yeah.
It's not what's actually happening. This is like all of a sudden, like the gold disappeared. Not in somebody stole it, that it like evaporated or something. This is a very different system. And so the general media, which looks a lot like what he's saying, is things like Peter Schiff drives me crazy. He's like, this good, gold system good, this system bad. Like, your analysis of this system is actually not, it's not appropriate.
Well, it's the usual, you know, there's I can't remember who said it, but he said a lack of nuance is tyranny.
Yes.
You know, and that's a good example. It's the reason that most people do not like an inflationary system and a credit-based system is because they're dependent for their livelihood and for their life, literally for their security, on wages, and they have no control over their wages.
I do think that is.
I mean, they're fundamentally disincentivized by the system itself to
Yeah.
save,
Correct.
which is
Yeah.
pathological for
Yes.
any economic system.
Yeah, I do think
That's
that we're
a problem.
But I don't know if this has happened in the past, but we now know this, and it has admittedly taken this long.
Yeah.
And that says a lot of positive characteristics about it. The belief that any monetary system is a perfect monetary system and is going to take people in the future is fucking fairy tale-ish.
Yeah.
It has actually brought
It's also got a bad rap.
this level of prosperity.
It's got a bad rap because people are so uneducated about how it works, and so
It's
therefore
hard.
completely incapable of taking advantage of it.
Yeah, and we're in an environment now where it's
Yeah.
infinitely more difficult.
It's like, who can take advantage of the existing system? Like fucking governments and major corporations.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, they say
Multi-billionaires.
first access to money.
Yeah.
As close as you are to the money,
Yep.
the better off you are.
Right.
Because, I mean, here's an example. Like, they can, for example, take out, like, corporations could take out a shit ton of debt, blow up their company, and then the company can still live on anyways, and somebody just goes buys it, and the circle just keeps on moving and moving and moving.
Yep.
And the employees never need to know a damn thing about it.
Nope.
And if we want to talk about inflation, see, this is like another thing. Okay, so we talk about inflation. We can do things like the United States dollar lost 99% of its value. That thing used to cost like 25 cents, and now it's like a total dollar. But then you look at it in like with a little bit more sober eyes. It happened over such a long period of time that the wage consumer generally did okay.
Have you read Superabundance?
No.
You'd probably enjoy it. It's very confirming.
But when you look at other
It's
systems,
confirming that things are awesome.
things are pretty good.
It's taking a look at the material aspect of what we currently have
Yeah.
and putting that into perspective historically, which is, I mean, to accurately put that in perspective is to go, holy shit, there is so much stuff, and it is so fucking cheap. It boggles the
Dude,
mind.
we are in a professional recording studio right now.
Yeah, this is a great example.
It is
of
a great
of
example.
superabundance.
It is.
Now guess what's missing behind there?
People.
There's no fucking people running this.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's all
Yeah.
great, but it probably isn't.
Right.
How much better would it be if someone's actually running that switchboard and the stuff?
Yeah.
There could actually be like, I don't know, a crowd, and there could be like benefits coming from it. There could be like impacts.
No,
that
it's
are
better
coming
just
from
have
it.
a digital audience and have all these systems be automated, and then live in your fucking.
I told you about this subscription
room.
system. How many
Yeah.
followers do you want? It's only $19.95
Japanese-
for 10,000 followers.
Oh, fuck. What's the Japanese
month.
phrase? Hamikaze.
I don't remember the name.
I mean that means something wind.
Yeah, it's basically like finding the overlapping.
I'm thinking of the people that don't leave their rooms.
Oh, that. Okay, yeah, I don't remember
The
what that's
afraid
called.
of outside.
Yes.
I'm telling you, my mind looks at the world and looks at YouTube and like let's say like my personal rational paranoia. I see the world looking a lot like Dune. Not Dune. Not Dune. Not Dune. That's way extreme. That's a contrast way beyond my imagination. No. What's that sci-fi movie with what's his face?
I just not
That
narrow
one.
it down.
They just came out with a new one, a number 2. The original one was the 1980s with Harrison
That was Dune.
Harrison Ford.
Oh, Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. So I see Blade Runner. I see like crusty urban, super high tech. But when I see that picture, I see where the world is basically going. Is everybody is in their little box and they have their window out and it's a computer box. It is the most terrifying, imaginable dystopia that could ever be, and yet people are doing it today.
We just need the augmented reality, and then everything can actually be a shithole, but you can just put a skin over everything.
Dude, they have these. They
Reskin
they
everything
have
to be
window.
wonderful. Daily.
They have actual like window cover things that
Yeah.
like you go like I'm in the Alps now. And this is
Psychopaths
your
does
whole
this really
room.
well. Psychopaths, the anime, does a really great job of capturing this.
It does.
It's
Everybody I know who has like spent time in Japan, like urban Japan, has come.
Japan's gonna be the first people to do it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, or if not Japan, South Korea.
Yeah.
Either one of them. But every time they come back, they're like it's like shell shocked. They kind of can't believe. Like this right here would be like a family of 3 would live in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
We are space rich, and it's due to some weird historical
America's big.
circumstances.
Yep.
and it's only gonna get more spacey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless the hordes are going to
some
come in,
people.
which is, I mean, as of right now, and I am not a conspiracy theorist on, for example, the like immigration and all this kind of stuff going on. I do believe there's conspiracies around it, but I do not believe the influx of immigrants, the supposed influx of immigrants, has anything to do with, let's say, shadowy figures, and everything to do with the fact that the countries are falling like dominoes.
Yeah.
And those people are leaving, and or they're leaving to make money and send that crap back because everywhere else is jacked the fuck up.
So something that's very interesting to me, and I haven't read nearly enough about this, is that Africa as a continent is completely fucked,
Oh my god,
and like no one really has a good explanation for that.
dude, it's
Or,
extremely
like
brittle.
what to do about it.
A lot of
Like-
it's geographic.
I'm sure there's a lot of it that's geographic.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like bad software, just ancestral issues. These are just like multi-generational trends that they haven't been able to break. We're just like
it's not.
we're military. We do military coups here.
I would
It's
say
like, it's not just Africa.
But Africa, in particular,
Yes.
is like holy shit fucked.
Africa is a hard place. It's what's his name, Alan Savory. I think he's actually a little savvier than most people give him credit. He's got a brittleness scale. They're high on brittleness, and what brittleness means is you got to be savvy as shit.
Or all your people starve.
Yes. They all die.
Savvy, very savvy.
Yeah, and they I mean, they actively experience that.
Yeah.
Still.
They do.
Like, we don't do the starvation thing anymore. We're post-starvation.
There's this. Have you guys seen this?
We're post-starvation as long as the trucks keep moving.
Yeah.
3 days.
Yeah.
Have you seen kind of this new greening the desert that they got going on in Senegal? I think it is.
No.
Dude, they're
Is this a
building.
Jeff Lawton project?
Nope. It's like a. There could be a lot of shadowy
Oh, I
people
think I
who are
have
funding
seen
this
this one.
But
You considering Jeff Lawton a shadowy person who could be funding this?
well, to some extent, the fact
the
that
Jordanian
he's
family.
like
With
married into
with his
the.
royalty.
Yep.
But
Middle Eastern oil
I'm-
royalty.
No. Jeff Lawton, I don't believe is involved in this at all. I think he's like semi-retired, but
Still doing
they're
courses. and
they're
shit.
out there manual labor because they all have to, or what else are they gonna do? But
Yeah.
they're basically going and cutting semicircles all
Yep,
across the
I did
desert
see that.
to capture water,
Yep.
like endlessly hundreds of miles of
Really?
capturing water and like growing like fig trees and palm trees and whatnot. And you look at the pictures and stuff, dude. They are greening the fucking Sahara Desert.
Wow. When did this start?
I don't know, like 5-10 years ago. And like you watch the videos, it is compelling. It's either all bullshit or it's compelling.
This isn't the Greening the Desert project.
No.
That Jeff
No,
Lawton-
I'm just saying it's like a new greening the desert.
Yeah.
And I think it's called like the general terms of it is like maybe it's like the Saharan green belt or something. What they're trying to do is they're trying to stop the desertification basically
Yeah,
going
yeah.
south.
Yeah.
And so they're building a green barrier to stop the sands.
Right.
And you look at the before and after, you're like, wow.
That's
Now,
pretty awesome.
now, here's the flip side, though, because I'm a little savvier than they look. They're probably taking pictures in the summertime
Yeah.
and not the wintertime or
Right.
whatever,
Yeah.
or, vice versa. Or, and it's like everything's brown here normally, and then it's
Yes.
green. Look how green it is.
Yeah,
And it still looks very deserty.
definitely.
But admittedly, from my, armchair looks at it from a desert strategy, I think it's the right one.
Yeah.
I think it's going to work.
It's the permaculture thing it is amazing. Permaculture is a marketing problem because I don't know how the environmental movement has any credibility with permaculture as a like proven design theory
Yes.
existing.
Well, it's funny because it's intermixed and it kind of has to be with philosophy and politics.
It's too complicated to just be like, here's a instruction manual. Just do this. I mean, you could just have people do that.
They do have the manual.
They do
now,
have
but
the
here's the problem, though.
The manual has a shitload of like philosophy and patterns and all sorts of other stuff in there.
That's the first page. That's the first pages.
That's the marketing problem. I think maybe you need to.
Yeah, for them.
I mean, I don't know. It's like maybe with like computer programming and generations, you have prior patterns and understandings that just get built in that you don't need to keep reiterating. Like, you don't necessarily need to define all of those fundamentals.
You should never make a hash
principles.
map ever. You should never make a hash map.
I don't know what that means, but I assume that's like this kind of thing. It's like if every generation you're redefining the basics, it does limit how much you can do.
Progress.
Do they do it? They, trust me, they're doing it right now, and David knows because I've had enough conversations with them that.
Angry conversations.
Yeah, it's for sure. They are absolutely, definitively doing it. Now, I will say
it's the same issue. I mean, the permaculture people are doing the same thing.
They definitely are.
And you lose people at the fucking patterns because it's like, who do you imagine when you think about someone talking about patterns? It's like someone barefoot, no offense, and like rags, building a cob house, no offense to Cobb. It's just like it's bad marketing.
Well, it's funny you say that. I don't think so. I think most people scan immediately over the top of the patterns, and only savvy ass people can understand the patterns.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I've actually definitively found.
Yeah.
Because this is kind of how it works. When I talk to
hippies, that's what I think of.
When I talk to certain kinds of people, Leland, I've learned something.
Dirty fucking hippies.
The two types that are very similar to this type, they're very concrete oriented. This type right here, you don't talk to them. You actually just become more interested in your own thing, and you live it and you love it, and then they just come and join. That's how it actually works. Now there's the other type. Now the other concrete type. And that type, you just have to distract them and put them to work. And that's it. And you just say small benefits like...
What he means is lie to them and put them to work.
I did not say that. You just say simple things. Like, for example, you say, we want to grow food.
Simple.
We go and we dig these things over here. Then we get food. And they're like, okay. And then they go and they dig it. Yeah. A guardian's not doing that because that's not cool. That's not kosher. That's not part of the tribe until it is. And then they do that. And then if you don't do that, they kill you. But those are people, you're not talking about patterns. And the reason why, so what it looks like is... you often don't say the why. You might say a little bit of the why, but it's at a very localized level. The patterns, you don't even know how to use it unless you have a certain mind. You go, oh, well, if I do it like this or something like that, it creates, it gives you the totality of what you can do, but you don't know. You have to have the mind to be able to piece that together. So you just say, you have to actually go backwards with it. You go, hey, we're going to create these semicircles.
Yeah.
Why are we going to create these semicircles? The water comes down and it fills this thing up, and then it like sits here, and then it goes down and it makes sure everything's all watered. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Before you go into water flows, water does this pattern like this. Yeah. But that's literally what they created in the desert. They did not explain it to those regular freaking dudes who are building semicircles about the patterns of water, but the person had to know that in order to do it.
I'm sort of curious because I do this pitch. What is your 30 or 45 second pitch of what permaculture is and why anyone should give a shit?
So this is on the spot. I should have a specific thing, but it is a design science that allows people to use the energies of the universe to create actual resources. That's it. It harnesses natural energies to create resources. Unlike normal systems, which use extraction... plays arbitrages of costs of extracting resources to grow things.
Yeah.
And so it plays markets. That's all the mechanics out there right now. Play markets to mine everything. This does not do that. That's it.
What's your 30 or 45 second pitch there, David, for permaculture?
And I
do
know
you ever do that? Because I know Mike does that pitch. I do that pitch. Because people ask me. It's tied to owning land and like a story about what the fuck you're doing on the land.
Yeah, it does.
It's like, why are you in Tennessee?
These are slightly different questions.
Come up with a reason.
I didn't try to answer that. I tried to answer the definition of that.
No,
but
I know. It's tied in with that narrative. I see it as like a cornerstone of a compelling vision for the future.
I totally agree.
Like, all of the things that people say are fucked up with the planet, whatever. And these are stupid, simplistic narratives that do not have black and white, that are plagued with black and white thinking.
And they have existed for a long time.
There's a solution, and it's called permaculture, and no one knows about it. And it's like one of the highest human callings that you could possibly have, and it's becoming a steward of natural ecological systems. That is like that bestows meaning to the human existence.
This is much better than mine. This is much better.
Blah 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 blah.
No, I mean that's good. I
Yeah.
mean, it's you want to dumb it down as far as possible. So you're like
Depends on the audience.
You're like, well, you can start with the simplistic, and then you can work up to something more complex. If the audience is like, well, I want to know more.
That's true.
Right.
That is true.
So you can say, we have the natural world. We can either just take from the natural world until everything is gone, or we can invest in the natural world, and we can reinvest what we create with the natural world. And in that process, Mother Nature and the sun are our allies. They're giving us free energy. They're giving us life. And if we steward that life, if we take care of that life, if we care about that life, then there'll be more and more life for us and for the planet.
That sounds really good.
That's good.
Now, hold on. Now, I've been working with this guy long enough to know he just cheated and he went last. And he just summarized everything we said, and I've worked with him enough to
Mike,
know
he went first. Sorry,
he's
you got this.
really good at doing that.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah.
Which is, hey, that's why you speak last.
It is a reason to speak last.
It was good. It was very solid. And it was recorded. So we now have it and we can play it back.
Okay.
What I liked about it was you gave two visions of the future.
That's correct.
You can do this and you can see that and you're like, I understand that.
You've
that
seen
makes
that.
sense.
That's happening
And then
now.
there's this. It gets a little hazy, but you kind of understand exactly what it is.
Investment in nature is actually never a phrase that I think I've ever heard.
I also don't think that's a good one, but that's okay.
No, I think it captures something very interesting because most people don't even think that that's possible.
Yes.
Like,
Well,
what does that even
there's
mean?
two different things.
Investing
right?
in nature.
That's true.
Mike,
It's like,
That
what
is-
the hell?
that is
Nature's just
interesting.
there.
Mike's was
It's-
talking to me about some group dynamic stuff, and I was thinking about how would you say these things to these people so they would understand it. And there's two different ways that you can spend your time and your energy and your money, which is your money is just a result of your time and energy, but you're spending that as well. And that is you can invest it, which is that
Yeah, I love investing.
you're using it to make more of something, or you can use it for maintenance. And if you're maintaining, you don't get anything more in the future. You just spend it now and it's gone, right? So your goal, if you want to become wealthy in anything, is to be investing as much energy as possible in that thing. You don't want to be using all your energy up for maintenance.
Yeah.
And so if you
Mowing your lawn.
Exactly. So if you
Bastards.
think about permaculture, and this is the thing that a lot of people don't get about permaculture, is, and you hear it all the time, is you're investing at the beginning, and then eventually you're living off the dividends,
Yes.
right? There's nothing left to do. You might
It's
be
funny.
doing,
There's also a disservice in the permaculture movement. No one actually talks about how expensive it is to build a permaculture property. Like,
Yeah.
I think you can't do it unless you have a large number of people that are willing to work for free and can
Yes.
do things like leverage
which is investment.
freely available resources.
Yes.
And so, like, literally, we're going to go around during the black locust bloom and harvest all the seed pods, and we're going to use those to grow like 500 trees.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're doing that, you probably need like $100,000 to $150,000.
But you
to
can say
convert
that,
a legitimate
right? You can
property.
say, oh, you need 1,000 hours. So how are you going to get that 1,000 hours? Are you going to convince people to give them to you?
And some people,
Charity?
They-
Some people will.
some people
Are
definitely
you going to
will
like
give
go
hours.
work a job and then you're going to give somebody money so that they give you those hours?
Yeah, these are
Are
different
you going to use some of
strategies.
your own hours?
Right. You can't cheat the system. The energy is required, so you're going to need
The
to put it in
investment is
somehow.
required. It's not, there's no free lunch there.
Yeah.
It's just you either.
It's sold as a free lunch.
It's not a free lunch.
It is sold as a free lunch.
well, it's free, and the way that they
Like they
I have to
imply
deal-
that it's like you start reaping the dividends immediately.
No, like any investment, right? What comes back from the investment is not up to you, but the initial investment is, right? So if I put $1,000 in the bank, I get my 5%. I don't have to do the work to get my 5%. Somebody else is doing that work.
Yeah.
Right?
Now I'm gonna splash a little rational on this
Go
because
ahead.
I like this. I like this analogy, but I understand the actual complexity of this.
Yeah.
So in investing, you're right. You get to choose what to put it in.
Yep.
And maybe like your time over time of how you put it in. But guess what? You could be going in that direction, and that's a horrible fucking direction.
You could.
And you may
could.
not know for a long time.
That's possible.
You could be misreading your
but-
landscape.
Absolutely.
The other part of
could-
this
yeah.
talk is investment versus speculation. An investment is a guaranteed return.
Yeah.
A speculation is you're unsure of the return.
Well, no. See, I totally understand your nuance here. I think it's bullshit outside of like faux systems, like government systems, because there is no guarantees.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is if you plant trees,
Yeah.
they might grow up and give you fruit, or they might fucking die or be eaten by
But
locusts.
would you call that speculation?
It is a speculation.
Okay.
Yep. Because you don't know the outcome. Now there are ways that you can increase the probability of winning,
Yeah.
right?
God, I hate this. I hate this speech that has like permeated all of American culture of the gambling speak. But that's fine. I'm totally fine with it.
Well, it's the reality.
I say this crap
It's
all the
abstract. It's numbers.
It is.
I mean, it does
no,
capture.
I'm not saying numbers. I'm saying this is the reality of life. Is its risk.
Yeah.
time. It is, of course,
right?
it is.
Well, I'm
And-
just saying that's why we like numbers. They're abstract. They apply to everything. We can use that. We can use math language.
Yes, you can use
I would
math
agree.
language to
Language
understand
I
it.
would actually say too what the way I've been thinking more and more and more. I've been going down this path is really of accounting speak, and I don't mean going really deep. I just mean really at a high level, because what I've noticed, the employee mindset, and maybe there's another word for that, but I just know that employees have a particular kind of mind. They only know income and expenses. That's all they know. How do you stop the grass? How do I get the grass how I want it? By expenses.
Yeah.
That's what I want, the income. How do I get it by expenses?
And then you can take that right back around to why is everyone fucking America broke?
Because it's expenses.
Because it's all expenses. Because
It's all
amazing.
expenses.
they're maintaining their grass.
It's amazing. We're
And they're
like
maintaining their grass
we're in
again.
the
They're
wealthiest
maintaining
country in the
their grass
world,
again.
and everyone is broke.
Yes.
And so I look at, for
Very
example,
weird. Well, I guess
It's not.
disincentivized
There's
savings.
There's no investment.
Why would you
going on,
save?
well,
right?
hold on. This is a little bit more complex because I would say that argument assumes an atomic view, but the reality is let's say you work at Google, you don't know crap about. Maybe Google's not the best
That's not a
example,
good
but
example.
let's say like Lockheed, they actually don't make that much money. They really don't, and especially making like $120,000 and living in Northern Virginia, dude, that's not a lot of money. I can tell you that right now. When every house is $1 million plus.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so you got two incomes, maybe you're making 240 or whatever. They're part of a system that has them. So they actually are wealthier than the money that they personally have. Yeah. They are inheriting a money-making enterprise that so long as they don't go fucking bonkers, and a lot of them they're all weeded out, like kind of brain dead anyways, but they're the manager class, and so they huddle around there. And admittedly, they're generally very honest, so I actually kind of like that company, but not to like, I'm not going to join with them, but that's what they're actually getting. They're not getting like their number of dollars. They're actually part of an accounting system that is doing those things on their behalf and making the problem set this damn big. Yeah. Because if they had to take the entire problem set, this is the problem with everybody who gets out of the military. They're all of a sudden, instead of having problems that are this big, but they're super deep, like I gotta do my job at like this crazy level, they now have to inherit the reality of being like a person in 2024, and they are really unprepared for that. And I think every single year that goes by, they're fucking less prepared. They come on out that, like this dude, it's so ridiculous. Next to our friend who lives way over there that I'm putting all this stuff in at or whatever, there's a property next to it.
Yeah.
That person is an enlisted military person, and they seem to think, as an enlisted man, they're going to have enough money to put a road. First of all, the grade that goes up that hill is totally untenable. They're going to put a road that not only goes up that hill, but then sweeps around that mountain, goes all the way to the corner, and then building a house. Some bro here recently got a quote of a road that's 700 feet, and it was $20,000. That enlisted man does not even have close to $100,000 in cash sitting around for a road let alone building a house in 2024. That's madness.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've
It's
all
totally
noticed this around here, though. The average family incomes around here, they're not representative of the economic activity that's happening, because all of the prices are such that the prices are what it would cost for you to do it yourself. And there's a whole bunch of
No, it's way more than
doing
that.
it yourself that doesn't get priced in to economic spending.
No, I actually did. So in my recent evaluations of this house, I actually did price it. The way I did evaluation was I evaluated their labor, the material costs, minus depreciation and kind of whatever, like the age on the structure and general wear of it. And no, they're off by almost 50%. They believe, like, if I were to value their labor like 3 times what it's actually worth.
No one values their labor.
I know. That's why they build gigantic freaking concrete pillars for everything thing.
Yeah.
That's why they do that.
Yep.
But it is the actual truth. And so when I went and looked at it, I'm like, that house is reasonably about $250,000 in its current shell. It takes about another 100 or maybe 200,000 with another 150.
You're figuring
you have a
what?
solid $350,000 house.
30% materials, 40% materials.
I generally do 50-50. I think it's very
I don't
reasonable.
know that that's still true.
You don't think so?
I don't know that that is anymore.
To what extent? That labor's more
For
expensive?
something like construction, I think labor is more expensive.
I mean, it could be 60-40, but
Materials are way up too.
to me, there's no difference. When I look at...
when I hear
I don't see any
modern,
difference.
like, I'm not going to name any names. When I've heard
Yeah.
people recently tell me how much they're charging for labor here, I'm like, oh, I need to be charging way more money. Like, people
yeah.
are making a lot of money here.
Oh, yeah.
In a way that you would not expect.
Well...
Which is, like, the numbers almost have like a, they're almost like 40% higher than you think they should be. It's weird.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's all of the people that are moving in from out of state that are inflating all of the price, like everything.
Oh, for 100%. No one local is buying any of this stuff.
Yeah.
100%.
Like, there's no way.
No, they're not.
So, I don't know. It's weird.
There is a...
I'm not charging enough money.
There is a... By the way, right now we live in a live in a techno-utopia. All this stuff's being run with no one at the wheel.
Yeah.
So the reason why that labor is 40% more than you would think it is because someone's at the wheel there and not normally at the wheel. That is in like the cost of a person. I'm fine. I'd be fine saying that it's 40-60 or even 30-70. I don't actually see a real difference. I actually was valuing that the materials might be way more than they are, but what it's not is not 20-80. It's not 90-10.
No, it's not.
It's not 90% is labor. It's not.
No, I do think viewing specifically the U.S. economy as a goods-rich, services-poor economy is a good way of looking at it, though. I think it's pretty
you know
accurate.
what's so ironic to that, though? It's a service-based economy.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Yeah, so are the services just like pissing in the wind? We're not doing anything.
They're
for
all
each other.
expenses economy.
Yeah.
That's why.
None of this stuff matters.
It's all expenses. It's how you can lose money and it never comes back, not one day in your life. You don't even have a chance. So I realized like at work, I heard a recent statement that somebody kind of outside went and looked in at our kind of project or whatever, and they're like, why are the O&M costs so high? Like operations and management expenses. Because the way this place is run, as though there's no assets. We're not building an asset.
Yeah.
That's why it's so high. Because literally what assets do, there's like a sort of, this is why I love the accounting part about it. The reality is the expenses is absolutely the truth. It is absolutely the case that the expenses, I mean, certainly you can put stupid expenses or whatever, but generally, like there is an actual cost to accomplish something. But the assets can reduce that cost. And they could make it so that like certain costs will never come up because you've kind of totally made it so that there's no need for that. But without the assets, you have to pay the full cost forever. And then when you stop, you get nothing.
You have nothing.
You have nothing.
Yeah.
You can't even
You get no
you
assets.
can't even pinch on it. Yeah, in some cases the assets could kind of run with a skeleton crew. And all of a sudden your expenses go down to like nothing. You drop your capabilities, but you actually have something. With the other thing, people walk off the set, it's over.
Yeah.
And absolutely all of it just goes straight into the wind.
It's pretty incredible.
And there's no incentive, like all the people who are there that are managers, none of them, and I'm not saying all managers this way. I definitely do not believe that there's not good, savvy
good
managers.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of managers out there who are just employees, and they just go like, we need to save money by spending less on expenses, not by creating assets. They never start with, we need to build the assets to do the thing.
That's hard.
They actually want more control.
It's hard to build assets.
It is. Well, for one, you got to have a vision for the future, what it could be. And
it's part of why I'm asking what your guys' vision of the future is.
Well, I mean, that's somewhat of a different question. I mean, I know that's where you were beating around the bush about it.
Well, I'm fishing.
Are you asking?
I'm a fisherman.
What I think will
fish
happen,
for things.
or what I would like to happen?
A little bit of both. Part of what I'm asking is which version of that question you would rather answer.
Yeah.
There's actually a better question than that. There's a next one that's even better.
What?
Which one are you going to make, and which direction are you going in? That is way more interesting.
What are you going to do about the future?
What do you think is going to happen is prediction, and it's totally pointless to some extent.
So
we've already beat that.
Who was that Apple guy who was, the best way to predict the future is to create it?
Yeah. Steve Jobs?
Yeah, it wasn't Jobs.
Wozniak?
No.
No?
No, it's a different one. I can't remember his name.
I was just thinking Apple. The first thing I thought it was like...
the guy that
wrote... I was thinking Johnny Appleseed.
How to Drive Your Competition Crazy.
What?
He wrote How to Drive Your Competition Crazy.
Cool. Guy Kawasaki?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a guy.
Guy Kawasaki was Apple?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like one of the original Apple evangelists.
No way.
Yeah.
So he's just an excited person.
Oh, but it wasn't related in the business in any way.
I don't know.
Yeah, he was.
Was he?
Yeah.
He probably was
Marketing.
very quickly pulled out of like actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that about him.
Yeah.
Rich Dad Poor Dad, Guy Kawasaki.
No, that's a different guy.
Totally different guy.
Oh.
Guy Kawasaki probably the first time I ran into him is he's got like, if you look, how do I create a pitch deck? His one of the more popular things that pops up is his 30 20 10 or 10 20 30 rule, which is like 30 plus size font, 20 slides, 10 minutes or less.
Yeah.
It's a really good one.
Yeah. Big text.
It may actually be 10 slides, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It might be that. I think it's 10 slides. It also goes by the only 10 slides you ever need. And so after I think him leaving Apple, he just kind of jumped into the
marketing.
No, the private equity business. And so just pitches and general Silicon Valley stuff.
So my belief about the future is that the nation state's pretty much doomed. It can't handle the complexity.
No.
And what elected officials have been doing is pushing all of their responsibility off on the managerial class and giving them more and more power so that they can just handle everything without them having to go through the trouble of writing laws.
Yep.
Because writing laws takes time and people argue and people disagree. Whereas if you just hand it over to a manager and give him unlimited power, then he can just do whatever it takes to make it happen, which is what we saw with COVID.
Yep.
So
to include all the worst human traits.
Yeah.
All the worst ones.
So what do you do? So the answer is you have to form small communities that are largely self-sufficient for all their survival needs, and then increase the power of the groups so that you can fight the managerial class, which the managerial class will be continually trying to make your life miserable forever.
Yeah. Until they're gone.
Gone.
And admittedly, if you look at the future with demographics, they are gone in a very short amount of time. Relatively.
That group in them is, yes. And the next group is even more incompetent, even more power mad, even more wanting to be in the spotlight.
There's a relationship between
but they may have
incompetence and power grasping.
But
so it's like you are incompetent. You don't have mastery over your world. And you compensate for that by political power.
Well, don't you remember?
Well, they try to get
less
power.
You know, the more you think you know.
Yeah, I mean it is.
So
they don't actually have power. That's the problem.
Because they know nothing, therefore they think they know everything.
I think that's a reasonable corollary.
So they're basically God, and being that they're God, how can we question their edicts?
Yeah.
But here's the truth, though: the people who are coming you're talking about, they will have even less power, and they will try to claim more power.
That's correct.
They will have less ability to actually influence
When I
anything.
say these things, right, this is a shared fiction that's going on, and you can make an argument that the Guardians are largely responsible because they're like, whatever is must be real, right? Whereas what we've seen since 2020 is, no, it's all fucking smoke and mirrors.
Oh man,
none of that shit's real.
Yeah, dude, the
None of
Guardians
these
are
people
onto
have
it
any
too.
power except whatever power you give them. But if you give them power, they will destroy your life, right? So if you, and we both, all of us know people, right, who, I mean, I do, who followed the rules and had their lives destroyed in 2020. And we know people that just fucking ignored the rules and their life just went on normally.
Yeah, that's right. That was mine.
Right? So it's, which one are you going to do? Are you going to dance to the managerial class? Whatever shit is coming out of their mouth?
The kabukiness is going to get even crazier.
Or are you just going to fucking totally ignore them, you know, unless they get in your face, and then you deal with them?
Yeah.
You know, and the answer is you should just completely ignore
So
them.
here,
and just
sort of kind of bring it back to reality. That same guy in the Ukrainian war that's there right now, probably one of the only like innovators I've even heard of that's over there. He basically created like the only training school that's in Ukraine now. So anyways, he was talking about the current on the ground. He was asked a bunch of questions about like Russian, what's their equipment like? What are their tactics like? What is going on in terms of like, you know, we hear about this Russian military and it's like so amazing. It's like modern and it's got like high-tech weaponry and all this kind of stuff. And he was just like flat out, they don't use any high-tech. He doesn't think they even have any of it. And he believes that most of it is actually smoke and mirrors. And it kind of fits the general narrative that like they just don't actually, they're trying to be masters of creating a narrative, like the fake narrative.
It's easier to do that.
It is a lot cheaper and easier.
Yes.
A lot
This
cheaper.
is signal versus noise.
Which is very strange because it's like, how could they, for example, maintain modern stealth fighters or like that kind of stuff without global supply chains?
Yeah.
You don't. That's just the truth. And so he was talking about, and he talked about very specific things. He said they came out with this new rifle, the AK-12, and it seemed like this badass rifle, and they had it at the beginning of the war, but that thing is totally gone now. And part of it has to do with the fact that the cost of all these things, the utility is way low by comparison to the cost.
Yeah, marginal utility.
And so
for
they have
huge cost.
They have all reverted back to
F-35.
Yeah.
yes, which is a good example. I think I saw there's only 20% in operational capacity right now.
Yeah.
That's bad.
$1 billion fighter.
So the it's a great make work project, but they've all gone back to AK-74s, probably produced from the 1970s or 80s.
Wow.
And he was talking about one of the big data points that he brought up was ammunition. And he's like, I have never seen an AK round that was newer than 1970. And so they have not made ammunition since the Soviet Union has fallen. And this is worldwide. So like the Iraq military and India and Syria and Yemen and anybody else that has like AK rounds in like their military, they're all coming from Soviet stockpiles. And so all the tanks they have a T-90 tank. It's like the M1 Abram, and it's supposed to be all super nice and whatever. They don't have any of those. They only use the T-68 tank. And they had his kind of general statement about it was, they have warehouses just totally full of these things, and just an average man could take it in its condition and like get it into like some sort of working state, and damn, it's a tank. I mean, it's a tank, but it's not an M1 Abram or like there's this video that the German military came out with about their Leopard tank that it could drive like 60 miles an hour in off-road conditions with a fucking mug of beer sitting on the end of the thing and it not spill an ounce.
That's hilarious.
That is like, boop. That is crazy.
Nice suspension
pinpoint
system.
perfect
Yes.
accuracy at like 50 miles an hour.
That's
Could
awesome.
perform a circumcision.
These tanks are made for, hey, let's grab this dude down the road, let's put him in this car that has a giant gun on it, and damn, they all just died. Now let's take this guy and put him in another Yugoslavian car, just drive him in there. So David, I know David knows about this because he mentioned it, but they now have this concept of a turtle tank. And so what they do is they just get these T-68 tanks because it's all about drone warfare. And I found out drone warfare means literally they're getting DJI drones at Walmart.
Yeah.
They're using those kind of drones.
Yep.
So anyways, to protect them from the drones, they're literally just going and just welding like freaking fencing and like random sheet
With,
metal
like,
on
three-dimensional.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
On
which
top
is
of the tank.
freaking crazy. So again, the innovation that they're doing is not they just created this crazy electronic warfare thing that's like super targeted, can see from like a million miles away, and like just totally disable them. It's just throw a bunch of fence on there,
junk on top, and
that's what it is.
I should send you guys the Global Guerrillas article about the drone warfare thing in Ukraine. Apparently, it's been very fast-paced innovation on both sides. I don't know.
yeah, which is to
I'm
be
not sure if
expected.
the extent of it is the junk on the tank.
But again,
apparently there's like a whole jamming element to this, which is like
There
running on
are.
different frequencies.
To be expected.
and-
I mean,
Yeah,
they're definitely
no.
throwing that, but the question is about what is like that level of innovation? Because the
Yeah.
innovation that was definitively happening. I mean, this is unequivocal, definitive happening between let's say 45 to like 1965 is like, how the hell did that even happen?
Yeah.
What universe was this?
Aliens.
Dude, I mean, no orders of magnitude of innovation like that is really happening.
No,
We're
nothing
talking
like that.
about going from
No, I mean,
prop
the
planes.
U.S. has the top universities in the world, and I mean, you can watch videos about the trans people going to MIT right now.
Hey, I was
And how hard their lives are. You can watch their daily blogs. So,
I was hoping you were going to go a little better and just say
No,
their
it's-
their corporate scam videos talking about how they're going to save the world, and,
and
the
look,
show just
they're smart.
some
This is
stupid
actually
thing.
part of the
They're
breakaway
smart.
civilization argument.
Yeah.
That
They
all
have
the
high
actually
SAT scores.
smart people are being siphoned away into the breakaway civilization, where they're living in the future,
Yeah.
and they're leaving. In other words, they're gulching, with all the smart scientists, and that's why there's no fucking scientific innovation going on right now.
I'm going to do the professional podcaster move now because you
Yep.
said that earlier. So now I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Were you guys ever considered smart when you were kids?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was.
But not like, you know.
Were you autistic?
No.
No.
No. It was
That
not.
wasn't a thing, though.
I definitely
being
had
autistic
autistic kids
was not
that I went to
smart.
school with.
That's,
And I don't mean
And they were, yes, and they were considered smart. It was
Yes.
like show and tell in second grade, and you bring all of your geometric shapes that you
Oh, I
built
see.
at home. Yeah.
Whereas everybody's like, I've got this cool pencil.
Yeah, like my pet. Yeah, or this drawing I made once.
Yes.
Yeah.
That person understands
Second
permaculture
grade.
patterns.
No, that was in second grade. I'm talking like kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of an interesting thing because people will say that about me. I'm like, I think we're fucked if that's true. That I'm
it's
somehow
definitely
smart.
relative. Yeah. It's grading on a curve.
It is. It's just something. It's just something that I've heard enough of that I'm like, okay.
That's the problem.
Like I'm fine accepting it, but I don't think
It is a problem.
I don't
We
actually
don't have
believe it.
objective standards.
I mean,
we
I-
have subjective standards based on the shit that's getting cranked out.
I have
right now.
met quite a few people that are way fucking smarter than me, and I've worked with people that are way fucking smarter than me. But it's that article I was telling you about intelligence versus wisdom,
Yeah, sure.
where it's like this spike on intelligence in like some area, right? So
Oh yeah.
they're like, "Fah," and I'm like this, that much. So they're like godlike in that like realm, but they're fucking dumbass like here.
Yeah.
There's no wisdom across it. It's just an intelligence spike.
Yeah.
So, they're shitting in their pants, but they can do like quadratic equations in their head.
I mean, a good example could be, I mean, maybe not so super savvy smart like that, more maybe artistic smart
Yeah.
would be like those foreign fighters. They are not being killed in combat, period. They're just not. They are winning. They have no problems, but they do not have wisdom. They don't, something I was saying yesterday, they do not actually know. They're just doing like this vlog stuff because like, okay, we'll just do some vlog stuff. But they would never take responsibility for the impacts that they're actually leading people by the
Putting that
nature
up.
of their thing, who are not
Right.
them to like go and join in this. They don't know anything about this. And
Yeah.
they're just not of that actual type.
Yeah.
And they're not going to take responsibility for that. Even explaining to them, they'd be
They're blasters.
they'd be very confused of what the hell that even what you're even talking about.
Yeah.
They're not wise. And one of them, for example, that's in like their platoon or whatever, I was listening to him, and he was just like complaining about how stupid the Ukrainian generals are. And I imagine people are listening to this and being like, oh, they're so stupid. And his reasonings were just because they were being told to do things that they didn't like to be told.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's why you're an independent, international, non-government sanctioned fighter, because you've already got that nature that you're going to do your own thing anyways.
Yeah.
No one told you to go and do that. And so, but that doesn't mean you're going to win a war doing that, because it's all 1,000 of you, but 1,000 people just died over here.
Yeah.
And that's the numbers that we're actually playing with.
Right.
They were talking about like, they should make us like be able to go capture towns because that's what matters. And it's like, dude, you see how stupid that is?
Yeah, it's like bro logic.
That's like, we're taking over towns here that don't matter. Come on, that like matters.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
sort of like trench warfare.
No strategic, well, they're definitely doing that.
Yes, the completely politically incorrect thing is all chiefs and no Indians.
That's funny. It's funny you say that. They're ultimately, they have no strategic understanding of what is actually happening, nor how to win. They're just doing, and they're
What's
not
winning in that context?
In whose context?
The fucking Ukrainian context. I'm not sure that there is winning. I think
winning
whole
to-
situation has
well,
been
winning-
framed to destroy Ukraine, like that on all sides.
Well,
That is
no,
the shared goal of both sides.
let's just make this simple. The Ukraine believes that winning is pushing the Russians back out.
I'm
And
not sure
creating
that what
back their
Ukraine
borders.
wants matters. This
Yeah,
is
but
like-
you're
this is the
asking.
Western
You're
narrative.
asking. No. You're asking you asked the question. What is winning for them? And that is what is winning for them.
Pushing the Russians out of all of
Yeah,
the occupied
bringing them
territories.
back out from the eastern Ukraine borders and Crimea and resetting it pre like 2014. That's what Ukraine winning is. I don't know fully what Russia winning is. It seems like maybe holding just the east, which they already have.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But that for sure is what theirs is. The freedom fighters, foreign fighters that are going there, their idea of winning, according to what they say, what they are fighting is imperialism. That's what they think that they're
Really?
fighting. Yes. And so, for example, they were entering into war
Russians
zones.
imperialism?
In,
Russia's imperial?
yeah, that they consider Russia to be an imperialistic
And
country.
they don't consider the U.S. advocating and funding a war in Ukraine as imperialism?
No, because it's fighting the imperial invasion of Russia. We don't spend a lot of time. Don't spend a lot of time critiquing it.
Okay.
Because I assure you, they are not.
Yeah.
But there's some sort of mapping. Maybe it's a Western mindset. I think Western versus Eastern probably is about right, because they got foreign fighters on the other side that are like in Iraq. Marines were fighting foreign fighters generally. They're fighting Chechens and so on and so on. And that was like Muslim fighters.
Interesting.
So these oftentimes were well trained from Pakistan. Oftentimes they're all Pakistani fighters, and so they're from different things. But so when they go over, like they went and they were fighting in Syria, and what they were fighting in Syria was both ISIS and they were fighting Turkey. And why ISIS, I'm not 100% sure, but they definitely saw Turkey as an imperialistic power that is trying to like land grab. And so they're in these wars. This is their arguments. Whether it's true or not, I don't think they spend a lot of time thinking about it. They just make a lot of moaning sounds.
Yeah, interesting.
And so they're
Land
going
grab
there.
in
And
Syria?
What's that?
Land grab where? Land grab in Syria?
Yeah, northern Syria. That basically Turkey is basically pulled down. And it's the same thing with Iraq, that they basically have gone down to the Kurds.
Yeah.
And so this one guy
Yeah,
in
what's your
particular-
perspective on the Kurdish situation? I didn't even realize that was happening. I just watched like an hour, a half long documentary on the whole like
I don't.
southeastern Kurdish population in Turkey and the war
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
happening
yeah.
there.
So
And the
Rojava
Rojava region in like northern Syria, that whole group.
Here's my answer. I'm gonna pull back from that and go, wars happen, and I'm not interested in joining in any of them
Yeah.
because they're all dumb. They're all political. It's the same political crap again and again. When I looked at the Ukrainian thing, kind of smelled a little bit. I'm like, this looks exactly like every other political nonsense. The country becomes polarized into two spaces. They're generally, it's almost always, they have like a fundamentally different understanding of life itself. They then galvanize. Eventually, there's a political, it just fails at the political level. Then outside parties align themselves with the different ones and then force the fight to happen.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. The West and globalism was attempting to take over Eastern Ukraine, which had, we'll say, 30 to 40, maybe 50% of the entire GDP of the country was there because all of the industry is there. And so they have like the major ports, they have the coal mining there, they have all their metallurgy and all their metal stuff, and all that stuff is there. That may be interesting, for example, to Russia. That now why they blew up the it's so freaking crazy to me.
Yeah.
The entire eastern side, this all started in 2014. They all voted for like kind of, I'll call it pro-Russian, but I don't really mean pro-Russian. Let's just say not anti-Russian. Not anti-Russian side candidate versus the rest of the country voted for, let's say, Western globalism. And they wanted to have, and this is where 2014 kind of blew up, they did a vote where the Congress voted for free trade agreements with Europe. And that would include all of that industrial area would basically now have free trade agreements. So they believed that that would be bad for them. And so the president that they voted for vetoed it. So that's where the country basically kind of blew up. Now, of course, there's always going to be like the political arguments that like, whoa, Russia did it. They did it for Russia and all that kind of stuff. Putting that to the side, I don't know anything about that. That's all hearsay. But the funny thing to me, funny is in like that kind of black reality twisted comedy to this, is Russia invaded Eastern Ukraine, and I will say definitively invaded, because they blew all the fucking towns up. They blew all the cities up. And so I don't know if they destroyed all the industrial base, but I think they came pretty fucking close.
Yeah, I heard something very weird recently,
Which is
that at the very beginning of the conflict, before the invasion actually happened, there were Russian troops, or there was like, I don't know if it was immediately before or immediately after. Ukraine actually started bombing their eastern border before the Russian invasion.
No, it's actually worse than that. Since like at least 2017, there has been full-on trench warfare happening inside of Ukraine.
Yeah.
All of the areas that Russia took over, they absolutely were at war, to include with Russia.
Yeah.
And their own populace. They've literally been at war since 2014.
Right.
And it was only, they just basically pulled in to basically just in
yeah, no,
that
there was
conflict.
definitely like continuous fighting since 2014.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that guy, the medic guy, he was he did like 3 years of trench warfare in Donbass. And you look it up, the Donbass War, that's what all this stuff is.
Yeah.
But the thing to me that is just so strange about it, so interesting, is like at that time, that whole side of the country was generally kind of pro-Russia, but then Russia came in and absolutely fucking wiped them off the map. All of those civilian population just destroyed. To me, it's just super weird. And that, I mean, I think right out of the gate, that's why I could never support that country. Because you're clearly not for these people who were originally for you. You can't be working on their benefit if you destroyed their cities. Period. They destroyed Mariupol. They destroyed like Bakhmut and all these places. They just absolutely decimated them. And the fact that like, it's just a weird irony. So the only thing I could say is that's how these wars actually happen.
Yeah.
Ain't interested. Just not interested. Sucks ass, but the moment the tanks are on my driveway, I will be in the trench warfare in here in the United States for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, just as much as Ukraine is in their own country.
Yeah.
But I will definitely not do that in their country. I'm just not. I don't have any political dog in their fight. I don't have it in Syria. I don't have it in Iraq. Those places it's just bad. That's my answer to your question. I don't know anything about it. I'm not prepared to become a foreign freedom fighter. What about you, David?
Level 3, tribalism.
Is that what it is?
That's all it is.
It seems right.
Yep.
Fear.
Yeah.
Just
and it's
breakdown of communications.
There's two different kinds of war you see, and they're different in Eastern Europe and in Western Europe. So in Eastern Europe and Turkey and other places in the Middle East, it's like, well, I shouldn't say the Middle East because there's some Western meddling there, but in Western Europe, and in the Middle East, what it is some money concern gets some concern about not getting their money or the flow of money stopping,
Yes.
and then it's time for a fight.
Is this West?
This is West.
Yeah, it's definitely West.
Yeah.
This is West.
And then East, it's your fucking great grandfather like raped my great grandmother, and so let's start killing each other again, right? But there's
Hatfield McCoy style.
yeah, but there's never anything that's like the West, which is all economically motivated. There's never that shit going on in the East. It's just like, we're just gonna fucking kill you because we don't like you, so you're dead. You're an Albanian, you're dead. You're like not our tribe, you're dead. That's all that goes on in the East.
Yeah.
Actually, very much. Yeah.
But the West is
So what
totally
about like the Armenian thing in Turkey? If you're saying Turkey's West.
Yeah. Well, no, Turkey is not West.
Okay.
Turkey is the gateway between
Turkey's
the
a
East
weird
and the West.
fusion. Yeah.
It is weird.
It is, but it's primarily East. I've never seen any Western oriented thing because the West has never had control of Turkey. I mean,
No.
and if you go back and read about Constantinople and what was going on there and how it basically kept all of the West from being wiped out by Islam and kept the Huns from coming in and kept Genghis Khan from wiping out all of Western Europe by, keeping the Roman Empire alive until the 14th century. You'll find out why, which is basically the Catholic Church then went in and slaughtered them all for fun and money, and then they decided, fuck you, West, we're not having any more
Is that a
of your
very
shit.
Eastern thing to do, though?
Which part? The slaughtering?
Yeah.
Or the protecting all of the West for multiple centuries so that we could develop without being slaughtered by the Mongols?
I just mean both.
Don't fuck with the Turks, I'll tell you that. It's they have a long history of.
I worked with a Turk
I
in
think
Alaska
I
once,
almost wonder if they
and he was the only man I have seen completely unable to like endure discomfort.
It's very weird. Are you sure he was a Turk? I'm sure a
I
Turk would tell
think-
you that was not a Turk.
Yeah, well, he was sort of a boy child.
Mm.
I think spent a lot of his time in Western Europe.
There's been a lot of wealthy Turkish people that have left.
Yes.
I think that's what was happening. Like
No, so
quasi, almost like Turkish wealth that left and raised like a little bitch.
Yeah.
Who was like whoring in Europe for his entire
that could
youth.
definitely be the case, and because you also have the Sultans period there, where they were basically influenced by Persia, and then they all became soft and effeminate. But until Persia took over, they were serious warrior class, and Britain hated them because Britain could not ever defeat them. It was
I'm assuming part of the reason
In
is
the
because
mind.
the ground sucks so bad there.
it's partially that. I mean, it's very hard. It's a very hard
Yeah,
land,
hard.
and there's some hard people there. It's
I just think about, like, you're talking about, I was thinking, I'm like, okay, well, why could the West never hold it? I'm like, it's probably fundamentally, it's so ironic, right? Because you would think that they would, because if all the flow of trade is there, it's all about the money.
Yep.
And the reality is probably a person who's all about the money could never hold hard ground.
yeah.
Because you can't be about the money to hold hard ground.
Yeah.
You got to be about other weird crap.
Well, it's the same thing with the Greek group, not the Athenians, the Spartans. So the Spartans, it was the same thing where they, they're literally eating like food that tastes like dog shit and living in like mud huts, and they're fighting the Persians who like have silk and
They're not living in mud huts. They're living in rough
Log,
hewn
hewn.
log homes.
yes, exactly,
Only allowed to be made with hand axes,
yes,
regardless of how rich you are.
Who is this?
Right.
What is this?
the
This is
Spartans.
There's a great book called Lycurgus,
Yeah.
which is the great lawyer that reformed Sparta's legal system and set them up for like 300 years of prosperity. And it is like maybe the most historically unique example of like central authority that an entire population was just like voluntarily agreed to, that affected every aspect of life and made everyone happy.
Yes,
And
for a
like
couple
eliminated
hundred
all
years.
crime.
Yes.
And
Well, there is something. There's always a time and place for this kind of stuff because
Yeah.
it definitely doesn't work in all times.
Well,
but
the issue though was that the Spartans, they're fighting the Persians, and they go and they win, and they like go into the Persians' tents, and they're like, filled with jewels and like fine foods and beautiful servant girls and silks, and they're like, why the fuck would they come into our place to get our gruel and our mud huts when they have all this shit?
yeah.
they made their
How does that actually? How does that even work anyway? It's just real, like a small. Like I'm imagining the geography.
Yeah.
How the fuck did the Persians even get there?
Through Turkey.
Did they have Turkey?
During that period, Constantinople hadn't been built yet, so they were just rolling right through Turkey.
Oh, okay. So really, it's countryside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just wondering how you get there because like, wouldn't you?
Well,
have to, like, pass
they had
through,
shit
like-
tons of ships too. They were going in the Mediterranean. So.
Where? I mean, where were they connected? At Israel?
Yeah.
How could they be connected there? Because
No,
you
the
got kind
whole
of
Med.
Egypt.
They had
and-
Egypt also.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Why would you go? It's like it'd be like trying to take over Leicester. Like, nah, I'm good, bro. I don't need 10,000 mobile homes
Yeah. Exactly.
that are falling apart.
Sparta was a weird.
You're like living in a
Stoic
giant mansion,
example.
like full of jewels and everything
Exception.
else, and you attack somebody that's living in a trailer home with a shotgun on his front porch.
Maybe they thought there was more. There's jewels. It was like try to invade like South
They
America.
literally
Gold.
banned jewels.
Yep. And
Like you couldn't have jewels, and they like all gold and silver. Can't
they
have
banned
it.
it.
They made their currency iron,
Yep.
so that if you were a thief, you had to fucking haul off like a like,
Like 1,000 pounds of iron.
it's like
And then you
you
could buy
couldn't
a
possibly
loaf of bread.
steal enough iron for it to be worth stealing. So
Do you
all
think-
like
do you
all
think-
the thieves just went to Athens.
So do you
It
think
just
that?
left.
Do you think do you think this person explained all this and was like,
I
"We're
don't
gonna make
know.
it iron that way, thieves," and they're all like, "That's a good fucking idea."
I don't know. Like who wrote Lycurgus? It was the traveling historian dude.
Herodotus.
Wasn't it written by Epictetus? Am I thinking? of the
It
right
might have
one?
been. Yeah.
So I'm thinking he read into it. He must have had conversations with Lycurgus.
What is the writing like of this?
Like the style of writing?
How does it read?
It's pretty entertaining. I mean, it's like this happened and this happened and this happened, but it was like
Is
it's
it
all
like?
entertaining shit.
Is it like?
Like they
strict?
talked about the like all nude fucking parades that they had every year, so that all of the most successful soldiers could have like all the hottest women hook up with them after returning from war, and how like every fucking thing was regulated, everything you could imagine. Like you couldn't, if you were dating someone, you had your gender only barracks that you had to live in. And if you were dating someone, you could only meet up like
Once, I think.
it was like certain times of day, and you could never sleep, like
overnight.
spend overnight with
Yeah.
them. And like when you got married, there was some like procedure that you had to go through when you got married.
I wonder if this dude read like the Republic and was like that.
Maybe
We're just gonna go ahead and just lay it down.
I wonder.
We're gonna make the Republic,
It might have been sort of concurrent
I don't
with the
remember if it was
Republic.
concurrent or
and I
not.
don't mean like literally the public, but that same concept of hey,
Yeah.
let's design the society, and then somehow we're just gonna like go. Now it's here.
Well, it's sort of an interesting counterpoint to the Republic, because I mean, Plato just like made all that shit up and wrote it down in a story. That's
Yeah.
as far as he got. Lycurgus like literally instituted this for a country and had it work for hundreds of years, which is very weird.
Well, so obviously,
And Sparta only failed when they started changing their laws.
Yep.
of course.
Yeah.
And so is this really the ultimate, the original like conservative manifesto?
It could be if someone was smart.
Once
enough
it
to
starts
read
working,
and
don't change
recast
it.
that way. Yeah,
Could be.
yeah.
That's super funny. I mean, you could probably make that same argument. Like, I'm sure you could probably read like the Old Testament and see a similar kind of thing of like, maybe some of the original kings of Israel or something, and then they lost their way and all their
People of Israel
craziness.
could not fucking keep it together.
No,
they could not.
definitely not.
That didn't matter.
No.
Didn't matter what iteration of rules it was, they always fucked it up.
Oh, it's bad. Yeah, it's definitely. It just reads like this.
Yep.
Extreme swings all over the place.
We want a king. You really don't want a king. Trust me.
Give us a
We
king,
really want one.
damn it.
It's so funny. It's so funny reading it because you're like, well, yeah, that's how it is right now with these freaking clowns. You really don't want them, but other people have it.
Trust me, I'm God. You don't want a king.
What do you know, God? Give us a king.
I mean, I just love the fact that the reason why they wanted it is just because other people had one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was
They
like,
were
I can't even
wealthier,
fucking
I
believe.
think that was also thrown in there. They were like more successful or something.
No.
It
No,
wasn't that. It wasn't even that.
no,
That we may be like other lands.
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
There might have been. I can't remember. There might have been a little bit of statement about being
They
more
wanted to
safe.
fit in.
They might have. Yes, that was the ultimate. That's how it reads, and you're like, this is the first situation where you're like, you're
We
trying
have
to
a
fit
king
in.
gap.
Yes. Exactly.
And then you had one, and then it all sucked.
Yes, and then it sucked ass.
I just will never forget.
He's
I was
gonna tax you. We want one. He's gonna take your wives. We want one.
Oh man.
I'll never forget. I was like,
Gonna send your children to war. We
I was
want one.
packing up on a Thursday, and I was listening to audiobook, and they were going over Jeroboam.
Yeah.
I just kept hearing Jeroboam, and I'm like, and Jeroboam reinstituted golden calves. I'm like, when are they gonna learn? And then it was like,
man.
Jeroboam was the worst ever, and then it was like moving on. It was like, they were bad, just like Jeroboam. And I'm like, this dude is like destroyed. His name is so dragged through the mud. I told Christine, I was like, I wonder if
Was it Jeroboam that killed the whole group of kids because he was bald and they were making fun of him?
That's it's one of the major prophets, Elijah.
That was Elijah?
Yeah.
yeah,
That
actually,
was the first fucking thing he did.
Yeah.
Became prophet, killed the fucking group
Ha
of 20
Baldy.
kids. With the mother bear.
Yes.
I think I remember this.
That's hilarious shit.
Yep.
And then just kept walking. Just like, yep, justice was served.
Yep.
Not a second thought.
Well, he was a prophet of the Lord. So.
I was telling
How
Christine,
dare you
I
say
wonder.
something about his bald head.
Hilarious.
I really wonder if anyone named their kid Jeroboam. I bet you people have.
Oh, probably.
And what a weird-
Jerome? Is Jerome not?
I don't know. It's a good question.
What's the root of Jerome as a
I don't
name?
know. I'm not sure.
All I know is somebody has, and I always wonder. So I now think about these things with people's names, and I
Yeah.
hear them like, where does this come from? Like I remember it was like I don't know, Tyrell or something. I heard something. I was like, I wonder where this come from. But then you realize how many of them are like actually biblical names.
Yeah.
They're
There's a
like,
lot. Yeah.
there is a lot,
Yeah.
and most people don't know them that they are.
Yep.
Jeroboam, it's like, why would you you would damn your kid for a whole time?
Chronicles? Is that the?
Well, what about Chronicles?
There's a lot of names in Chronicles.
Yeah. Is that the fucking the infinite lineage?
That's the most.
Nobody's naming their kid Nebuchadnezzar or,
I'm thinking the
Methuselah.
right Old Testament book though, right? It's
Yeah.
like the infinite ancestry list.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's
The
just the fact.
father-in-law, the father-in-law.
It's basically the accounting book.
Yeah, it is accounting.
It's accounting.
For sure. Highlight this name.
Yeah.
Track the.
Yeah,
Yes.
what you just said was like,
That's only in there for one reason, so which is to prove the lineage of Christ.
yeah,
Right.
So that's why.
What,
It's
Which
Chronicles?
is so interesting because
yeah, that's why it's in the Christian.
That's why it's in the
Bible.
Old Testament.
Yes.
Because that mattered to the Jews.
Yes.
oh yeah,
Like big. That
oh,
was
it's a big
the
deal.
whole thing.
It is a
being
big deal.
Jewish. Yeah.
The line of David.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But you're not making any sense right now
why?
because you just made a claim that it doesn't make any sense. You just said it's in the. That's why it's.
That's called a circular argument. Your
Okay,
claim makes no
okay,
sense
that's fine.
because your
That's
claim
fine.
makes no
That's
sense.
fine. I'm not trying to make some stupid logical ass argument.
Oh.
But
Okay. We're just going with a
no,
a
you
blunt
made
statement.
a claim just now that basically you insinuated, or at least how it could be interpreted, but you definitely stated definitively that the Chronicles is in the New Testament, is in a Christian Bible to prove the lineage of Christ. That's what you said. But the reality is it's in the Old Testament, as in like the Hebrew Old Testament. So the claim doesn't really
Okay.
make any sense.
There's this thing called the Christian Bible. Do you know where that came from?
Time out. This doesn't matter because what you're saying doesn't make any sense. You're already going down. No. Time out. Let's walk this very slow. The Old Testament is independent of the New Testament. And it is exactly the same damn books. There are no different books in the Old Testament and the Christian books. There's just not. There's no difference. Definitively.
The Old Testament is part of the Christian Bible.
Yes, but you're making a claim that the reason why it is there is because of the Christ component. But what I'm telling you is they have not inserted nor removed anything from the Jewish Bible.
Yes, they have.
So
There's a ton of Jewish
that's not
biblical
There
canon
is.
that is not in
Yes.
the
no,
Yes,
dude,
there
come
is.
on.
You have a copy of the Torah.
I'm like, you're kidding, right?
There's a
Name
shit
one book.
ton.
Name one. Name one
I
book.
can't because they're all fucking Hebrew names. I mean, I've been to Israel. I've seen the libraries.
Okay,
They're
no,
like-
time out. I am not saying that there are not other Hebrew books, but I am saying that set of books is part of certain canons.
Oh yeah, they don't consider that the complete Jewish canon. They don't.
No, it's not.
They don't consider that
It's
At all.
It's some cherry-picked Jewish writings
that the
that were
Christians
chosen,
think.
that the Christians
Yeah, they-
chose at the
100%.
Council of Nicaea in 534. They sat down and they said, what books are we going to put in the Christian Bible? And they had a big conference and they decided what books were going to be in the Christian Bible. So they went through all the Jewish texts and they're like, that one, not that one, this one, not that one. And that's how they decided what
I
the
would
Christian
definitely,
Bible is.
I would
is.
definitely say this merits moving into the concrete and not in the general, because my
534
research
is
is
pretty concrete.
does not show anything that you're saying now.
Just look up, where did the Christian Bible come from?
No, time out. I am not interested in the Christian side to this. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Then what are you interested in?
I'm interested in this Old Testament side, which
Yeah.
actually you can just go get, like, for example, a Torah. You're saying, oh, you have the Torah. The Torah is the first 5 fucking books of the Old Testament.
That's the Pentateuch.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's in the Old Testament.
Yes.
And it's in the New Testament, in the sense of it's in a Christian Bible. So there's nothing missing, there's nothing added nor removed in the Torah. So, okay, the Torah is there. And then you have, like, I can't remember all the different other names for it, for the sets of the books, but they're there. There's not, they didn't pull out some of the prophets and then put some of them in. They're all there.
I don't know.
They did pull out some of the prophets.
Name one. Just name one.
They're pulled out.
Oh,
So
this is extraordinary claims that requires even just a shred of, like, factual proof.
I know. But
I mean, I've like
don't-
met tons of like
Being that you
Jews,
just told me that I'm.
like hardcore Jews that they don't carry around the Old Testament.
No, I mean, if you
I mean, they have their books.
if you
that
want
they
another
read.
example,
I shouldn't even get involved. This is
compare
between you guys.
compare the books of the Christian Bible to the books of the Catholic Bible.
That's different.
It is different, but
No. I'm saying that's
they're
different.
two Christian
I'm
Bibles.
saying that's different
They both
because
have
the
Old
Christians
Testaments
are
and New
doing, or the
Testaments.
Catholics are doing their own specific thing.
The Catholics just have like Maccabees, for instance. I know is in the Catholic Bible, which is part of the Jewish writings. It's in the Old Testament. It was written during Old Testament times, and it's not in the Christian Bible. They didn't want it in there. I mean, that's one I know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look that one up. It's I can't name all of them because I'm not a Jewish scholar. So, but that's how they decided which books to put in the Bible, because there was, it wasn't like God came down and said, I'm going to edit the Bible. It was a bunch of men.
No.
together.
We don't
I'm
need to
sort of
talk
curious,
about.
why does this matter to you?
Why it matters to me is because these require extraordinary claims. These are extraordinary claims. The reality is
Why is it an extraordinary claim?
because what we're talking about to some extent is we're talking about. I'm trying to think where this started, which is the triggering. The claim that he made is the reason why Chronicles exist
yeah.
is for a Christian, and that's just fucking stupid. That's just not true. It's just not true. Chronicles was not created for the purposes of Christian.
No, that is not what I said. What I said
Did they
is
show the
You said
lineage
the
to
reason
Christ?
why
I
it is
said
in the New
the
Testament.
people at the Council of Nicaea
Yes.
decided to include Chronicles.
And I'm not disagreeing with
because
that.
it proved the lineage of Christ.
And I'm okay with that
Does
statement.
it prove the lineage?
That's
Does it prove the
That
lineage?
would be-
That's why they included
like
it.
Mary is in that lineage from Abraham.
No, Chronicles doesn't come close to
It
that.
doesn't come close
Right.
to that.
So like why?
It's
how
going
does
Because
it's starting at Adam,
Right.
and
Yes.
it's going all the way up to David.
Okay.
right? And then after David, when he became king, then later on in the books, they go through all the people that were the descendants of David.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it go? It goes beyond David.
It does. I'm
it's way
saying the
beyond.
lineage of David starts at David, but they prove David's lineage from Adam.
Yeah, sure,
Okay,
sure.
gotcha. Yeah.
So they're
The
going
logic
from
is
Adam
intact
all
here.
the way to
Yeah, the logic is intact.
Jesus.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. So they had to include Chronicles, so they had the lineage
proof.
of David.
Now, I will
He's a
say
descendant of Adam.
my interpretation of what you said, which was like five words, is off.
That's true. Your interpretation is off.
But what you said was what you said, which was not
What I
could
said
be
is what I
interpreted.
said.
It could be interpreted in many different fashions.
Yeah, it's language.
I don't know
is.
that it's controversial to say that, and we should get a true Jew here, because I'm not a true Jew.
We know that.
Their canon is not limited to the Old Testament, like by any stretch
It is
of
Well,
the
why?
imagination.
Correct. However, let's talk about the ages of these texts because we can go down this road.
Right, we shouldn't, because I don't know anything about this. I just know that
Yes.
that is true, because I've fucking seen the giant libraries that they consider like sacred texts that they read all the time. And it's like fucking 50 books. These are like,
Yeah.
these are big libraries. It's bigger than the Christian canon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
That's
not
why they're
too
called the
surprised.
people of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, this isn't controversial.
And
I'm not a Jew.
And they
I'm a Jew, but
continue
I'm
to
not.
they
Like,
continued to add to Jewish sacred writings after Christ because
Yeah.
they don't consider Christ to be the Messiah. So they're continuing to write sacred writings.
Yeah, that is kind of my point. That I would be interested in seeing some of those. Like, why you asked, why does it matter?
You
to me?
can't read them unless you speak Hebrew. They don't translate those into English.
They are translated. I can guarantee you that.
Well, maybe they are.
I do speak some Hebrew. I actually studied
Yeah, I don't.
680 words out of it. I had memorized.
Yeah.
Enough to be dangerous. Now it's partially forgotten.
At parties.
But
Yes.
well, it's actually fairly unuseful for that. But
For
it's
ending
not a
a
lot
party.
of time to. But it is something that it does give me the ability. I would say like what it has effectively.
Like, how about the Kabbalah? Like,
Yeah.
it's like the whole sacred tradition of the Kabbalah that you can't actually study until you're 50 years old.
So I will say, to one extent, one thing that is missing from we'll call it the Old Testament, that is very interesting to me, is there is clearly so much more that was written, created, designed, etc., that was baked into the culture that clearly did not come from the Old Testament. As in, like, if you take the Old Testament, there's all, like, for example, tons of festivals. They might have some mention of them, but they're not actually explained, and that would not be enough to create a festival in the future. Like, you go and you read it and you go like, okay, like over Passover, okay, show these kind of things or whatever, but then like how the nature of like Passover is done, there had to have been more written about it than would be actually written in that text. And Passover is a terrible example,
Yeah.
because there's other ones that they
Not a
have.
bad example. I mean,
But it's one that we can get around. But there are other ones that they mention. Now it's super
Part of the
interesting.
problem is, like, the Jewish canon is so fucking big. You really would have to read all of it to know that that's true. That they don't go into that.
What's that?
that it's not another book.
No. I'm just saying, like, for example, that you go and you just take the
It's certainly not.
you
the
take
Old
the
Testament.
you take the Torah, and you
Okay,
go and you
yeah.
see Passover, and they say, okay, this is why we do this festival or whatever.
Right.
But it's not rich enough to create that festival.
Yeah, for all we know, there
For the
are
description of the
books
festival.
that do go into that.
Yeah,
in
then
depth.
then there's like the proverbial Passover book that then goes in like the super depth.
Yeah.
That might have been created at the same time as that other thing, but you would know that from that other thing.
Yeah.
That would come from like culture and whatever. There's clearly, I don't remember them, a bunch of festivals and this and that are dotted throughout it that are even less explained. And then all of a sudden they're like still doing it to this day. It's like, well, how would you know what to even do?
Yeah.
You didn't get it from this book.
I'm sure it's written down.
Yeah, it's and I would be sure that it's written down somewhere
Yeah.
because of the nature of what clearly this kind of culture is like.
Yeah.
That they're writing it down and they're fucking regulating it.
Yes.
And they're saying this is exactly how it is and they're holding it on.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in that. I do know, so this is one of the things I pulled away from consuming the Bible so quickly from via an audiobook is going from, okay, pretty much Chronicles. Chronicles is like the end. And then after that, it's like just a bunch of detailed randomness. That's the way I look at it. And then once you leave that and then you hop into the New Testament and you read Matthew. Matthew is like, all of a sudden, it's like so much crap has happened from like the end of Chronicles to that it's such a, it's sort of shocking. And one of the biggest things about it that is that jumped out at me was they go into, I'm not going to do a very good job of this, let's say heaven and hell, and they're describing these things or using them in sentences and paragraphs in such a way that the people who would be reading this already knew what they were talking about. They didn't explain it, and that concept did not, or these kind of this understanding, the undertones that they had here were never in there. So there had to have been some transformation of the Jewish mind between that time, because again, it was written for like, supposedly written for the Jewish mind, that they've had to have already known that, so that then when they're making these statements, they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Interesting.
But when you come from here and you jump into there, it's like, dude, there's a gap, massive gap. And so somebody said, like the Apocrypha, looking at the Apocrypha, that does not appear to me to explain it. But I have not read the whole thing. It's very hard to read.
I'm at a disadvantage. I have not read any of the New Testament.
You should. It's a phenomenal work. But I would definitely say that like that, it's just weird. It comes out of nowhere. And like Satan is a good example. Satan in the Old Testament is
how
like,
do they introduce him as a character?
They do not.
That's very interesting.
That is the point.
Yeah.
There is no introduction. And the only thing that comes close in the Old Testament that even sort of looks like Satan that you would read in the New Testament is from Job, which is the oldest book.
Yeah.
Which is super weird. But that kind of like God versus Satan battle that is in Job.
How is he referred to in Job? It's not as Satan. It's like there's a word.
Well, yeah, it's the
tempter or something.
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. Yeah.
It's kind of, it starts with an A.
Yeah, the accuser.
That's one.
something.
That's one word. It's
Yeah.
similar. Yeah. It's the thing that you have to fight against. The
Adversary.
adversary.
The adversary.
The adversary.
Yeah, I was reading something about that where they were talking about that translation wasn't quite correct, but it was basically like, the reason I use the word accuser is because that's what they were saying, is that basically it was an angel of God that went around and then was like, yeah, he's not a really good guy, you know. But
I see.
But it wasn't like Satan as we think of him with, you know, because him and God are having a chat,
Yeah.
you know. It's just like,
Right.
hey, how's it going? What'd you see when you were cruising around the earth? Oh, yeah, I saw this shit. What'd you think of Job? Oh, he's an asshole. You shouldn't trust him. Oh, I don't believe that. I'll make you a bet. And then next thing you know, they're torturing Job.
It's very Greek.
So, yeah.
Actually, I've never noticed that. It's very Greek.
Well, there was... I can't remember where I was listening to this, but they were
There's
talking,
something to be said about this. That's what I'm saying. Like the
They
nature
were-
of that is actually very similar to like over here.
They were talking about the book of Job and how it's half prose and half poetry.
It's
and
It was written at two totally different times.
totally different times,
Yeah.
where there was like a simple
Well,
story
it was the ending specifically.
that was added.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're talking about
You'll
the-
get everything, we restored Job to his
Exactly. That
former
was the
glory,
addition.
brought all his kids back to
Yep.
life, took all his diseases away, brought his riches back, everything.
that's-
He was
that's
given everything that was taken from him and
Yes.
more for enduring the trial.
Well, we got to add that at
Yes.
the end. So it's like, yeah, you'll get all your shit back.
Well, there's a lot of confusion about that particular story.
Yes.
There's a lot of like, be moral because it'll be returned to you in material goods.
Well, that's the problem with the new ending.
Yeah.
Is the old ending
Yeah.
was God's going to do what God's going to do and fuck you.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
what it says.
Yeah.
People do not conclude from Job, make peace with your fucking terrible lot, as terrible as it is, because
Right.
that's, the way it works.
Yep.
That's not what it is, right?
No, they just read the end part where it's like, yeah, if you put up with all the shit, you'll get even more shit.
Yes.
And
Except that's not how it actually
that's
works.
not
It
how
is.
it
It is
actually-
kind of funny because I definitely don't pull away from Job on that, but I think the part about God's conversation with Job, I think, was impactful enough
Yeah.
for me to just go like, "We're done here," and just kind of move over. Kind of.
No, that the end does feel like just tacked on. It's
Well,
like
yeah.
he even had even more sons and daughters.
It doesn't
even
no,
more
no.
money.
It's very odd, especially in light of the
It's like
conversation.
it's
Yeah.
the Guardian final paragraph.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and then the
Even
conversation with
more
God,
so.
where he's like, your
actually
your
says
friends
that.
are right. this was totally unjust.
Yes.
And all of these things, you were loyal and faithful.
Mm-hmm. The end.
That's it.
Oh, well.
That's no explanation. So
Yep.
no sorry.
No.
None of
Why
that.
would God
It was
apologize?
just your friends were right. They're being dicks.
Yeah.
Or sorry, your friends were wrong. They were being
They're
dicks.
being dicks.
Yes.
Yes.
Which was, you clearly this happened to you because you deserve it and you did some secret sinful thing that you're not admitting to us.
Well, that's what the friend said. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who were wrong.
Yes.
Well, okay, so to kind of pull back, just to give you a little bit more color on like the New Testament thing, that in the Old Testament, there is, I looked into this, there is only a handful of mentions of the adversary, the accuser. And then in the New Testament, there's a lot. There's a lot. A lot.
Well, there's, Satan taking Christ up and offering him the entire world if he'll, bow down to him.
Taking him into the kingdom of heaven. It's like the kingdom of heaven. There's not that in the Old Testament. There's just not.
No.
There's just not that.
Well, and that brings up a very good point, which is a major distinction that I've heard repeatedly between Judaism and Christianity, which is that Judaism teaches that there is no afterlife. It's like, this is it. So do not fuck it up. And also do not think that you can just have all your glory in the afterlife in some other life. Like that's not how it works. Like, don't think that you can just get up a do-over or that it'll all be like rewarded in double or something. This is it. Take it, brutally seriously. Don't waste it. Which I thought was very interesting. It's like that results in very different kinds of actions.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It's funny though. One of the things, I feel like I should catalog this because it's one of these it's like the power thing where when you try to get power, you have less power. But what power is, as far as I can tell what it is it's other people yielding themselves over to you. And that's power. Power is given. Power could sort of kind of be taken, but not really. It's really still kind of given.
Yeah.
It's still kind of given to some regard. But when somebody's trying to take power, they can't actually take power. That's not how it works, and they actually have less and less power. So by the efforts of going and doing something, even though it's like by going out and trying to get that thing, that action alone prevents the thing from actually happening. And to what you're saying here, which is really kind of interesting, is some of these. I'm not fully going to commit to the argument that the thing that you said there doesn't result in that. But it does remind me of, it seems like it could be very dancing on that situation where it's like if you take things too seriously, you will actually be very poor at it. Like, the proverbial artist, they take it seriously, but they kind of don't. And it's actually kind of annoying when you see somebody who's really fucking good at something and they're just like, I just do it.
Yeah.
Like you look at Bob Ross. The dude is damn good at painting. And he's like, you just mess up and you just put a little thing on it. And you're like, holy shit, his mess up was better than anything I could ever draw in my life.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you try to paint, like, I'm gonna paint, you're not gonna do very good job.
That's the definition of mastery, though.
What's that?
For the master, the mistake is the thing.
Sure.
So it's whereas for the the young person that doesn't know better, they're like trying to get it all perfect and they can't have any mistakes and nothing can be wrong.
Yeah, it's very true.
Whereas the master,
And people
has
do
the
that into
cracked
their
pot, it's the perfect pot.
I don't know. Yeah, I definitely, as a high school student, thought what's the deal with Picasso? Like, any fucking kid could make that art.
I don't know.
And, well, the joke about that is if you look at what Picasso was painting when he was 10, he was painting like Renaissance master.
Yep,
works.
master level. Yep.
And it's like, that's very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he simplified and simplified and simplified.
Yeah.
Until he could suggest with a single line.
And then there was a whole modern art movement that tried to copy him from the beginning, and it looks like fucking dog shit.
Yes, it's garbage.
You can tell there's no mastery
No.
that went into that. Oh yeah, I just made a red square.
They just
$20
started
million,
with
please.
Christ.
Yeah, well, you hack it.
Yep.
Just go do the thing. You don't need to do all the preliminary steps.
Just figure out the shortcut, man. Because all you want is the result.
I totally understand that.
Yep.
But and that too, if you just try to go and bang, it sucks. It's not. You don't get the fulfillment. And what's actually very interesting, this probably ties way back to our earlier conversation, that to some extent, if you do try to go do that. So for example, you want to become the YouTuber who's like famous, you will never become the YouTuber who's famous, because you will miss all the steps that actually took for somebody to become a YouTuber who's famous, which oftentimes, like, for example, Mr. Beast. I don't know if have you seen like documentaries on Mr. Beast?
Yeah. I've been watching that particular phenomenon. It's a very interesting one.
It seemed very organic in this kind of weird, like...
Oh, no.
like,
I mean,
like the actual rise of Mr. Beast. I mean, there's like, there might have been like 2 or 3 like phases to this, but the early phase was, he's just like, hey guys, I'm like, just doing a video and I'm going to go like talk to that person over there.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it was just dumb as fuck. I would never fucking watch that. But people watch that kind of stuff where it's just, it's real life happening.
Yeah.
But the person's doing these things. And so then it eventually turned like the next kind of partial phase to that was like, we're going to like try to pretend to be a bank where we just give people money. Like I remember like, there's like, and so he was doing that kind of stuff. So maybe the whole thing costed maybe $10,000 or something, but he's just like handing money. So it's just different because nobody would do that. And that's like the whole nature of it. But it wasn't like that big of a deal or something. But that is bringing in millions of views because it's totally different. That is difficult to replicate because the spirit of the person who is doing it is fundamentally different than a person who's trying to become. He wasn't trying to become some YouTuber. He's just doing fucking weird stuff.
He turned into like the embodiment of audience capture, where he doesn't actually want to do anything other than do exactly what everyone wants him to do.
And that is how he got kind of like, he created this thing and then it like almost inverted on him and then just started kind of pushing him along.
Yeah, like I don't know that he's doing anything that he actually wants to do.
I don't even know if that's even like a thing.
No,
like to your point.
No, I think you're right. I don't think he, as a thing that wants things other than what everyone wants, is a thing. He doesn't exist anymore. It's this function. It's this algorithm serving function, and that he's specialized himself into, which is kind of an amazing thing.
It's a very vapidly weird thing.
Yeah, it's very
He's a human sacrifice.
I think that's
Weirdly
actually
enough.
Yes, he was sacrificed to the algorithm.
I wonder if he realizes that.
Because
Because if he did, he'd probably say, "Fuck you guys, I'm done with this shit."
that's like a definitive realization.
Yeah, but I don't know that the sheep can decide whether he's going to become a sacrifice.
So here's an interesting one. I saw
I don't know about that.
I saw a YouTube thing on this about other people who have had that kind of situation where they started a thing, they owned the thing, and then the thing turned on them, and then they became the thing.
Yeah.
And they became the human sacrifice. Wow, that really hits it. There was a dude who was just doing like the regular YouTube thing, like the classic YouTube thing, which is what he was doing, like vlogging and that kind of stuff. And then eventually it turned into, he was doing like a health food channel. Like he was doing like a bunch of like, oh, I'm going to like healthy eat. And I'm like counting my carbs. And like, that was like the stuff he's doing. And then eventually it turned into like, but fast forward a little bit, a couple years later, it turned into hyper professional videos of, I went to Taco Bell and ordered everything on the menu and ate everything in one sitting. And the dude blew up to like 400 pounds and then fucking died.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And that's what his videos was.
That is a subgenre. I don't remember what that is called.
Yeah.
But there is a subgenre of YouTube, just video entertainment, which is eating.
Food gorging.
Yeah, but like to a point that you wouldn't even think is possible.
That was the whole.
Yeah.
And he just and it was incremental. And so the argument was like,
and you just watch.
No one knows that that's what's happening to them. That
I can't
they
even
are
really
being the
think
thing.
about that. It's so repulsive.
You need to read your C.S. Lewis.
I have read a little bit of C.S. Lewis.
I probably should.
The Space Trilogy is fucking awesome.
Screw tape letters. Do screw tape letters next.
What is essential C.S. Lewis?
Mere Christianity.
Okay.
Start with that.
Okay. I'm definitely not reading Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe.
No, that's for kids.
I'm definitively not reading any of those books.
That is for
Chronicles
kids and parents.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ish.
We watched like the newer movie recently. I'm like, okay, whatever.
It's for kids. It's not his best work, I don't think. I mean,
Space Trilogy is pretty good.
Space Trilogy, I think it's better writing.
Yeah, every book is
More
very
complex.
different from one another.
Yes.
But there's a very compelling through line through them all.
Yeah.
Excellent commentary on Genesis and Adam and Eve. Really good.
Yeah.
Like alternative version that very rich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was looking at what time. I'm curious what Trace is up to.
She's
asleep.
probably asleep at home.
Yeah.
Oh, that would make. Did you go separate?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That makes
She's
a lot of
smartened up.
Yeah.
okay. That makes a lot of sense now. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Now I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm sure Christine's asleep too.
There's a lot of amazing C.S. Lewis, but yeah.
I keep hearing the name, and I definitely hear it continually from like kind of different avenues and different kinds of things, to include things like I call it like nonfiction writing, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely quoted by a lot of like mathematicians and some kind of weird philosophers and stuff like that.
He's a deep thinker.
So I started the Mahabharata. And that is a fucking weird ass book, dude.
Yes, it is.
They talk about like space travel
Yes,
in
they
the
do.
first like, I don't know, 30 pages.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is that?
It's only 7,000 years old.
That's ridiculous. Like, are we really talking about traveling between planets right now?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Ridiculous.
That's left over from the last time civilization got wiped out.
Yeah, see that's
Some
that.
weird shit, man.
I'm not gonna lie, that is something that every now and again I start to think about. That I go like, okay, how do we really know some of these, like we'll say historical things? And it's like, how do you know that there was not a civilization, let's
We
say
do not
10 or
fucking
14,000
know.
years
And
ago?
there's some evidence that there was.
You'd have
so-
fucking no way.
What is
to
that? This is like one of the cornerstone spiritual texts of the entire world.
know. What is this?
One of the oldest books ever
The
written.
Vedic texts.
It's
Oh, the Vedic text.
Yeah, Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Vedic text.
Yeah, and you know, one of the few of them that's actually translated. And
So I've heard.
Not only that, they're using nuclear weapons, spaceships, lasers.
Okay, I've
so
not gotten
so
there yet.
okay, I'm gonna throw this in the air.
like, what the
'cause
fuck
I
is
heard
that?
So I heard this. Take this for what it's worth. I met a guy who lived in Nepal for like 20 years, and he came back, and we talked about his like time. He spent a lot of time in India and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. Let's talk about like the Bhagavad Gita and like some other kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
And he basically told
I
me.
said
told,
the Mahabharata. I meant the Bhagavad Gita. I meant the Bhagavad
Okay,
Gita. The
so
Mahabharata is the collection.
I
right?
The
told.
whole thing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Bhagavad Gita is one of the three
One
books.
story
Yeah.
that's in the middle of it.
So I told David this, and we haven't really spoke like too much about it, but he basically told me, he's just like, look, there's this class of people who live in India. They're called the Brahmin,
Yeah.
and the Brahmin are Christians. They come from the West, and what they did was they wanted to unite. They wanted to unite India to make them Christian, but that's like not possible because they're animistic. Is that the right term? Animistic.
Yeah.
So they worship the rock, and that's like this micro town, and then that micro town, and so there's like 10 trillion gods, and they have that. So they basically, now this is the part that I'm gonna blow your mind on. I don't know anything about this. I'm just relaying this point, and it was like
Yeah.
the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedic texts were actually invented relatively recently, and then sold as old texts.
Okay, that's fascinating because like the entire time that I was reading the Bhagavad Gita, I was like, okay, Christianity is like based on this. This is like fucking
Yes.
word for word. This is the Christian story.
Yes, it is in a lot of ways.
Okay, so some people claim that's the Frisians that
Frisians.
went to India.
Yeah.
And
And I don't know the
because
details,
there are
but
towns in India that actually have Frisian names.
I remember you talking about this
And-
a little
Free
while
people.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah. And to this, think about and one like little micro argument. This is kind of a permaculture-y type of energy movement type argument. I would say like an intuitive argument. That place is a fucking tropical jungle where the erosion, i.e. the flow of energies to that place are intense.
India?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Like massively intense.
the churn.
Yeah, the churn. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And so
I mean, they're
is it-
overtaking China as the largest population right now.
They already have.
Yeah. I mean,
And the reason
Lot of people.
why I bring that up is it unreasonable to believe that a culture like that would not be able to hold on to something old? I don't know. It just seems like why that country would be able to hold on to something.
The whole
that
thing
old.
with the Mahabharata, and part of the reason why it's so like all the translations are so fucking controversial. Like I don't know if you've read the Vedas or tried to read the Vedas.
Yeah, Vedas, that's where
I tried to like the Vedas. What are they? Okay, it's a collection of books.
Yeah.
I want to read them. Oh, you can't. Fuck you. You can't read the Vedas because it's all oral tradition, and you can't read the Vedas because every written version of the Vedas is corrupt in some way. It was written by a Western scholar who misinterpreted everything, or an Eastern scholar who wasn't actually saying the right thing because it wasn't the oral tradition.
Yeah.
And you can't truly understand the Vedas unless you are living with a guru for 10 years.
Yeah, massive skepticism right I did on this stuff.
And it's like, okay, thanks. Door closed. It's like, you can't get the Vedas. Vedas are not for you.
You know what that sounds like, by the way? That sounds like that sounds like American business. You're like, oh no, you can't get this, and you're like, well, I wanted
These are not the droids
more.
you're looking for.
Oh, I wanted more. Yeah. Okay, fine. You can have just a little.
You can have this.
You just have a little
Western
look at this thing.
Bullshit that we don't endorse. Yeah.
Now, there's no reason to. I don't have any further evidence to that, but it is kind of interesting.
I only bring it up because of the oral tradition thing. So, like, I don't know, guru to guru. These are people that are dedicating their lives to these stories. The song. It's a song.
Sure.
It's a chanted song.
Yeah.
So
would that mean though?
See, I don't know. Maybe that could last thousands of years.
Here's my uber skepticism on that. I mean, I don't think that necessarily
there's no literary interpretation bullshit to get into that mix. This is like a repeated chanted thing.
Then the implication there is if it's unchanging, unaltered, then it would be the easiest thing to actually fucking transcribe.
If the language stayed the same around it, but I'm not sure that. I think that's the point, is that it hasn't, and so you have to like study under a fucking guru and know the like intonation of the phrase in chant to understand the true meaning of the fucking thing. I don't know.
They seem so.
Saying,
it's so funny.
Like,
it's so funny because the insinuation of anytime somebody says guru, it's really fucking scam artist.
This is the Western contamination of that word. It's not contaminated like that in India.
Well,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, the general gist of a guru is a person who knows.
It's a teacher.
And they go seek them.
It's
out.
a master.
Yeah. The problem in the West is all the hippies got fucking high, went over there, got ripped off by scam artists that the Indians were like, that's a fucking scam artist. That's like not a guru.
Ram Dass.
Yes, and then they brought them back to the United States, and then they're like, "These are gurus."
Did you go meet Ram Dass?
Yes.
You gotta go meet Ram Dass.
Exactly.
All the fucking CEO tech billionaires.
And
go
it was
meet Ram
literally
Dass.
like, and Indians were like, "Yeah, those are fucking scam artists. Everybody knows that. Why are you calling them gurus?" But that's where we get it.
Show made a great portrayal of that. Was it like literally the Silicon Valley? The Valley?
Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley?
Yeah. Do you remember those couple of episodes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think there was.
The right thing for you to do is to pillage everything because that's your meaning in life.
That show,
the spiritual training.
So David had never seen it, so I was like, "Oh, dude, you got to watch this." And he's
Hilarious.
like, "I hate you because you're just making me relive my worst lives."
Yeah, I saw it like one episode, and I'm like, "Yeah, I already lived that. I don't need any more of that."
Oh man, just
exactly
watching
my life.
The absolute best part, though, I only really like this one part, which is the end, the last episode of the first season when they're doing the crunch bass, like the whatever, and there's this Indian who's up there, and he's like, "This is totally gonna change the world. This distributed architecture, this thing, buzzword," and everybody's like. Yeah. It's just like, for you to even know what this guy says, you're already like, this is the most minor computer problem of all time, and only like 3 people in the audience even knows what the hell he's talking about, and it absolutely is not going to change the world.
No.
I'll never forget that. I'm like, yeah, that's it right there. That's a tech person.
You should read the Oralinda.
The Oralinda?
Yep.
After I finish the Bhagavad Gita?
Yes, totally different. But
So how did fucking Eric Heimler have a copy of the Bhagavad Gita the entire time he was gassing Jews? That is some weird shit.
no, it's not.
I mean,
Why? Yeah, why would you?
You know the Nazi symbol is a Buddhist symbol, right?
no, I didn't. I mean, I know it's an ancient symbol. I didn't realize it was Buddhist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the story with the Bhagavad Gita being, Krishna telling
I will say I'm now.
Arjuna that it's totally cool for you to be killing your cousins because
That's
that's
what
the
you're
right
supposed
thing
to be
to
doing.
do.
Yes.
Well, in the argument in there, it is a little nuanced. It's like, look, you're put here.
What is life?
This is like the direction
Yeah.
that like it's on. Like you're here, you have to just face the fact that it is this. That is actually what it.
It's the fucking Marxian Geist concept, which is there's this inevitable historical progression,
Kind of.
and it's just
You're playing.
good
You got to play your
and
role.
uninterruptible.
That was also built on Buddhist concepts.
Yeah.
That they were just getting from the East. So
Now I will say, I'm just gonna make one small disclaimer on this. I am now uncomfortable in this conversation to have that rolling to continue that part of the conversation. Because there's some stuff that I've heard about this that now makes me a little. It makes me actually want to read more, but I don't know what to read, to be perfectly honest. I don't know what history to look into, but I've now had sprinkling of some seeds of some ideas that some historians have basically said on YouTube that I go, are we really fucking reliving? Is it possible that the world we're living in right now was actually that same world that was at that time? And because you asked the question, like, how could that person have that and they're doing this kind of thing? And it's like, well, because they might have been living in the same world, but much worse. And the reasons or like the actions that they would be doing, they felt were justified because of the nature of those things, none of which are actually explained in any kind of history because it's like just really not the kind of nuances.
It's just a little data point.
It is a data
He
point.
carried that around with him. That's all.
Well, no, I don't mean that. But that's true too. But like, let's say like the nuances of the landscape that was actually there, that's actually all gone when you're trying to talk about the objective facts. And which is kind of a weird thing about objective facts that you might like of history. If you zoom out enough, and it's going to say like, okay, this happened on this date, and then like this person went and did this kind of stuff, but it's missing why the stuff is happening because it's in a mosaic of a context.
Yeah.
And so one example to this argument was about like the nature of the culture of Berlin and how people were shaping it at the time, and that is just never explained anywhere, like any of that kind of stuff. It's more about like, oh, the economics, like the eras of the press, and so you have to imagine in your mind what that must have been like, but you're actually really going to, at least for me, you're going to be really far off from what it probably actually was.
it's not just that too. It's like the global context of what was going on in the entire West at the time, which
that would be
the
relevant
emergence
too.
of communism during that period and what that was doing to everyone's conception of the changing nature of relationship between the rulers and the proletariat, which was created by all the communist propaganda and what they were fighting against with that, which was, you're looking at like the dying of, particularly in Germany, you're looking at the dying of the Teutonic Knight type class, where they were medieval in a way that was still going on, and then you had this emergence of the modern world where all this shit's being invented that is so different than anything anybody has experienced for the past 1,000 years that everyone's just freaking out about the possibilities, because it's like, holy shit, we have electric light, holy shit, we have tanks, holy shit, we have, it was just on and on and on with all these amazing inventions that were happening, the radio being invented and the automobile and all that shit. And then it's like, oh, now we're going to have a war with all this industrial shit, i.e. World War I. And it's like fucking hell on earth.
Yeah,
like,
it was
people
unbelievable.
are like, what the fuck are we even seeing? I mean, we get like chopping people up with swords, but we don't get gassing them and they're coughing their lungs out, or being shelled for literally months.
Yeah, literally the shells where you look at
the numbers of dead. I mean, I think
the numbers and the horror of it.
You literally look at the fields where they literally bombed every square inch of all of it.
Yeah,
and it's like a
everything's
moonscape for it's like that used to be a field in
and that
France.
happened for years. They were doing that for years.
I'm forgetting the name of the researcher. I think you listened. I sent you the same maybe I sent both of you the same podcast. But he brought an interesting additional variable into this, which was parasite pressure influencing political alignment, and how the higher a parasite load in a population, a disease load in a population, the more conservative the population. And the lower the parasite load, the parasite pressure, the more progressive. And I mean, that makes sense from like a purely evolutionary psychology standpoint, which is, if you have, if you're vulnerable to disease, you're going to be less open to outsiders, fundamentally.
Yeah.
And how there was a major outbreak of the Spanish flu in Berlin, literally the years leading up to Hitler's election, which was very interesting and is like well documented. And
so driving xenophobia.
Yeah, and how there was probably at the same time a surgence in disgust sensitivity, which is correlated with parasite pressure.
Do you think though that it almost? I kind of wonder though if this is not corollary, but could be like leading causes.
Yeah, no, probably leading causes. The other thing being the Great Depression happening simultaneously.
Yep.
And how this was all happening in Germany. And I mean, he didn't say it outright, but it was like a pretty damning implication, which is that the U.S. had a pretty critical role in creating the global conditions that resulted in the sort of political decision making that happened in Germany that resulted in Hitler getting elected and all that shit happening.
The Treaty of Versailles was basically all of the Allies raping Germany to death, and people literally starving in the streets.
Yeah.
The treaty was just completely ridiculous. It was like, give us all your shit forever, and lick our boots forever.
Yeah, I mean the Great Depression induced by the U.S. stock market. Fucked everyone.
Yep.
It was not just the U.S.
No.
Yeah, and I mean that's.
By the way, that's
a little negative on your fractional reserve being amazing thing. Maybe it resulted in the Holocaust.
You didn't say fractional reserve.
No, fractional reserve is actually much older than that. And it's actually not fractional reserve. It's actually the debt component to it. Yeah. That very specifically. That it's based on loans. That is a very unique situation. As far as I know, I'm not a super scholar on it, but whenever I hear people talk, they talk about things like iron money. They talk about things like gold certificates. Yeah. This is all commodity-based income or commodity-based monies, which has things like you could then add a layer of fractional reserve on it, but there's still kind of like a one, and that's that. This is we're going to make it, but that if you don't get more of it to fill that hole, it's going to blow up.
Yeah,
that's very different. That's a very different mechanic. But for sure, it kind of came out, and who knows what happened after that. But I don't actually believe that, for example, the Federal Reserve is actually in control of any of this kind of stuff. I think it's actually the fact that we could create a debt right now. We could go and create it on paper, and you could say that, you owe me $500,000 or something, and literally money is created in thin air like that right now. We could do that, and anyone else can do it, and they figured this out. This is what I've understood from the Eurodollar University is so long as you're not in the country of the currency, you could go create that currency and go give it to someone. And so that's what the actual US dollar is. It's not the US dollar that we know of it is. It's this thing that's passed around.
This thing that's denominated in US dollars.
Yeah. But it's like a non-thing. And so they have like euro yuans and euro, all that kind of stuff. And euro just means not in that country. And so people in China and there are banks like in Japan. So what ends up happening though is they create like a debt and they create a liability that they have to then go and grab.
Yeah.
And so that's where this thing starts to turn into this like cascading like blowback situation where it's like, well, how am I going to go and get that specific strand of the thing? It's just different. And so what it can do is it can create actual economic activity. One may argue, okay, whether or not it's needed or it's appropriate. That's I'm going to put that sort of to the side, but it has resulted in people getting up, going and doing things that they might not otherwise have done, and then creating the productivity on the backside of that. That is undeniable, and they create it from nothing, from just thin fucking air. They created ports in Africa. They've created all sorts of stuff, and it's just literally they just made this shit up. And so people can bitch and complain about it, but guess what? If we were on a gold window, they'd never fucking build that port in Africa. Never. Maybe they shouldn't have built a port, but they definitely did. They built a port, and they have the ability. They now have an asset. So the expenses were this. They can now have a chance to lower those assets or maybe increase income. That's just reality. So that's like the social weird component to it without having a tether that is something physical and real, which feels really safe, but it actually creates scarcity. That's the argument. I don't know that to be definitively true, but that's what the argument is. It creates scarcity.
The issue with that debt creation, though, is it's not that anyone can do it. It's only specific actors.
I mean, kind of, yes, yeah.
And
yeah.
there's specific actors that are all working together to accept each other's fictions.
That's correct. I agree. Yeah.
So,
offshore banks.
yes.
Offshore banks. And what they're in the primary market, it seems to be of that is how do you get these games are so ridiculous. It's literally who has all the fucking money and how do we convince them to give us and lend us that money? And that's the game. How do we convince them? And so the big company, the big one, is the insurance companies. That's the one. That's all the money's in the insurance companies. And then they lend it out. They throw it out on the market. They basically borrow. They basically get U.S. Treasury debts. They then get that. They then lend those things out so people can do operations for a day. And then they unwind and do that trade every single day. And that's the actual money. It's so fucking ridiculous. But that's like at the big scale of how literally people are going to get their business line of credit to like pay their employees and all that. It eventually trickles down to that kind of stuff.
So then you could say the basis of all money is future security.
Yes. Yeah, I could see that. But it's on the problem.
Or you could say certainty.
I would say it's
the
certainty.
illusion of future security for everyone.
Yes.
And I would say with this particular monetary supply, which I would just say is, just an insignificant person, it seems to me to be literally like sands that are just constantly falling. Because you'd have to make more to go pay the previous person.
Yeah.
Because you have to pay them in debt, so you got to borrow from this person and go pay that person.
That's the current collapse argument.
It is, and eventually it will collapse.
They can't
It'll blow up.
shovel the sand fast enough at this point.
No.
To keep the sand flowing.
But what's weird about it is sand is a kind of good analogy because it's like they have an angle of repose.
Yep.
At some point in time, it'll collapse down, but it will actually become stable again.
Yes, correct.
Because that chain can't pay anymore. But guess what? That all of a sudden means that I don't have to pay them that much, and I have enough income stream for somebody else.
Well, that's why in the standard debt cycle you have a recession every 10 years.
This is a debt cycle.
It has to go back to stability, but instead they've been piling it ever higher with little walls on the sides to make it even higher.
Yeah, they're definitely getting it's getting super fucking.
Now we're getting where we have really too far to fall to get back to stability.
Dude, they don't even sort of talk about too big to fail anymore.
No.
It's like catastrophically so far. No fucking way.
I think the big five banks now are 40% larger than they were in 2008.
Yeah.
And they've swallowed up all of their competitors, and 0 new banks have been created in the U.S. since 2008.
I really enjoyed that presentation you sent. That was very good.
Which one?
Oh, the one talking about how pretty much all of these like major regulatory bills in all of these different industries and
man,
end
that
up
was-
accomplishing the exact
that's
opposite
all they
of what
do.
they're supposed to
Yep.
do.
Intentionally.
Further consolidation and monopoly power.
Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah.
Sarbanes-Oxley in
a bad one.
2008. We're going to
And-
make sure this never happens again with
and-
banks.
and-
And all I did is made sure there was zero new competition for banks.
And as a result of that, what it's trying to do, to
Awesome.
your point, is probably the thing, the blowout valve on this system is supposed to be the cycle,
Yes, it is.
and so the cycle creates new ones. And so
Gotta
since
release
that,
some steam.
they're like,
Gotta release some steam
we won't have a downside. We'll only have sort of an upside, and then it kind of
Forever.
does this.
until all the boomers die.
But then all of a sudden, for example, we're now looking down. It appears to be the next leg of the collapse is no more regional banks.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a fucking bad one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bad one. So
We're
you're
only
saying
going to have the Federal Reserve now.
that only
Owned
the
by the big five banks.
only the biggest fucking five
There you go.
banks
Yes.
are going to get way bigger,
Yeah.
Yep.
way bigger,
And that won't cause any problems.
and that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be more profitable or more efficient or anything else, because now they got to deal with a lot more problems that they were delegating to some other banks.
I really enjoyed the, Sam Altman, please regulate us crypto thing.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Yes.
That's all we want is to regulate us so
Lots of
that other people
regulation.
can't come into our industry and compete with us.
Yes.
Please.
It's bad. I've seen a bunch of stuff on what their game is, like what they're playing is like. They are probably the most insidious.
It's pretty evil.
Thing to come
The
out of the
AI
Silicon
thing is
Valley.
pretty fucking evil.
The more I look at anything even touching AI right now,
Yeah.
it is full blown evil.
Like the AI
All of
Turk
it.
thing is like all of these AIs being trained on functionally slave labor in third world countries.
Yes.
That's pretty evil shit.
And not
it is.
not disclosed and claimed to be something different.
Not disclosed. Exactly.
They're actually claiming it's something else.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, where'd you get all these big data models?
Which, by the way, to me,
Oh, he just generated them.
They just appeared.
Yeah.
It's all of yours. Yes.
so the other aspect to this is when I look at
There were
like
no
back to
children
the
sacrificed.
utopia and back to like where do we go from here? The people who
Yes.
let's say at the smaller level, let's not talk about Musk and like the Mars, real life people who are like trying to be leaders and all this kind of stuff. In this kind of space, they're doing stuff like building robots, and they're selling people on that robots are like. There's a certain undertone, and the main tone is robots are the future. Just get over it, and then that's masked with it's going to be so much better. And then you're like, how? And there's just no real answer to that.
No, there's no answer.
It's a very weird like. So are you saying that we're going to be getting our own like house cleaner that's going to clean your house and like?
Yes.
Well,
So I've got to
No,
send you guys. We had
that's-
this one lecturer at our event that we threw in DC last year, who was she's a like robotics AI researcher, and she was so like raw robotics, and like weird, awkward, socially awkward, purple-haired AI researcher. I've got to send you guys this one lecture.
It seems super crazy.
Because it is like all about how we will transcend ourselves through AI,
Yeah,
and
just
it's the human,
Evolution.
yes, exactly.
Yes.
It's our
Dude, what is robotics?
language is failing.
We, I
No,
mean,
the funny thing is when Leland was talking about like not wanting to go anti-technology and flood technology, and earlier in the talk we were talking about that. The thing that popped in my head was house cleaning.
Yeah.
Because I was like, does he mean that he wants like a robot to clean his house still? And then I was like musing on that, and I'm like, would you rather have a human clean your house,
Yeah,
or would
see,
you rather
that's-
have a robot clean
this
your
is
house?
a very real thing.
Right? And some people would say
Ultimately, in the utopia,
that's terrible to have a human cleaning your house
Yeah.
when you could have a machine doing
Oh
it.
god, man, this
And
is
it's
this
like-
is fucking terrible.
But then the question is this: it's like, is that more human or less human? Is there, because are we saying service is evil? Right? For someone to do something that benefits another person is a bad thing.
there's definitely like lower service. This is a pure tech perspective.
I understand
There's
that
lower
argument.
service
But
that's
then,
beneath us.
well, but see, beneath
But-
us, but see, there's this thing we have called society where
Yeah.
there's people at all different levels of intelligence and
Yes,
capability.
this is Ricardo's economic law. But this is
I may even go further to say like desires and purposes, like grand purposes in life. I mean,
Yeah.
when you say that, like perfect example is I'd rather have my mom clean my fucking house because that's what she likes. That actually makes her happy. She does a really good fucking job of it.
Right.
It makes her like.
And-
It like actually like lights her up
And
to
I
like have
could-
a nice clean environment.
I could write a sad story about how your mom is replaced by a robot, and then she just molders away in her chair until she dies
Yeah, it's
unhappy.
fucking. Oh my god.
Right,
It's-
because the thing that made her happy has been taken away from her
And-
for
Yeah.
her own good.
and it comes from this selfish mind that the person. I don't want to do the cleaning,
Yeah,
but that is taking away from
that
somebody
doesn't
else
mean
who
that
actually
no
would
one
be.
wants to do it.
No, correct.
And
Because
I-
then what do they have to do? You just got to code, bro.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, my mom used to code. My mom actually used to be a programmer.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yes.
I mean, the other thing about it is kids.
yeah,
Are kids just not allowed to do anything productive?
Not in this
that's what the
society.
modern
they
world
suck.
says.
Kids suck at almost everything
They do,
Except-
but it's
and-
called training.
That's the point.
I love this.
Yes.
You know what
Because
my-
they stop sucking by doing
by
things.
doing things.
You know what Julia did today?
Yeah.
Like this is so cool. I did do a lot of recording today, but like I probably should record a little bit more of this because these are like first, right? She went out there and she took stock of. We did a bunch of handwritten labels for the trees that we grafted that are out here, planted in the ground instead of in the pots. And so Christine was like, "Hey, the labels are starting to get worn, so we like absolutely have to replace them with printed labels, otherwise we're going to lose varieties." Okay, great.
Yeah.
So I bring her out there and I have her bring a notepad out there. I brought the worst notepad imaginable. I brought this tiny little thing out there. I really need a piece of paper with a freaking. Eventually figured out on like a clipboard. She went out there. She wrote all the names of the things down, and of course I had to walk her through it. I know how to do this now. It's actually really easy to do this to like train somebody. Because you have to know it well enough, or at least fake it enough to know how you could get them to the end, like how to make the steps. You may not know at the beginning. But so I go like, okay, you're just going to write the name down, and then you're going to count the trees. I'm like, oh, no, actually, we're just going to put 2 on either end, because that's how it was. So she went through, and after like maybe 2 or 3 questions after the fact, she basically was autonomously going and doing it. So, okay, once you're done, come and grab me, because I was like filming other people. So then we came in here, and she like sat down at the office chair and like went on this system that I built. And I was like, okay, now what you're going to do is you're going to go and data entry this information into the system. And so she went to the label orders thing, and I showed her like, okay, what you're going to do is you're going to do all these 969. So you're going to select 969. Then you're going to put in like the year and then space, and then you're going to start to type the name of it. And then in the list, it'll show possible choices, and you choose the one, put it over, and then set like the number 2. And then once you're getting kind of far in there, you hit save so you don't lose your information. And so after maybe 2 or 3, she kind of came and grabbed me. I could leave, and she's punching data away. And then I came back after she did that. And then once she did that, we then went and printed labels from the label making machine. Now, what I did was I recorded a bunch of videos of me going over how to like load the printer, how to like calibrate the printer and all that kind of stuff. And I had her watch it. And then I watched her go and do it. And she fucking did it at like 9 years old. So she was running an actual nursery with just like a little bit of like oversight of this kind of stuff. But in general, she's doing all right. She calibrated a printer. She went over here. She then went over to the print mechanism. She then had to proverbially call in the IT guy, i.e. me, and fix the integration with the print mechanism and the server, whatever. That's not her job to do that. But then she was able to go and print it. She then went and then she printed different ones. She loaded the label 3 different colors out of that label and printed them out.
Cool.
And then like she's done and it rained out, so we couldn't go and put them out there. But like just to think like you are never getting a robot to do that. Never. You're just never going to. The robot is the fucking the label printer. It's the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Period. And that's
The components.
That's
it's not
so
weaving them together.
It's so mind-numbingly advanced, those things, and to get anything to get to that point, and the fact that a child could do it so fucking easily it is actually miraculous.
Yeah, they're
when you
definitely
work with computers enough.
overselling how advanced the robotics thing is right now.
It is.
like-
Holy shit.
Unless unless you're like a blogger for like a sensational magazine that writes like shitty blog posts, your job is probably fine for a long time.
Oh man, yeah, because
Any ounce of creativity,
any ounce. And so, what to me, what is
or engagement with the real world, like that's the big one.
it is the real,
Like,
it is the
the
issue.
real world is really complicated in a way that we don't really.
No,
We're not computing consciously.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about this going to your place, that it's all about the fractals and managing the fractals.
Yeah.
And human beings in particular have this ability to do the real calculus of managing the fractals that no math can help. Math is impossible. And so it's not possible that we should be able to do anything, like being able to even drive to your fucking house.
Yeah.
That should not be possible. And it absolutely is. I can fall asleep all the way there and I'll be safe
Pretty amazing.
in a non-automatic driving car.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Um,
It's a lot of like, we're supercomputers.
all robotics is nothing more than just automation and this kind of more physically type form, and it is
so dumb.
so ridiculously hard. I mean, even like, for example, drones in like Ukraine. What a complex. I mean, it's war when you really study it. It is like, it's like the ultimate human expression of just chaos and complexity with no rules and like the endless fractals.
Everything breaking down, fog of war, maneuvering in a totally unknown environment.
Totally unknown.
Yeah,
and it's
where the
fluid.
consequences are as high as they can possibly
Literally.
be. Yeah.
And it's unbelievably fluid.
Totally.
At one moment it's over here, and now it's over here, then it's over there, and then now the rain's coming over the top. There's literally clouds everywhere. There's on fire now. There's smoke going on.
And friction. I mean, everything that you would normally consider trivial matters and adds up in a cumulative way.
Logistics matter.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. You don't have food, you don't have soldiers. You don't have warmth, you don't have feet. Like you don't have clean socks, you can't walk. You don't have functioning feet, you definitely can't fight.
Yeah.
And all of those are very quickly, they go away. Like instantaneously. Socks, you should not wear socks more than once without being washed. And then there's days, right? There's days. I even just in thinking about this in myself now. Like you're going to go on YouTube and you're really not going to find any information about this. What are they doing with their socks? You're living in holes right now. I mean, I don't know if you know this. They literally are digging like caves.
You gotta cycle socks. I don't know how you do. You multi-day sock. You gotta have like 3 pairs, and you're not wearing the same pair every day.
Oh.
Or you got that maybe in your bag. You carry them with you so you don't lose them in case you're not resting at the same place every night.
In that particular case, in a lot of third world wars and wars in the third world, this is the thing that American soldiers don't get is American soldiers, particularly for like the last couple decades, there's a rear. So they go out on a patrol
right,
wearing socks, and then they come back to a place that does their laundry.
Yep.
Right?
Exchanges, yep.
And they go out on patrol and put some food in their pack and take it with them. And then they come back and there's more food sitting in a pile to eat for dinner and to put in their pack.
To tell you how far this has gone, in Afghanistan, which is admittedly the moon, might as well be the moon, you get really fucking cranky. That you're like, my laundry came back and it's partially still wet. Yes. These motherfucking cunts.
Yeah. Whereas third world fighting,
it's a desert. It will dry out in like 10 minutes.
There is no rear.
There's
nowhere for you to go to rest.
No.
There's no food pile sitting there waiting for you.
Yeah.
There is no clean pile of socks. There's no safe place for you to sleep that's guarded by other people while you sleep there. Right? You're in a fucking hole. Something might kill you if you go to sleep. You're not sure where the food is. You haven't drank water in a while. You don't know what day it is. You're not really sure where command is or what the goal is.
Yeah.
This whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right? So you have no chain of command. You don't have resupply unless you kill somebody and take their shit.
Yeah.
So.
And some people go into the country and they're like, it's so bad. They're taking equipment off the dead guys. Like, are you fucking crazy?
Yeah, it's because they don't have fucking equipment. Whereas.
They may not get ammo.
Yeah.
You're not going to run out of ammo.
Yeah. Whereas the American soldier is like, my gun ain't working. You fix it for me, armorer.
And look, you know, we can make fun of that, but at the end of the day, That's why it's so fucking effective.
Well, it is. I mean, it's, oh, we need a helicopter to come pick us up because I stubbed my toe. And here comes a helicopter. Oh, here comes an armored column because we decided we don't want to walk back.
Well, I don't know about all this. I mean, these are fine, but I think of like an example of like something you can physically watch is like go watch Gods and Generals, where they show the depiction of the Confederates at Fredericksburg behind the wall versus the North trying to charge up the hill up to the wall. And literally the North is having to cross gigantic open terrain with their troops, whereas the Confederate has like 4 lines of people, and all they're doing is handing a rifle, boom, handing it back, and there's different stages of reloading the rifles. So the entire thing is boom, boom.
Don't do that.
And so it's like,
Do not.
that is why
that.
those guys got absolutely murdered because they have an unbroken chain. Like they have to go all the way up to even get a shot in, and by the time they get there, they've just been absolutely mauled.
Yeah.
The rate of fire would have been absolutely insane because they could just, there's a whole group of people that are just reloading the rifles. They're not even reloading a rifle, which is what those guys are doing. They're
You got to stop. And
It's a bad idea.
takes a minute and a half to reload.
It's like, oh man. And so why is that super effective? That's factory warfare. That's industrial warfare.
Right. Yeah.
And so the ability,
Scalability.
streaming artillery shells to the front where they can just literally just keep firing, dude.
Yep.
They'll never come up. Never, never, never.
Well, that's the thing I was saying about World War II from that book, where they were like, the Americans shelled us for like 7 days straight, like 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Time to kill yourself.
Yeah,
It's-
24 fucking hours a day, shells dropping on you.
That was
You will go crazy.
That was actually a major argument that I think that I'm pretty sure that British Royal Marine was actually making about. If it wasn't him, maybe I was thinking that was the ramifications of the difference between kind of U.S. warfare, where it's probably overextended, that it probably needs to move a little bit further back to where we don't need the most extreme modern weapons, but we need fucking lots of them, and they need to be streaming out constantly. The Sherman tank, the thing that is absolutely going to work and mitigate some really bad things like totally inaccurate. But
Is all of our manufacturing still onshore? Like all of our weaponry manufacturing?
Some of the weapon systems are like international. I mean, like the F-35, we had deals with people all over Europe.
Oh, no.
The
making
supply
parts.
chains for sure, but
Yeah.
like the ultimate manufacturing point.
I would say yes,
a lot
they
of the
are
shit.
US.
I mean, definitely vehicles. I think are all U.S. made.
all helmets,
Yeah.
flak jackets, or like just that stuff. Yeah.
Unless they're secretly outsourced to China. and we don't know
This is
about it.
partially why I think that most people in the United States are actually working for the government, and they don't know it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because they might just be making O-rings, and like, rubbers and nuts, and their buyer is the government,
Yeah.
and they may not know it because it's going over to those guys who are assembling, I don't know,
An
engines
APC
or
or
something.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to Textron. And they're like, I don't know, they just buy tons of O-rings,
Yep.
and no one knows this stuff. It's like, who's the ultimate consumer? It's like, well, it could be some Ukraine
Yeah.
is the ultimate
It
consumer.
would take some serious analysis to figure out all those supply chains.
It'd be impossible. The government doesn't even do it.
No, they don't.
They don't know. The F-35 is actually a particularly interesting one, which I think is fundamentally different though, because I don't even think it's fair to call it supply chain because it's so advanced now that like literally like the I'll just make something up, like the night vision or something is made in Norway.
Yeah.
Like it is the global fighter. That's what they sell it as. And so major components are actually assembled from all over the world. Now, I guess it probably comes to the U.S. and they assemble it. Lockheed Martin or whatever just goes, Lockheed Martin. They just slap
Slaps a sticker on it.
Yeah, they slap the sticker
Yes.
on it. And
Our proprietary
Yes.
patented.
because I can tell you right now, after working for Lockheed Martin, they are a management company, which just means that they just talk to people. So that doesn't mean that they're
They
building
don't really
anything.
do anything.
They don't really do anything. And so they just manage the contract. But the funny thing about that, like
Do they not have like an R&D branch still? Like with real engineers?
I don't think that's a fucking thing anymore.
even if they
like Skunk Works.
Well,
like
okay,
fucking
so
coming up with real shit.
it's
Now we're
ki-
back
it's
to
kind of
breakaway
well
civilization again.
it's
Yeah.
complicated because it
Where are
depends
those
on what
people?
you're talking about. Because I have been on R&D arms on this kind of stuff, but it's not like you're thinking.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're creating this new
Like proprietary alloy that does some crazy shit.
Yeah, no. It's more like we're going to do this thing, but we don't want anybody to know about it. And what we're going to do is we're going to be very scrappy about it and use like off-the-shelf parts to like go do us something. More like that. And that is a research and development, because some of it is like, well, we don't know if we can actually like make a radio that does this kind of stuff, but it's not like we're using this new physics from this paper and we're trying to make it like it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not like wartime weapons shit where it's, you know, always cutting edge research and that sort of thing.
I don't even know is that even possible, because
the
cutting edge
anything.
Cutting edge research at this point is so far beyond what they would ever be able to build in the war. I mean, we're already in it. I feel like we're already in the war in which there is the cutting edge research that goes into the war. It's building the B-21 that then flies around and they just take the random photo of it, like, beware, be very afraid. Does the B-21 look exactly like the B-2? Have you seen these pictures?
It's only a model.
It literally... I just see it and I go, isn't that literally just the B-2? It looks exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't get that one either.
But
they were like, oh my god, no, it's the B-21. It's like, okay.
It's like, oh, it's the Raider.
But we can't tell you what it does. It's secret. It's like, okay. Why are you telling us that you can't tell us?
I do wonder, who are all these people who make all these articles? Have you ever wondered? I mean, we're going into like a super...
It's AI.
I mean, there are so many fucking articles that are written on just all sorts of random shit. I can't imagine anyone's doing anything. Is there actual people writing these things?
I do occasionally write random articles about random shit that no one reads. It's very weird.
You
I
do?
get paid to do that. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Yeah, okay.
I do.
It's part of this.
That'd be an interesting question.
It's very weird.
Yeah. I mean,
like, why are you paying me to write this?
No
one will read it. No one.
It's like random blog post, but it's a corporate blog post.
Yeah, it's
the
my client has a pet project of advocating for the arts at the institutional and political level, and she's getting bankrolled by a major university and major billionaire donors to do it. And she just like pays for shit to happen that's related to that, whether or not it's effective.
Mm-hmm.
It's very weird.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mention this because I'm just gonna bring awareness. You guys probably already know this. Well, actually, I'm gonna turn around as a question rather than a statement. Do you have conversations like this with anyone else on Earth?
Daniela.
Well, that's not fair. That's like your other half. That's not equivalent. It's not even sort of quick, because you're not actually having the conversation. I'm just going to point this out. You're not actually having a conversation. You're just saying it to like a micro doppelganger who's just reflecting back at you in a safe space. It's just like emanating back crap that you've already taught this person, and
we could claim that. Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, so
yes,
I'm not going to.
She shares half my brain.
But I know.
Not regularly. I mean, I do have that group in Santa Fe that's interesting to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a couple younger friends that I've cultivated a certain culture of conversation with. I could talk to some of these things, but they're limited.
I mean, I just think about some of these topics, and they're actually really hard, at least for me, to like feel like I've got my mind around them. That to some extent, we kind of have them poked a little bit. It does not feel complete, though.
Well,
it doesn't even feel.
That's the problem, though. This is a tangential comment I was going to make, which is, I just finished this book recently called The Checklist Manifesto, and the guy that wrote it is a surgeon, and he was talking about the complexity, how much the complexity of medicine has increased in the past 10 years.
Oh my God!
With the advance of technology,
I can't even imagine.
And he's like, and his point was that we're getting into an age of hyper specialization, not just specialization. So he was saying, for instance, that in his hospital there's no longer anesthesiologists. There are 6 different types of anesthesiologists.
Yeah, I can see this.
That you have to get, and he was saying that he used to be like a general surgeon, but now he only operates on one type of cancer on one organ. And he's like, this is what you have to do in medicine now, is you have to hyper specialize on one super special thing.
And I bet that dude's well paid.
Yeah, but
Well
that's
paid.
and that's the only way you can survive, is to be the hyper specialist. And because of this hyper specialization, they can now perform miracles in medicine that were just unthinkable, like even 10 years ago. And he gave this example of,
no surprise.
there was this girl that they successfully resuscitated 1.5 hours after she died from drowning in a pond. And
Whoa.
they like got her body out of the pond and brought her back to life. And he like went through like, you know, all the different specialists that were
Without
involved.
like severe brain damage.
Yeah, I'm suddenly
No brain
going,
damage.
How
She
is
that may be more
possible?
miraculous than anything else.
So
Well-
like all of the fucking Hollywood portrayals of this kind of thing need to be update.
Well, it was
They're out of
very
date at this point.
interesting.
I mean, it
Yeah.
sounds like a vegetable zombie that they're just like, see, they're back. See,
It's not the case. She was 5 years old when
Oh,
she
okay.
drowned, and
That may be-
totally normal development and
that might have
everything. She recovered from the thing. It probably did help because she was young, but they, you know, the point he was making though is that none of these specialists understand each other.
oh,
None
no,
of them
no,
understand anything outside their specialty,
No,
right? And they don't communicate with each other.
they can't.
So he's like, so they're killing tons of people because you'll have a specialist that will like come
Yeah,
in,
man.
diagnose, say something to you, give you a medication or whatever, and then leave. And then some other specialist will come in, diagnose, give you some medication or do something to you and leave, and then you'll die because they're not understanding what each other's doing. They're not understanding what the other person's specialty is. They're not passing information between them. They're not communicating with each other. And this was the point of his book, is this idea of this checklist, which he got from the airline industry. How they have these checklists for everything that happens in an airline, and he was giving examples of historical saves that airlines have done based on these checklists and how they developed them. And part of his thing was trying to develop these checklists for hospitals. And he came up with this checklist that they could use in surgery before they perform the surgery. And I don't know if I've talked to you guys about this, but it reduced the death rate in surgery by 54%.
Oh my God.
To just follow this checklist, which took like 15 minutes. Guess how many hospitals adopted it?
None.
None. He's like, it.
You wouldn't even be able to sell that.
Well, that was
Too
the
simple
thing.
to be true.
He's like, these hospitals will spend $100 million buying this new piece of equipment that will like reduce something by like 2%. You know, like find the cancer a little bit earlier.
Yep.
But getting human beings to change their behaviors and to be restricted in their behaviors slightly by this checklist process is untenable
Yeah.
to those human beings. They would rather have the patients die than have to like slightly change their routine.
Isn't that
Before
the
surgery.
problem though with the hyper specialist, because they are they are the specialist.
That's the problem. That's that intelligence spike I'm talking about.
Why would you tell me to do that?
Right? I am the world expert on blah. Why should I have to like sit here and have a nurse ask me if I did this thing? And it's like, well, because you forget sometimes. So I mean, one of the particularly interesting ones is he did a checklist for sepsis that is introduced by being catheterized. And they basically went through, they're like, these are the 10 things you need to do. And then they did a study where they had a control and they watched people do it without saying anything to them. And they, the death rate was like 1 in 5 for people that got sepsis from this procedure. And if you followed the checklist, the chances of getting sepsis were 0. And if you didn't follow the checklist, if you missed one step, there was a 70% chance that you'd get sepsis from this procedure. And they wouldn't adopt that one either. So it's like, okay, so you're going to kill 200,000 people a year in the United States because you don't want to follow this 10-step procedure for this thing. I'm obviously saying two different things at the same time. I'm saying he's pointing out that increased specialization, increased complexity, means that you have to take the shit out of your human head to make sure that everything happens and you don't just like blank or miss something.
This is the modern problem. I actually I have said this till I was blue in the face at work, that I was telling the manager that I tell you work with, like young manager, 20, he's like 27 or something, and I tell him like, look, you've seen what's around here. Can you imagine? We were talking about I think we were talking about Ukraine, and that there could be a ton of money, like opportunity to make a shit ton of money. I never even considered potentially going over there for like a specialized IT role, that I could probably make double what I make now, just even going over there, because it's somewhat early days of the war, kind of like in Iraq, when like Intel people, when I was like 18, 19, 20, there were Intel people going over there making like $280,000, and like that's like unheard of back in 2005 or 6 for somebody to make that kind of money.
Right.
And because they were making, I don't know, let's say 90,000 max in DC or whatever to go over there. And then later on, 08, 09, 10, 11, you're making 90,000 in Afghanistan.
Equalizes out.
And all of a sudden it's just like, why, who the hell would ever do that? It's a fucking terrible idea. Or maybe 120. But you could make that back in the United States. So anyways, putting that to the side, we were having this conversation about it, and we started getting on like AI and machine learning, which is obviously still kind of like big in the government and whatnot. And I was thinking, like, can you imagine how fucking impossible it would be to run this project with these kinds of people who are at the wheel to run this, when you have data scientist level people who are the kind of the builders of the system, and they are absolutely incapable of human speech or understanding reason, or like meaning, not reason, meaning of something. And the people who are on the other side do not understand what the thing is whatsoever.
Even the most basic aspect of what they're doing.
Yes, the most basic. And so, and he said he has a little bit of experience, like he has seen it, that what happens is, and this is not good either, the technicians, the data scientists are almost like gods that no one can basically correct.
Yeah.
And because no one knows what the hell they're talking about. Well, that's a problem, because they don't know what the hell is actually supposed to be happening, because they're focusing on this thing. And I was like, you should be very thankful that, because obviously we have that same problem, but it's at like a lower level. That is just even more extreme. I just can't even imagine. But flip side, I'm kind of curious, like what it was like for like Oppenheimer, because I'm assuming it was probably very similar, like that general that was running that program. But I'm sure he was just like, you guys just win the war. You know that you're going to win the war here if you're right. So we'll win the war. But I don't think it's possible. That's me personally. I have skepticism. Like, all you can do is just waste money, and maybe you stumble on a couple things that kind of work, but it's not repeatable. It's not knowable. It's trashable. I don't have any belief on it.
I don't know. Translation becomes a valuable thing.
Yeah, it's translation. It's even like the coordination.
Translation between experts. So
yeah,
that's pretty much my job, actually.
They used to do this.
I'm like not actually a technical person.
Yeah.
But I understand technical things enough to explain them and manage them for totally technically incompetent people.
Yeah, that's
with
right.
a lot of money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. I've seen it. It's funny.
Translation.
I worked with a guy when I did open source software for a little while. A person joined, and he had like generally no development experience. And that's where he came from. It's super weird. Just in my mind, like the path to get here. He was working for a technology magazine, writing articles.
Yeah.
And like now he's like writing code. It's like, okay, gotcha. That's, how would you be able to write that tech magazine without any fucking experience?
Yeah.
That's super weird. But the understanding of technical things in general that you can,
You have a values problem too, which is, I mean, this was a Silicon Valley thing, is I would translate between business people, entrepreneurs that, understood money and business and markets and customers, and technical people that did not understand business or marketing or customers or meeting the needs of human beings. And all they cared about was the beauty of their code and, whether they could brag about some great hack they'd done.
And managers are like, how do I sell that to the customer? And they're like, I don't even know what the hell you care for.
No, they had no conception of customers at all. So it'd be like, we want to argue for a week over what type of notation we should use in code for comments.
Very important
and for
debates.
variable names. And it would be like, what value does that provide to the customer? And they're like, who? Who's the customer? I mean, and part of this is the employee problem too.
Yeah.
Which the employee thinks that the person that they're serving is their manager
Yeah.
or their overseer. And they have no conception that there's actually somebody somewhere that's supposed to be receiving value from this company.
Yeah.
And be careful.
Yeah.
Because now you've turned into Karl Marx and socialists
Me?
and sociology. Yeah. That's one of their core tenets. Is I'm trying to remember what the guy's name is. It's I think it was Durkheim
Okay.
talked about this, which is the alienation from the customer from the work.
yes. The disconnection between the
Yeah.
work and the...
It's like a
the
chair.
actual
It's like a
end
chair
user.
maker that doesn't make the chair for a person. They're now
Yes.
just putting the legs on the chair.
That's correct.
And they never see the customer.
Yeah.
And they get alienated from the work.
Yes. They don't get the satisfaction of actually providing a human need. They're just doing a random task that they're told to do.
Yep.
Like any conception of the end user.
What, this is like wrapped up in the evil of factory work or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, this is creative tech work, and
Very much factory. You're very much isolated from any sort of end use.
Yeah.
Oh man.
often. So
Well, it depends on the factory. Certainly in some situations, it's probably much harder to understand. Like let's say an O-ring factory. Keep that one up.
Yeah.
That's very abstract. It's very abstract. Making vehicles probably not too bad because it's like you're making F-150s. You drive an F-150.
O-ring.
yeah,
That's
it's
like
just
So you
the-
kind of
see
know.
on the road, or obviously, for coders, it's cool to work on something that then their friends actually use or know about.
Yeah.
Creating an app or a system. That's good, but of course, a lot of where you make the money is on the shit that nobody ever fucking sees because that's where you get paid the most.
Yeah. Industry level tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
Mhm.
mean, one of the first customers I worked for was Visa, basically. I mean, it was Visa, the parent company that actually runs all the computers and the back-end systems, and they brought us in to do a re-engineer. And it was, you can't tell anybody about it, you can't show it to anybody, it's just all this internal guts crap.
Yeah.
It's, logging and data processing, all sorts of shitty shit, and nobody wants to do that work.
Well, it's funny. I mean, to this point, to add on to it, like many of these disciplines that have become so hot, they only exist in those kind of situations. Like you're talking about, like logging and data stuff like that.
Yep.
It has to come from where there's already a gigantic stream that's producing all that stuff.
Yep.
But what's funny is they're trying to apply that to all these places. They're like, dude, you don't have enough data.
Oh, it was hilarious with that shit. It's just like, oh yeah, we need to do blah blah blah, and we need like petabytes of storage. And it's like, for what? For our 1,000 customers. It's like, no,
I can't actually even imagine
you're
all
not
the
doing billions of transactions. You have like 32 users right now, and your max is going to be about 10K if you're lucky.
I can't even imagine this environment you were in. I mean, I understand it like conceptually what these problems are because they're all the same problems. Like
Yeah.
it's just the same
problem
things at
over
the
and
different
over.
things,
Yeah.
and it's like, no, that's just dumb as shit.
There was a lot of that, a lot of dumb as shit.
I mean, it's all. I mean, to the extent that luck is involved, seems to be pretty fucking high in a lot of this stuff. Because you think about like Google Maps. There's a shit ton of people using Google Maps every day. And the problems that they have had to solve to make Google Maps work are unique and innovative problems,
Yep.
of which no one will know anything about. And there will be engineers who are at the bottom level, like you're talking about, who are trying to think about trying to treat it like Google Earth and like trying to solve it in that level. It's like you were absolutely wasting our time.
Well, that was the joke. It'd be like, this is a standard business system, and you're like trying to rethink computing. It's like, this crap is like boilerplate. So just crank it out. And I get that you have a conception of a thing with one object that can be used for everything and is ultimately flexible. That's called,
by the way,
that's called binary.
But it's funny you say it. By the way, that's called Python.
Yes.
Python created the literally it's a C program that basically gets it's very incorrect to call it an interpretive program because it's just not. It is actually compiled in a C code, but the core of it is the Pi object. And the Pi object, you can do whatever you want with this thing.
Yes, and I want to kick them in the balls for that one.
Oh man! And then now is the language.
Fucking coders. Read the Lord of the Rings. They need the one ring to rule them all.
It's so funny because I remember.
It's like, what are you going to do then? You're a programmer. I guess I'll play video games now that I've created the one object to rule all objects.
I would say at this point, like to this point, like kind of like really nailing it in. At this point, I'm just trying to make code that for me is philosophically sane. I mean, what else am I going to do? Like, this doesn't look like all the other code I've made. Okay, I'm going to remake it so that it looks like all the rest of the code I made. Why? Because the end. I don't really like that it's using this word anymore. I want to use this word.
Exactly.
I don't really like it instantiates this way. I've moved on to this way.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it is like just there's been all these kind of micro standard changes
just done
over
with
time.
32s. I'm not going to use them anymore.
I could totally see that because you're like, it needs to grow. So I'm just going to make sure I'm just going to set it at that. Then, I'm not going to go back and change the things until I got to come to the code. I'm like, oh, I got to refactor all this code because I don't like it.
Arrays from now on.
I mean, I rewrote our entire code base into TypeScript. Just one little tiny bit of code at a time. Because I'm like, you know what? It's not using all the good shit I made.
Yeah, exactly.
So why not?
Might as well.
But it's all for naught. It's all a total waste.
What if they want to use that system in Norwegian?
Now, I do kind of miss the old days. There is a certain part of me that has died. It has turned very corporate. I'm certain of it. At my first development job...
You think I'm kidding?
It was like year 2. I decided to write all the code in Japanese. I kind of miss those days.
Wow, that's hilarious.
I mean, literally in kanji, like hiragana and kanji. And I was like, because I was studying Japanese, so I was like, do it. And I wrote an entire library in fucking Japanese. And of course, this is like advanced language that I don't even know. I don't even know it, so I'm like having to like try to memorize these words. And then it was like, after about maybe 6 to 8 months of this. And funny, no one on our team even knew it. That's how fractionalized a 3-man team can actually be. Because it's like, you cover that way, you get that way, you get that way. Now, and it's just so ridiculous about how all this stuff is. I go over into one of their boxes and I look at their work. I'm like, you guys are fucking dumb. Like, why are you making like, I'm pointing out like their thing that is... their bad, we'll call it bad habit or whatever. Like, so this one guy literally for probably 6 months to 12 months worked on one function. That function was like 5,000 lines long.
Holy
and
shit.
It had over 2,000 possible pathways.
Oh my God.
You don't do this.
This is the one function to rule them all.
It is. It was literally a fully, completely registry parser that parses everything of interest out of a registry. And so I'm looking at and he called it the big tamale.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. This guy's so dumb. And over here I'm writing in fucking Japanese.
Oh my God.
Going like, but nobody even called me out on it.
Trolls.
That's how ridiculous
That's
that
just
actually
It
is.
is trolling.
No, I thought it was genuinely stupid as hell. But then in hindsight, thinking about it now, I'm like, I was writing in Japanese, but they never saw that. So that's probably good. Because then they would call me and be like, dude. Dude, what are you doing?
That's hilarious. Oh.
Madness.
Yesterday was Saturday, right? It was
Yes.
Saturday, so it's Sunday now.
Yeah, we're into Sunday.
Yeah, it's So if you didn't know, I never pointed out there is a clock.
Oh, yeah.
There is a clock right there.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's very useful. I use it as like a timer too,
Yeah,
so I can know how long things have been running.
69 Fahrenheit.
Yep. Yeah, that's in here.
Hmm.
I noticed it was getting really hot. I don't know about you guys. Kind of turned it down a little bit.
Hmm.
It's not hot anymore.
So much editing.
I was actually thinking about this. I was like, you know what? What I need to do, there's a lot of good one-liners, but what I need to do is find somebody who's got a lot of extra time on their hands and
There
just
you
go
go.
through the whole thing and then just chop it up.
Yep. Those TikTok videos can't be more than 15 seconds long. You're losing them in the first 2 seconds. It's got to be punchy, fast.
No.
Well,
Get
if
to
we,
the point now.
the question is okay, so if we cut out all the ums and all the thinking out of this video, how much shorter would it be? And it's like a lot, but it would still be an hour of statement. I mean, which is like the modern way of doing all this crap now.
Yep.
It's like you try to compress all of it down to the most micro amount of time.
So let's talk about Andrew Tate.
Now, why? What is there to talk about with Andrew Tate?
I'm just trolling.
Okay, that's reasonable.
I don't think anything is going on with Andrew Tate.
Isn't he like in jail? He's like arrested, like fully arrested.
I don't know if he's in or out. I thought he got out, but he could be back in for all I know.
The last drama I've heard on this was he
What have I
apparently
done?
was trolling. He was like trolling. What's the Jewish guy? Shapiro, and then Shapiro just like, why would I ever listen to him about anything moral? And I was like, that's a good argument.
True.
Yeah, you should never. And I don't think he's actually necessarily trying to bill himself as moral, but I was like, yeah, that was a pretty good argument for somebody who's got sort of a conscience.
He's internally consistent, at least.
Who's that? Tate?
Both of them.
Oh. I'm sure that's not true, but
The
YouTube.
appearance is.
Yeah, the YouTube flat view, of course. Consistent. What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, this gets back to where are you spending your energy? Think about all the dumbass shit that we've talked about tonight that we know because we've been looking at shit that has nothing to do with our own lives or what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
It's
Well,
a giant pile.
some of this stuff acts as, I say some, a lot of it, I would definitely argue, acts as a background context to why to do things. And what's really annoying about this, the artisans, this would be why I kind of love the nature of the different types. I actually have like a very profound kind of love for the physics of it, that other types have fundamentally different strategies, and they're not losing. They're still making it, and you know there's kind of the big four kind of main types there, and like artisans they're fucking asleep. They are definitely not thinking about it. They're definitely not arguing about it.
They're
and,
sound asleep.
and they're fucking making it. They don't give a rat's ass. They just don't want to get hassled while they do their thing. And then there's other types that are broing it up, and dude, they're making it too.
Broing it up.
They're
Yep.
just broing it up.
I'm growing it up right now.
And you know, right now they're crushing 40s and
Bro.
fucking, they're killing the cans, crushing on the forehead, and bro, they're gonna fucking make it. They're gonna make more than all of us.
Bro.
They're gonna make more
Yep.
money than all of us combined,
Probably.
very easily. And
All that thinking gets in the way.
all the thinking gets in the way.
It does.
But but on the same token, it is the nature of things, and I've come to realize, because I've had to intimately work with these other types, that they have to have the rational, or they die. I'm now convinced that if there's not a rational, people die. They don't make it. Because they just do dumb stuff like chaos is happening, and it's happening in ways that are unpredictable to those types, but is absolutely 100% predictable to anybody who stops for like 2 seconds. I see it every day. Like I've seen like contracts that people have signed that who the fuck would ever sign these contracts? just like really bad contracts, making like people who have I don't know, trying to blow up their entire communities. Not literally.
This is literally the travel utopia problem.
What's that?
That if you're just starting with a hodgepodge of people, that you're getting all sorts of bad behaviors.
Yeah.
Yes, you're getting a nice bell curve distribution
Yes, you are.
with that one.
Well, I mean, I kind of took notice in my mind that I do kind of wonder if it requires an insane level of architecture of like something like a rule structure that basically gets rolled out, and you get idiots who sign dumbass contracts to basically go and like, if you believe we need this, because I've had that kind of level of like, just tell me how to live my life and I'll live it.
Yes.
Well, okay,
Which
I'll tell you that, but that's not happening on me.
I rejected the cult leader position in my 20s for that reason. Is I was like, I don't want to tell everybody how to fucking live their life. But the other, you could say that was not okay of me to then leave them to their own devices.
Yeah, no, it's actually not. If you can if you can see it, you're actually responsible to doing something about it.
Which means I'll be burning in hell, probably.
You're forgiven, David.
He died for our sins.
He did.
That seems like a good response. I mean, I see this stuff like regularly every day. I mean, it's one thing. It feels very abstract to talk about it, but it's like absolutely fundamentally it's the fundamental case.
Yeah.
I woke up about a week and a half ago, and it was just clear as daylight that, and I still haven't done it. So shame on me. Maybe I can do it tomorrow or like the most rainy day in the next few days. I have to write down things that I know definitively and the things that I believe as the background context. In this video, if I ever had enough time to ever go back and watch it, there's a lot of things that could be pulled from it, especially not just for me, but from both of you guys, that would go into it, that go very well into the things that I know and things that I definitely believe. And those things are the centering things that are actually not just driving me, but they are actually changing the trajectories of other people who have not spent the time to think about it. And what's crazy to see is then when you actually say those things, like you said about permaculture, I think that was actually a good example. Then when it gets summarized into like its fewest, most meaty, most meaningful actual statements and said to other people, it fucking like, it hits people like lightning. They all of a sudden realize like that. It sounds so smart, but it's just craft. It's just worked on.
Yeah.
It's summarized and then it's stated in its simplistic form, and it's very punchy because it's not the normal kind of stuff you would say every day. But those are the things that are like, okay, that's why I'm not moving to North Carolina. That's why I'm not moving to Virginia, just because some fucking land is super cheaper. Yes, just because that grass is greener over there does not mean its grass is greener. There's a reason why it's here, and there's other things to be done. And a lot of this stuff takes actually a lot more time, and so it's like that's not. Eva, it's actually the other night I actually have recorded a 2 or 3 hour campfire conversation that actually got really fucking deep, in a very different kind of way. The more high level, empathetic, floaty, cultural, spiritual kind of way, kind of a similar conversation as this, but not in a rational sense. It's in that idealist, cooperative sense. This is the utility side to that. But Eva was leading this thing. She basically had said like kind of a speech, and there was a lot of really interesting stuff that was said there, and some of it was like around some of the things she said that was super interesting was things like I wouldn't read too far into like the specifics of it, but just like the kind of the nature of the essence, which is that's the nature of how idealists actually work. That when you're on something and in going in the direction you're supposed to, it is guaranteed that, her words, the devil is going to pop out and tempt you to get off that path. And it's actually evidence that you're on the right path. An example being that somehow land is going to spring up and be like, oh, this is so tempting. This is so tempting. And so it was actually a warning to everybody that like, hey, like tribes come together, but they blow apart because people are not actually aware of the temptations and the various things that start to get kind of sprinkled on people. And it's very true. They actually take this stuff for granted. So, yeah, popping over. Of course, land is going to come out of nowhere. Literally, multiple properties have come my way that I'm like, oh, this sounds really fucking interesting. Should really look into it. And none of them are actually part of the plan. None of them.
The California version of that is the universe will test you to see if you're serious.
Yeah, I think there you go. That's summed up.
It's like the spiritually, quasi-California version.
Yeah.
It absolutely does. And so the question is like, do you shit or get off the pot?
Yeah.
And that's where you're talking about feelings this morning, and I was kind of mentioning, well, the logic is the thing that keeps you on the rails.
The conversations around like when you should quit though are always interesting. I think those are always an interesting. Like Tim Ferriss has a lot of good ones with those.
It is an interesting conversation
with entrepreneurs because, especially in like the business context, it's like you should never quit, never give up. There's a lot of that messaging in the culture, and
Kevin O'Leary is all about that.
Yeah.
He says, if you go bankrupt, you're a loser, and I would never do business with you ever. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have a bad
in a debt-based system.
And you should stop doing that thing. That you should pivot.
Yeah, that's right.
And
there's a difference, though, between ego stubbornness and, like, the call of your heart.
Yeah.
So.
You're talking about a pretty ineffable thing, though.
Yeah, ineffable. That's the right word.
You are, but the problem, too, is, of course, they're talking in a business context.
Yes.
And that's a very different thing.
Yeah.
Than this is like my life purpose, or this is my set of beliefs that I'm not going to violate. It's morality versus marketplace.
Yeah.
Activity.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean the business specifically, the major variable that is outside of your control is other people valuing the thing you're offering.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Which is not the case for like a personal mission.
Yes.
And the same.
Correct.
And the people, in the marketplace case, that can shift because it's not based on morality.
Yeah.
So if you're offering something the market doesn't want, you can change what you're offering without sullying your soul. Whereas in the case of your morality, you cannot leave your morality without sullying your soul. Because and I'm not saying that you go into pornography or something like that.
I was getting ready to say, okay, so are you saying that?
No, I'm not.
One can sell anything and...
No. But,
I mean, I don't believe that.
No, but if you're offering X and the marketplace tells you they want Y and that's not violating your morality, then you give them Y. Because that's the purpose of the market.
What if you have no morality because you're like Mr. Beast and you're like, we're just going to do a fight to the death for money so that everybody can see it?
That is the ultimate, yes.
No, that
is the ultimate. That's like
the
fucking Colosseum.
Yeah, it's next.
Fight to the death.
That's totally next.
The modern quandary that we were talking about with the whole YouTube thing is exactly that. That people, if you're chasing the algorithm, right, whether it's on OnlyFans or whether it's on YouTube, then it's very easy for you to chase the algorithm right into hell. It's just going to lead you right there, and if you just keep following along, because that's what matters.
Yeah, I mean that's the nature of hell, anyways. Hell is super sweet. It's not going to be fucking awful.
But this gets back to feelings versus.
Yeah.
These are
it's going to be burgers and candy bars.
Yes, it will.
And millions of dollars sprinkled all over you for embarrassing yourself on a game show.
These are the principles by which I live my life that I will not violate. That's the first thing. And then you have to be comparing what you're doing to that, regardless of how you feel in the moment. So you're like, oh, I'm fearful in the moment because I can't make my rent and I'm going to end up living in my car. And you go, yeah, but that doesn't fucking matter because my soul is more important than whether I'm living in a house or living in my car. I mean, that's what it means to be a moral person. Is that's what matters the most. Not like, oh, I have to do this because if I don't, then this thing will happen. And it's like, so, including death. It's like, I mean, that's, are you going to abandon your family because a guy's pointing a gun at you, so you're going to run away? It's, what are you at that point? So.
I can't imagine these people. It's super random. I was letting your kind of things kind of pour over kind of natural thinking, and I was thinking, I can't imagine being some of these people who are waiting around for a year to move. Like trying to sell their house for like a year.
Yeah.
And they're literally putting their actual life on pause.
Yeah.
Like the people, we were talking about, they literally, they've closed up shop, and they've got nothing, and that is their life now. It's waiting.
I mean, the thing. Another.
It's going to keep on going,
Thing
season
I was
after
about
season.
Coming up for your other friends is there's what you say you value, and then there's what you value as evidenced by your actions.
Yeah.
So you can be like, what matters most to me is family, and then it's like, but you spend all your time at work, which means you value the money or the security or the lack of fear more than you value the family.
Or it could be the newness. There's a bunch of other things that can happen out of
But that
work.
example you're talking about, it's like, is life more important than money?
Oh man, right now they're making a bad choice.
A lot of people decide that no, it's not, so they go and chase the money. It's
and I'll admit this has been very unexpected. I'm a little shocked by it. It's funny because the other friends, who I think you're talking about, the behaviors, it's actually really interesting to look at, because the way I judge them, they care about family.
Yeah.
They care about what they do each day and being able to live on their place.
Yeah.
And they don't care about certain kinds of things. We'll say, I don't know, we'll say it's like status things. They care about, clearly, I think probably somewhat to their negativeness, or like to their own detriment, they care about helping other people's with their things. And that's what they do.
Yeah.
And they care about that more than, for example, being paid for something else. They want to, somebody needs help, so they go do that. That's how they operate.
I mean, sometimes you need a course correction for people like that. I mean, there's the Mother Teresa story, about how when she got to India, she was always giving her food away to the poor, and then she was literally collapsing because she was starving to death, while she was trying to help the poor.
Yeah, no way.
And older nun pulled her aside, and she's like, "You can't help anybody if you're, passing out all the time. You need to eat your food instead of giving it away every day." So it can be. You have to make sure that your actions are serving your actual aim.
That is what that guy, that Royal Marine in Ukraine, figured out. And so he goes, yeah, all these foreign fighters that come in who have experience, I tried to tell them, dude, it is way more important that you train people rather than going out and fighting the front lines, because there's literally thousands and thousands and thousands of people
It's kind of how
that
can
are
I
running
best
through
serve my
this.
purpose.
Yeah, because they are trying. They legitimately believe that they are going towards that particular purpose. But it's like, dude, you'd be way higher served by doing this, because now you're affecting 10 people. Maybe 7 of those are worthless, but now you have 3 people versus 1 being you.
Yeah.
And he totally gets it. That's why he's fucking rocking on. And so that's why he does not fight in the trenches. He's like, I'm not going to do that. I guess he doesn't even do medical stuff. Because I don't even know if he trains people.
Yeah.
Because he's running a training center. And when I watch videos on him and listen to him, he just seems like a bro. Not like a bro. He just seems like just like a regular person. He's not he's not like a visionary, and
Right.
he's not doing any of that kind of stuff. I think he just put together the basic logic, and he's sitting at that right kind of spot that kind of pyramid of support could happen. That obviously he started at the bottom and kind of built his way up. And I'm be very skeptical if he even makes $1 off that. He was actually living, and like part of his story, he was actually like living a normal life in Ukraine, and then war broke out and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of how that went. Which I can't imagine being from, I don't know, the U.S. or London and then moving to Ukraine. That's not really like that's not my scene, dude.
Well, you said it was nicer than London that one time.
He said it was. So. I don't doubt it.
Eastern European women.
Yes, that too.
I think he did marry a Ukrainian.
Yep. Pretty hot when they're young.
Then they turn into old grannies or
Baba Yagas.
Baba Yaga.
It's always funny the cultures that are like that.
Yeah.
Like Italian ladies.
Really
are,
hot when they're young,
Yes.
and then not so much.
Japan, they're a big one on that one.
I don't know. The Japanese there's a really weird 30-year period where you don't know what age they are.
That is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely some cultures that are like that. And then all of a sudden, they're, when they look old,
60 or are they 30?
and then when they look old, they're ancient.
Yes.
They're like turtles. Like, oh, you're
All goes at once.
Leathery.
oh man.
Well, we should go to sleep.
It
And,
should.
Leland is going
On
to be
that
like,
positive note,
I want you to make 110 frames for me.
I'm just
Out
imagining
of
my
this
kids are
scrap
going
wood
to go
that's
in my
lying on
room.
the floor of my barn.
yes.
My kids are going to come in my room at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Nice.
I'm sure they're going to come jump on me too. 4 hours from now.
No, that's very true. You should probably shut that door.
I could try that.
Yeah.
See if it works.
They're like, why is this door shut?
Yes, exactly.
That is literally what they're doing.
doing?
David, why did you shut the door? And they're yelling it at absolute
Yes, at the
full
door.
volume.
Nice.
You know it.
Oh, podcast.
Is that now like my ending thing? Oh, podcast.
It's the O podcast.